Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. Today I am going to show you a complete MERN stack project where I built a full e-commerce grocery store using MongoDB, Express.js, React and Node.js. This project covers everything from user authentication and project management to shopping cart and checkout. So it's a great way to understand how a full stack application works. Let's jump into the demo and then we will start building this project. So this is the home page of our product. You can see here we have some menus and admin dashboard, cart icon, wish list icon and login button. Let me scroll down. This is the category section. You can see when I hover on any category, it will be rotate to 360 degrees centigrade. Okay, then you can see here we have favorite. This is the product section. After that, here we have call to action section. This is the our blog section, and under this is our brand section. This is newsletter, and here is the our footer. If I click on this shop, you can see here we have all the products. If I search any product, that product will be visible to us. If I remove this text, then all product will be shown to us. This is the about page, and here is the contact us page. Let me just log in first. I will use, you can sign up, but I have already an account, so I will log in and I will use here my password. This is the toast. You can see login successful. If I click on this shop, here we can see all the shop products. If I click on this, you can see here we have product gallery. You can upload up to 4 products like we have in our e-commerce project. Let me just click on this add to cart. You can see we have count 1. It means our product is added to the cart. If I click this add to wish list, our cart is added into the wish list. Let me just come back and I will choose one more product. You can see this is another product. If I click this, you can see added to cart. If I click, you can see this count is also increasing. Now if I click on this, you can see this is the product name, price, offer price, then small description, then this is the category and this is the description, and here we have related product. If I click on this, you can see we have the cart page. If I click on this, you can see we have the my wish list page. If I click on this, this item will be removed from our wish list. You can see here we have product, and this is the price, quantity and subtotal. Then total amount will be 17. If I click on this proceed to checkout, you can see here I have checkout. Here we have summary of our cart. Here you can add any address. If I click on this and I click on address, you can see here we can use here Delhi, and if I click change this to India like this, and I will change this salman@gmail.com, and it will be Salman like this. Okay, and this is our zip code, and I will choose here Punjab. Okay, if I click on this add address, then address is added, and now you can see here we have Salman newly added address. If I click on this, this address is selected, and if I click this online, you can see here text is changing to pay now. If I click on this COD, it means cash on delivery, then there is a place order. If I click on this, so you can see order placed successfully, and here you can see order of user, logged in user are visible. This is the order we have just placed. This price is $17. This is the ID, and here COD, and the status is pending, and this is the date of placing an order. Okay, this is the user side. If I log out user and click on admin dashboard, and I will just log in as admin. Password is admin123. If I click on this login, you can see logged in successfully. If I click on this orders, you can see here the orders. So new order we just have placed is there. You can see this is the order name, email, address and amount. This is the payment method. If I click change the status of this order, if I click on this processing, you can see order status as updated. I am going to change this to delivered. Okay, this is the delivered. If I now log out and log in as a user again, So you can see here status has been changed. If I click on this my orders, you can see the status is delivered. Okay, this is changed. So admin can change the status of the order. Let me again log in as admin, and admin can add categories. You can see here the add category button. If I click on this, admin can choose the, let me choose here, admin can choose the image of the category. So let me choose an image, sorry. So this is the assets. Here you can see we have image. So let me choose image any. So I will like this, and this category name will be, I am going to change this category. I am going to write this category name to fruits or something like fruit. I am going to change this fruit like this. If I click on this add category, you can see category created successfully. If I refresh this, you will see here newly added category. You can see this is the category we have just added. You can delete any category by clicking on this cross icon. If I click on this add product, admin can add the product. Let me just add the product. So let me just open the my products. So I am just adding this product. This is the product name, this is the price, and it is offer price. Okay, and here we have short description. So here we have short description like this, and here we have long description. This is the long description, and here you can see we add the weight. So this weight is 1000 gram, and category will be, you can see the categories. We can fetch here dynamic categories. This is the vegetable, and here we will choose the images. We can upload up to 4 images, but I will for now just use 2 images. You can upload up to 4 images. So this is the second images. If I click on this add product, you can see product added successfully. If I click on this all categories, this is the all categories. If I click on this all products, this is the all product. Let me refresh this. So here you can see newly added product is there. Okay, and this is the outdoors page. Okay, I have not added here dynamic data. I just here fetching the static data. You can also change this to dynamic, and I have completed this project in MERN stack. Let me just log out. This was the overview of our project. If you are interested to build this project, please write in the comment, I am interested to build this project. Okay, I will provide the source code of this project in the description, and I will also provide the assets link. If you like this video, please like my channel and subscribe my channel. Okay, let's build this project step by step. First we will build our front end, then we will build our backend. So let's dive into building this project. So this is my desktop, and here I am going to create a new folder with the name grocery, and I will open this folder. Okay, I will create here a new folder named with front end. This is our front end folder, and I click, okay, I am in front end. Then I will click right click and open it in with VS Code. You can see open with code. I am clicking on this open with code, and it will open in our VS Code because we are using VS Code editor. Okay, this is my VS Code. You can see I am going to open the terminal, and here we will create a fresh React project. So I am going to create a new project with the wheat. So we will write the command here npm create wheat @latest. Then okay, now if I click on enter, this will create a new project in our front end directory. So it is asking the project name. So we want our project should be in front end. So I will click on the dot and click on enter. So here I will select framework React, then we will choose a variant which is JavaScript. Okay, this is done. I am going to clear my terminal. Okay, this is our project, and now we need to install Tailwind CSS here. For that, you can go to any browser and you will search here Vite plus Tailwind. Okay, Vite plus Tailwind. This browser is not working. I am going to open a new browser, which is a Chrome browser, and in this browser, sorry, in Chrome browser, I am going to search Vite plus React. ये देखिए Vite plus, sorry, Vite plus React. Okay, we will click on this first website, and here all commands are given to install the Tailwind. Our first command is already done because we have created our Vite project. The next command is npm install Tailwind CSS. We will copy this command and go to our VS Code terminal and will paste this command and enter. So this will install Tailwind CSS in our project. Okay, after that we are installing, sorry, then we will copy this line, import Tailwind from Tailwind CSS, copy this file, and we need to paste this in Vite config.js folder. Okay, I am going to paste here. Then we need to copy a new function which is Tailwind CSS. We will copy this and paste in front of React. This is all done in our vite.config.js file. Now I am going to save this file and close. Next, we need to import Tailwind CSS in our main CSS file, which is in src folder and index.css. I will select all this and remove. Then I will paste our copied command. After that, we need to run this command npm run dev, but we will run this after installing of Tailwind CSS. You can see still I did not install Tailwind. This is running. You can see this command is already in processing because my internet is slow, I think. So we will wait for this to install. Okay, we need to delete this app.css because we don't need this file. I'm going to delete this, and in app.jsx, which is our entry point, this is our entry point app.jsx. Inside it we have this. You can see from there I need to remove app.css because we have deleted this file. Okay, save this file. Okay, we will wait until our Tailwind CSS is installed. Okay, we have installed Tailwind CSS. You can see. Now I am going to clear my terminal and we will run a command to run our project, npm run dev, and I will press enter. So this will start our server. This is our server. I will open this in my browser. So you can see this is our project. You can see our default component is disabled. This is because of installation of Tailwind CSS. Now we need to configure and remove this text from our project. So for that we will go into app.jsx. I am going to hide this terminal. So this is our app.jsx. I will select all and remove, and then I will write a snippet RAFCE. This will create a React functional component in our application. If you don't know how this snippet is working, this is simple. You just need to go in extension tab, and here you need to search ES7. So first extension you need to install ES7 plus React. You need to install this extension, then this snippet will work in your case. Okay, this is our app.jsx. If I now go on the browser, you can see here we are seeing app. Okay, after this we just need to bring our assets in our folder. I will provide assets link in the description. You can download that assets and use in your project. So I have assets in my assets folder here in desktop. I'm going to open this and I will select all these assets and copy. Then in VS Code here we have assets. Right click on this and click on paste. So paste is not working. What we will do, we will click on assets, then we will do control V. It will paste all the assets in our assets directory. Just click on paste. So it will paste our all assets in this assets directory. Okay, this is not going to paste. So what will we do? We will open our, I will copy again, and in desktop here we have grocery. Then in grocery we have Frontend. After this we have src, and in src we have assets. So what we need to do is just control V. It will paste all our assets. Replace the destination files. I will click on this. So our all assets are pasted in assets folder. If now I go in VS Code, you can see here we have assets. So I have organized assets in a beautiful way so you can use it easily. Here we have all assets image, then we have a file assets.js. If I click on this, you can see I have imported all images. This is blog images, this is brand logos, this is categories, and this is product. And after this, here we have exported all images, and this is our categories data, this is our products data, and this is our products data, and this is our blogs data. After this, here we have my orders data. Okay, so this is our assets file. After this, we need to install some package in our application. So I will stop my terminal and install some package. npm I react router DOM. This package will help us to move from one page to another page without reloading the page. Then we will use react hot post. This package will show post to us, react hot post. And then we need to install swiper. With the help of swiper, we will apply sliders and carousels in our project. After this, we need to install lucid react, because we need to use some icons in our application. So that's why we are installing lucid react. Okay, after this we need to install motion. Motion is used to do animation in our application. So I will click enter and will install this package. Okay, until these packages are installing, we need to use a font family. So we will search Google Fonts. We are going to use Poppins in our application because Poppin is very famous and popular font. Okay, just do a wait until our website is opened. So this browser is not working. I will search in this. So I will search Google Font. So we will click on this first website. Okay, you will search here Poppins. This is a pop-in font. And then you need to just click on get font. After that you need to get embed code. Okay, embed code. After that you will need to click on this import syntax and copy this line, Control C, and paste it into our main CSS file, which is index.css, and we will paste above the Tailwind CSS. Okay, in this way you can use Google font in your application. Then we just need to copy this. We just need to copy this line and we will paste it in our index.css. After here we will use asterisk, then curly brackets, then paste this. Okay, here we will use font weight 600, and for p tag we will use font weight 400, like this, font weight 400. And we need to define some color which we will use in this whole application. So for that we will use theme, then dash color primary, then this color code, then we will use this color code. This is our primary color. I will just duplicate this, and this will be secondary, and secondary color will be this. So now we can use primary and secondary color in our whole application. I'm going to close this index.css file. This is taking a lot of time because of my slow internet. In your case you can install it in just within 1 minute. Okay, I am now going to create the folder structure for application. In src folder we will create a new folder, components, then a new folder with the name pages. And then we will create pages folder. After pages folder we need to create a context folder in which we will manage our store, to globally manage the state of our application, because we are using context API in this project for state management. A new folder with the name context. So this is our folder structure. In context, first we need to set up our context. So here I am going to create a new file. We will create a new file with the name app context.jsx. Then export const app context. This will be the name of our context, and we will use create context, and this will be imported from React in this way. After that we need to create app provider const app context provider in this way, and here we will use children, and we will return app context dot provider, like this, and just pass children inside it in this way. And now we need to export default app context provider. This is exported, and we will use here const. We will use here, okay, const value is equal to empty object, and this value will be provided here like this. Okay, in this way we have configured our store, and you can see we have installed our packages also. So I am going to clear this terminal and npm run dev. This will start our project. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Okay, I have done one mistake here, which is this, and we need to remove this. Okay, this is the way. Okay, after this we need to tell our main.js file import app context provider. We will import app context provider and we will remove this strict mode. We don't need this, and we will wrap this app into app context provider like this, and just copy app context and paste it into app context provider. So now we have support of our context in our whole application. We just need to do one thing here. I'm going to create const navigate is equal to use navigate. This will import it from use navigate. Now we just need to pass this navigate into our value object. Now this navigate is accessible in our all pages and components. So this is our context. Now we need to create our pages for our application. I'm going to click on these pages, and here we will create home page. First of all, we need to create home page. Sorry, I am going to create a page, not a folder. Home.jsx rfc. Then we need to create about.jsx rfce contact.jsx and then shop page, a single detail page, so we will do product details.jsx, signup.jsx, login.jsx, and cart.jsx. In cart we will show user cart. Wishlist.jsx, myorders.jsx. In this file user can see his own orders. Then we need to create a checkout.jsx. So we have created our all user pages, and we just need to create one more, which is add address. From here user can add his address to receive order. Okay, we have created our pages. I am just going to close all pages, close saved. Now we need to configure React router DOM. For that we will go in app.jsx, and here we will import routes, route from React router DOM. After this, in here we will create a new div, and in this div we will use routes tag, which is opening and closing. After this, in routes tag we will use route tag. and we will provide path like slash. It means this is home page, and we will use element and curly brackets, and here we will pass our page which is home. This is, and we just need to import this home page from this pages. For that we will use import home from pages, then home.js. In this way we have imported our home page like this. This is imported. Now we just need to duplicate this route tag and create other routes. So this is our home page, this will be our shop page will be shop, and here we will use product detail, it will accept single product ID and will be product detail. This is product detail page, then about page, then contact, our path will be contact, page will be contact like this. So we will duplicate this. After that we will use login and sign up. This is our sign up page. After that we will use our cart page. Let's duplicate this cart and we will use wish list, which is our favorite wish list, and here we will use wish list. Okay, after wish list we will create checkout path. This is a checkout page. After this add address and add address like this, and we'll duplicate this my orders, sorry, okay, these are our pages. So we have done our React router. Now just need to go main.js, and here we will import browser router from React router DOM. Import browser router from React router DOM, and we will wrap these two in browser router like this. So in this way we have also support of our React router DOM in our application. If I go on home page, you can see our our app. It is just reloading. Let's wait for a while. Okay, sorry, I just going to localhost 5173 port, and if I inspect this, okay, one thing we have made mistake, we have not imported these pages, we just have imported home page. So we will import all these pages. Import shop, pages, and into shop. So this is our shop. Like this we need to import all our pages. Product detail from pages, then product detail. Import about, then we need to import contact. After contact we need to import login and sign up. We'll copy sign up, like this, duplicate this, and here we will use cart page. This is our cart. After that we have wish list. This is wish list, so duplicate wish list, and here use add address page, add address. After that we have my orders page, so remove this last one. Okay, in this way we have created all our page, but we have one problem. Okay, you can see here we have wish list, and here we are using, we have one issue in our import wish list from pages and wish list. My orders, we have issue in my orders.js. My order, here we have my order, just not my orders. Here we have my order just. Now save this file. So you can see error has been gone. Let's visit our browser. So checkout is not defined. My order, this is my order. Okay, checkout is not imported, I think so. So you can see checkout is not imported. Let's duplicate this and import checkout from checkout. Save this, and now you can see here we have home. It means our all routes are working fine. If I visit login, you can see our login. If I visit about, this is our about. Okay, it means our all routes are working fine. Now we just need to create first our navbar, like here we have in our application. This is our demo application. Okay, for this navbar we need to go a website, which is, we need to go website that is prebuiltui.com. This is our website. From here we can use built-in templates and components. So this is, I am going to click browse all components, and we need to go navbar. This is our navbar, and from navbar we need to use this one. This is our navbar we need to use. So I will click on this code, and this will provide us a code. Okay, I am going to copy this. If you click on this, this will copy code, copy to clipboard. Now we just need to create a component. In components folder, component name will be navbar.jsx, and paste our copied code. Then just export default navbar, and we need to change function name also. So I will copy this navbar and change this to this. This is our navbar. If so we need to call this in app.js, this navbar component. So here we will just need to click navbar, sorry, we will need to call here navbar. This is our navbar component, and you can see if I visit now browser, so you can see, okay, we just need to import here state. You can see we have not imported react nor use state. So I am going to import here use state, because we are using use state in this component. This is use state. This is use state. If I save this file, now I visit, you can see this is our navbar. Now if I visit admin path, so you can see still we are able to see this navbar in admin path, but we don't need to show this admin. We want this should be visible only to customer or simple user. So for that we need to check here admin path. For that in app we will use const admin path. We will take a variable and we will use here use location, which will be imported from React router DOM. Then we will use dot path name, then dot includes like this and admin. If this path admin path include means if our URL contain admin, then we need to render here. This will conditionally render now. We will check if not of admin path, then we will use admin path, then we will use and navbar. It means if our URL does not have admin path, then this navbar will be shown, otherwise this will not show. If I go, you can see in our URL we have admin, so our navbar is not visible. If I remove this admin, now our navbar is visible. So I hope you have got the point. To hide our navbar, we just grab the admin path. Okay, this is done. Now we need to go in navbar and customize this. For that we will use some icons and states. Okay, I am going to remove this path, this a tag. Here we will use our link tag, which is imported from React router DOM, like this. And in link tag we will use image tag, and here we will use our own logo. So our logo will be imported from assets. I am import assets from assets like this, assets.js. So now we will use assets.logo. If I save the file and open browser, so here you are not able to see assets, but we will apply some classes here so that we can see our assets, so our logo. So we will use class name, width will be 42. Now you are able to see this logo. So this is our logo. I hope you have got the point. Okay, after this we need to customize our this navbar. For that we will use some icons. Import halt icon from Lucid React. This halt icon we will use, and we will use shopping bag icon. This is shopping bag icon from Lucid React. Okay, after that we just need to change this a tag into links tag, this link tag. Okay, so this will be our home page, and this here we will have one property too. This is our home page, and we will duplicate this. This will be our shop page, and this will be our about. Just duplicate this for one time, and here we will use contact like this. Okay, by using link tag it will prevent our page to refresh. Okay, we just copy this and we will use in our mobile menu also. You can see here we have mobile menus, and here we will use like this. So this is done. The next part is we just need to remove this svg. We just need to remove this whole div because we don't need this input field. Okay, then we need to remove this svg also. This is the svg icon which is for cart. So we will remove this, and here we will use our shopping bag icon. this is our shopping bag icon, and here we will use width and height. I'm going to give class name, class name will be, width will be 5, height will be 5. Okay, this is our class name. If I go there, now you can see we have here bag icon. We will use here background primary. Here we will use background primary, and here also we will use background primary, and on hover we will use background secondary. This is okay. So if I go there, you can see the changes. Okay, you can see here this is our login, and this is our here our cart icon. I am going to duplicate this cart icon, this whole div. I will duplicate this, and here I will use shop. Instead of shopping bag, we will use halt icon. This is our halt icon, and this is going to be 1. So here halt icon will be shown. You can see this beautiful halt icon. Okay, this is our navbar, which is mostly similar like this. So one thing which we need to customize this link. We want, you can see if I am on shop page, then this shop page is underlined and its color is changed. So we need to do this. For this we will use here use location. So we will use const location is equal to use location. We will use this use location, and here we need to just make a function const is active. This is our function name is active, and here we will take an argument which is path. Okay, like this, and we will return location dot path name like this. If is equal to path, which is this argument. If it is equal to path, then we just need to do our text color. So our text will be secondary like this, and we will use border bottom and border primary like this, else we don't need anything. So this is our is active. Now we just need to call this is active in our all link tags. So I am going to copy this link, and I will use here class name like this, class name, use curly brackets, and is active path will be provided like this. So this way you can active the our menu. Here we will shop, it means our shop page is active, and here we will use about, it means our about page is active, and lastly we will use slash contact. Okay, now we just need to copy this all these links and paste in mobile menu. So our mobile menu should look like active. If I go on browser, okay, we have one issue. We will inspect this and check what is the issue. So the issue is location.path name is not a function. Okay, location.path name is not a function. So here we have small issue. We don't need to use this small brackets. Okay, now it is perfect. You can see this is our home page and it is active. If I go on shop page, okay, we need to click here. You can see here we need to pass our link, which is shop, about, and contact. This is our contact. sorry, this is our contact like this. Okay, so I am going to again copy this and paste in mobile menu, because here we also have one issue. Okay, now just check. If I click on shop, this is our shop page and it is active. So you can see our about menu is active and this is contact menu is active. So now when I click on login, our login page should be show. For that we just need to import our navigate like this, const navigate from use context. We will import use context from React, then app context. I am not getting suggestion, so I will click on this app context file and now I will get suggestion. You can see this is app context. We will import this app context. Now what we need to do, just apply on click on this login. This is our login and we will click like this on click, and here we will navigate to slash login like this. Okay, now when I click on this login, our login page will be open. You can see this is our login page. So now we need to create this login page. If I go on mobile devices, this is our mobile devices, and when I click on this hamburger menu, so you can see this. We need to change the background color of this login, means our mobile menu login, which is this. So this will be primary, BG will be primary, and on hover BG will be secondary, like this. Okay, and also we will apply here on click. So this navigate is coming from our store. You can see here I have defined navigate and passed this navigate to value object, so we can access this navigate throughout our application. Okay, when I click on this login, you can see our login page, but I want when I click on any menu, our this hamburger menu should be our this pop-up or menus should be closed. For that we just need to apply here on click, and we will do set open false. It means when we click on home page or any menu, so our menu will be hide. Let me do paste one more time like this. Now if I again click on this shop page, you can see our menu is hidden. Home page, okay, we need to also apply on home page. This is our home page. Now if I click on home page, you can see this is working fine. Okay, our navbar done. Now it's time for our login page. For that we will go in VS Code. I will hide this navbar and app.jsx, and we will open our login.jsx. This is our login, and we need to create this login form from where user can login. So here I am going to apply some classes. First of all, on this div I will apply class name padding, bottom and top will be 12 like this, and height will be screen, and we will give background color. So our background color will be this code 0B482 like this, 82 and F. this is our background color for login page, and we will apply a background image. For that we will use inline style like this, and here we will use background image, which is this background image, and we will use URL like this. In this URL we will use assets. Okay, we need to import assets first. We will import assets from assets.js like this. Okay, now we will use assets dot footer image. We will use here footer image. Okay, if I now go here, this is our, if I click on login, this is our login, and you can see here we have a image background and this green color. Okay, after this we just need to create a one more div inside this parent div, and I will apply some style on this div later. First I need to h1, and here we use text login into your account. This will be login into your account, and apply some classes. Text will be 4XL like this. Text will be white, font will be bold, text will be center, margin bottom 8, and capitalize like this. Okay, so you can see here we have text login into your account. Okay, below this we will use a form tag, this, and we will remove this action. We don't need this action, and we will apply some classes on this form tag, and our classes will be max width MD, text will be white, MX auto, and padding 4 like this. Maximum width medium, MX auto, text white, padding 4, border and border color. Then we have rounded. Inside this form tag we will use a div sorry a div. Inside this we will use label. This is our label, and label for email, and name, sorry, label name will be email. Inside this we will use input tag, this, and placeholder will be enter your name, enter your email, sorry, this will be type will be email, and enter your email like this, and required will be true. This will be required. Okay, after this we will use here class name. This is our class name, and width will be full, outline will be none, outline none. Then we will use border, and border white. It means border will have white color. Then py will be 3 and padding of 2. Then we will use rounded, so it looks like rounded. Okay, so this is our div main. I will use here class name, and will be text white. This will be our text. Then flex will be column gap of 2, and we will use margin bottom 4. So this is our first input field. If I go here, you can see here we have name, then input field. So I just need to duplicate this. I will duplicate this div, and here I will use password, and type will be password. Enter your password, and name will be password. Okay, now you can see email and password. You just need to create a button, and we will use login. Classes, we will apply some classes. So class name will be background will be primary. This will be primary. Text will be white. Cursor will be pointer. like this. Width will be full, py will be 3 and rounded. So this is our button. After button we will use a p tag, and we will use here don't have an account. Then we will use link tag, which is imported from React router DOM. This is link tag. Sorry, I will again type and import. You can see here we have suggestion React router DOM, and here we will use sign up. So here is a property of link, which is 2, and we will use slash sign up, and we will use class name also, and text color will be primary. Okay, text color will be primary, and we will use underline, so it should be underline. Now if I visit my browser, so here you can see I need to give some margin to this. Margin top will be 3, p tag. Okay, now it is totally fine. If I go my demo website, and here I click on this login, so you can see we have this same like this. We just need to text center, margin top 3, text will be center. So now it is perfect. Now I want when user fill this input field and click on login, we need to login, because now we are just building front end, so we need to console these value to verify that our form is working fine. For that, here we will use a state variable which will contain an object. So const form data, then setter function which will be set form data like this, and it will use state from React router DOM, and it will use object which is email, and it will be empty string and password, and it will be also empty string. So this is our state variable for now. Okay, now it's time to apply on change. So we will use const handle change like this. We will take an event here, and we will use set form data like this. We will use spread operator and use form data, then comma, then square bracket e dot target dot name. After that we will use colon e dot target dot value like this. Okay, this is our handle change. Now we need to apply this handle change on both field. So how we will use? I will use this in this email. Here name will be email. This name is mandatory, because from this name our this handle change function capture the value of our input field, and we will use on change. Here we have on change property, and this we will use, in this we will use handle change, and here is one more property which is value, and it will be form data dot email like this. Okay, now we will copy these 3 attributes and paste in password field also. So here will be name password and form data dot password. Our on change will be same. Okay, I hope you have got this point. After that we need to create a submit handler, so we will use const submit handler. You can see here we will take an event, and it will prevent the default behavior of button, which is reloading the page after submit. E dot prevent default like this. Okay, now we need to log form data. Okay, after this we need to show toast, which is toast from React hard toast dot success, login successful. Okay, this now we need to use navigate from our store. So here use context, we will use context, then app context. This is our app context. So we are not getting suggestion, so I will click on this app context, and now I will get suggestion. App context, you can see now we have navigate. So after successful login, I want to navigate user on the home page like this. Okay, this is done. Now we need to call this submit handler on our form. So form has a property on submit, and in this on submit we will give the reference of submit handler. Okay, now if I try this, let me inspect this like this. I am going to open console, and I will use here bisma@gmail.com. This is my email, and I will use any password. If I click on login, so you can see I am redirected to the home page, and here in console we have email and password. So it means our form is working fine. When we build our backend, we will send this data to backend to store in MongoDB. Okay, it is working very fine. Now if I again click on login and click on this sign up, so it will open our sign up page. For sign up, what we will do, we will copy this all login.jsx file and paste it into signup.jsx. We will remove this sign up and paste our login code. Just to change this login to sign up, and in above we need to change function now from login to sign up here. Okay, I hope you have got the point. Okay, so this is, you can see, sign up. In sign up we need to use name, email and password field. I have made here mistake in login. We need to just name this email. Okay, now it is fine. In login, what we will do, we will use here sign up to continue. We will use this text, and here we will use email, and we will duplicate this div. I am going to just duplicate this div because we need one more field, which is name. I have duplicated this, and first field will be name of our user. So we will use here name, and here we will use type will be text, and name will be name. Sorry, name will be name, and form data will be form data dot name, and type will be text. So user can enter any text to write name. Okay, we need to add one more field here, which is name. So I am going to add in here. Sorry, this is our name field. Okay, now we have three fields: name, email and password. Our handle change will be same, and submit handler also will be same, but after we will use sign up successful, and after sign up we will redirect user to login page, and our these things will be same. Okay, and here we will use already have an account instead of don't have, and here we will use login, then text will be changed to login. Okay, I hope you have got the point. We just need to copy paste because we have already implement and understood this in our login file. Now if I click on this, you can see sign up to continue. Sorry, it's 2, not TP, it's 2, like this. Okay, you can see sign up to continue. If I enter any name, email and password, okay, okay, this login text will be changed to sign up. This will be not login, it will be sign up. So here you can see this is console. If I click on sign up, so here you can see email, name and password. Okay, one thing, we are not getting any toast. Okay, we are not getting toast because we did not register our toaster. So here below this div we will use toaster from React Hot Toast. You can see this toaster, and we will use it self closing. Okay, now if I click on this login, if I click on login, so you can see login successful. Okay, our login and sign up is working fine. So we want when user is logged in, we hide this login button and show a profile icon. Okay, now it's time to implement this. For this, we will use a state variable. So we will define that state variable in our store so we can use it in globally. Const user, then will be set user, and it will be a null. By default, it will be null. Sorry, like this. Now what we need to do, we need to paste both these user and setter function in our value object so that we can use in our other components and pages. Now here we have pass this into value to get these in our navbar. We will get this in navbar. So here is our navbar, and I will use here set user. Okay, this is our set user and user. Okay, so after login, sorry, set user will be imported in login. While login, we will use set user to true. So I will use here set user. This is our set user. When user will be logged in successful, then we will use set user to true. It means our user is logged in. Okay, I hope you have got the point. When our set user is true, it means our user is logged in. So then if this user is logged in, we will apply a check here. This is our login button. So what we need to change this. This will be shown if our user is null. But in login case, this will be hide. We will show a profile icon here. For that, just we need to change some changes. I will use this. I will cut this and use here user. If our user is logged in, like this. Sorry. Like this. If our user is logged in, it means our user is logged in. So if our user is logged in, we need to create a div here. Okay, if our user is not logged in, then we will use this login button. Here in this div, we will apply some classes which will be relative and group. We will group in the content of this inside this div. Our content will be group. Okay, here use image tag, and we will use assets image. Assets dot profile icon. We have a image profile. Sorry, profile pic. Okay, this is our profile, and here we will use class name. Here we will class name. Width will be 10, height will be 10, rounded full, and cursor will be pointer. So these are the classes of this image tag. After this image, we will use a div. This is our div, and here I am going to paste some classes. We will use class name property and apply these classes. This will be absolute, right 0, margin top 0, width 40, background color, shadow rounded, opacity, group hover, opacity will be 100, group hover, visible, otherwise it will be invisible. When user will hover on this profile, then it will be visible, otherwise it will be invisible. Transition duration 300, and inside this div, we will use UL tag, this UL tag, and here will be class name. Sorry, class name. Text will be white. This is our text will be white, and inside we will use p tag, and first will be my orders, and we will apply some classes here. Classes cursor will be pointer, like this. Cursor will be pointer, hover, bg will be primary, like this, and py will be 1 and px will be 3. So these are the classes of our div, and when user click on this my orders, so he will be redirected to my orders page. Navigate to my orders. Sorry, So we will duplicate this, and here we will use logout, and here we don't need this, we just need a logout, and we will create this logout in our we will create this const logout. Okay, here we will set user will be false. So here we will set user will be null, and we will show toast dot success log of successful. Sorry. Okay, this is log of successful, and we will be redirected. Sorry, navigate to / homepage, not login. Okay, I hope you have understand this. Okay, if I go on our browser, when I click on this login, and I will insert any email and password, and now I am going to click on this login button. If I click on login, so you can see our login button is hidden, and now we can see a profile icon of the user. If I click on this profile, so you can see here we have my orders and logout. If I click on my orders, so you can see we are redirected to my orders. If I click on logout, so we are again logged out and shown a button login. Okay, so we need to do the same for the same for mobiles. I'm going to copy this user till here. Okay, so where is our login button? Here is our login button. I am going to remove this and paste the above, which is for our desktop. Now it is same. If I go on mobile device, so you can see here, if I click on login, any email password, and click on login, so as I logged in, you can see here we have a profile icon, not any login button. So this is done. We have completed our navbar, and now it's time to build our home page. This is our home page. So here you can see this is our home page. We need to build this. I am going to close all these files, and here I will create a new component named with the hero.jsx, RAFCE. Then this hero component will be called in our home page, because this component is the part of our home page. So here we will use hero, sorry, this is our hero component, and it is giving me suggestion. If I click on this, my hero component is imported here. Now if I visit my browser, so you can see here I have hero text. Okay, we need to create this hero component now. For now, first of all, we need to import some text here. So here I'm going to const navigate from use context, then app context. To get the suggestion, I will go in app context, and now I will get the suggestions. Okay, this is our navigate, and I will import here, because we are using, sorry, we will use here swiper.js for smooth carousel or slider. So we will import here swiper. We will import swiper and swiper slide from swiper react. We will import these two, then we will import swiper css, import swiper css. After this, we will import swiper css autoplay. This is what I am saying. We will import this swiper css autoplay. Okay, after this we need to import autoplay. This is autoplay. Okay, after this we need to import motion because we will animate our some components, some parts. So we will import motion from, sorry, from motion get. Okay, these things we need to import. You can import these things. After that we need to create our data, but before that, okay, first we need to create our data. So I'm going to use your const slides. I will use an array of object, sorry, like this, array of object, and here we will use title. So our title will be, I'm going to paste here the title. This is our title of this first object. Okay, then we will use image property, and here we will use assets. Here we will use assets. So I will import assets from assets and slash assets. Okay, now we will use what assets, sorry, assets dot hero1. Here we have hero1 image. This is our hero1 image. Then we will use button. So we'll use button1. This is our key, and our value will be shop now. Okay, so our value will be shop now. Don't be confused, we are just organizing our data so that we can map this data. So button 2 will be learn more, like this. Okay, this is our first object. We need to create two more objects similar to this. So for two more objects I will copy this because you can now understand how we use. So I need to remove this comment. So this is our second object. Image will be hero image 2. Then in third object image will be hero image 3. Okay, this is done. Now in, okay, we have one small mistake. We did all this in our home page, but we need this in our hero.js here. Okay, we need here. I will remove this hero. Okay, I have pasted here. Then all these things will be also, oh sorry, our hero component will be here. In the top of this component we will import this, and one more thing, which is this use context. Okay, now it will be fine. Close this, also close this, and this is our hero component. And here in the return, instead of this div, we will use simple swiper, and in swiper we will use modules, which will be auto play. Modules will be auto play. This is our module, and auto play will be an object like this. Delay will be 4000 like this, and disable on interactions, it will be false. Okay, this is done. After this, loop will be true. Loop will be true like this, and after this we will use class name with, and here we will use width will be full. Okay, this is done. After this, inside this swiper, okay, we have a smaller issue. All this will be inside this opening swiper like this. Inside this swiper we will use slides.map. Slides.map and here we will use single slide and index. Sorry, not slide, it will be slide. This, and here we will use swiper slide. Swiper slide, and key will be index, like this. Okay, in this swiper slide we will create one div. In this div we will use some classes, so I am pasting the classes here. These are our classes: background, height, background cover, background center, flex, flex call, medium flex row, item center, justify center, and gap of 4. Okay, inside this div, so here we will use style, and we will use background image. So we will use background image, and it will be assets dot leaf layer bg. This is our background image. If I visit home page, so you can see we have this leaf. These leaves are coming from this background image. Okay, now in this div we are going to use another div, and here we will use some classes, and class name will be flex, flex will be column, flex will be column, sorry, flex, and flex will be column, items will be center, like this. Okay, I hope you have got the point. Then we will use image, and here we will use slide, asset dot banner, assets dot banner, like this. Okay, this is our div, and here we will use h1 tag, and in h1 we will use slides dot title, slide dot title, and class name will be here. This is class name, and here we are going to use some text. So I am going to copy some classes. Maximum width will be 2xl, text will be 3xl, on medium text will be 5xl, font will be extra bold, and text will be center capitalized. Okay, this is our h1 tag. If I go here, you can see this image is from banner, and this is our text. Okay, I hope you have got my point. After this h1 we will create one more div, and in this div we will use class name flex, and gap of 5, margin top will be 10, and inside this div we will use button. So our button will be motion button, motion dot button, because we are using here motion library to animate the components or some parts of component or sections. So to use motion we just need to write motion before any HTML tag, like div.motion, motion.div, motion.button, motion.h1, and like so on. So here we use motion.button. In this way we can implement any animation on this button. So that's why we are using motion.button. So button text will be, here we will use slide.button1. This will be our button, and here we will use some classes of this button. But before classes we will use while hover. This while hover is a property of framer motion, which is now called div.motion. Okay, and we will use scale 1.1. It means when we hover on the button it will be scale. And now another property will be transition. This is transition, and here we can apply duration. So we will be use duration of 0.3. This will be our duration, and after duration we will use ease, and ease will be ease in out. ease in out. We will use like this. Okay, I hope you have got this. While hover and transition. After this we will use class name. So we need to apply some classes on this button. You can see px will be 6, on medium devices px will be 10, py will be 2 and py will be 3. Cursor pointer, background color, text white. On hover bg will be secondary, transition all, ease in out and duration 300. This is for button 1. Now we need button 2. What we will do, we will just copy this motion dot button and duplicate this. We just need to change btn1 to btn2 and here we will change bg secondary. bg will be secondary, sorry, and on hover bg will be primary. Okay, now if I visit my browser, so you can see this is order now and free delivery. Okay, this is done. Now we need to use image in the right side. Okay, you can see here we have image. So for that we need to create another div for image. So you can see here we have this div and after this we have this div. You can see. Okay, so let's move to let's close this div. This is our first div. Let me do one more div like this and here we will use image, but this div will be motion.div, sorry, so that we can apply some animation on this div. This is motion.div and in this div we will apply some, first of all we will add image. So I am going to place an image tag here like this, and here we will use slide.image, slide.img. okay, then a class name property, height will be 300 pixel like this, and on medium devices height will be 600 pixel. Okay, this is our second div. Now we need to apply here some style. So class name property and margin top 10 and one more thing which is md margin top 0 like this. Okay, I hope you have got the point. After this we need to apply here animation. So this is our div and I am going to apply here initial value, initial property, and here y will be 100, sorry, y will be 300. This, then opacity will be 0, opacity will be 0 like this, and on animate then we have a animate property like this, and here we will use y0 and opacity 1 like this. After this we have a transition property like this transition, and here we will use duration of 3. It will take 3 seconds to slide, and we will use type will be string, type will be string, and repeat will be infinity. It means it will repeat infinitely, it will never stop. Then repeat delay 2, repeat delay 2, like this. Okay, now if we visit our browser, so you can see this is our demo website and this is our, okay, this is beautifully scrolling, but one small issue is that we have a small image, but in demo we have larger image. So we need to check what is the issue. Height will be 300 pixel MD, like this. On medium, height will be, on medium height will be 600 pixel. Now it is perfectly. You can visit with the help of your cursor, or it will automatically scroll after 3 seconds. So this is our hero section. If I inspect it and check on mobile devices, so on mobile devices you can see we have beautiful, but our buttons are okay. Our buttons are perfectly aligned on small devices. If I click on this, so you can see here I cannot see the menu. Our menu is behind this slider, so I want to bring front. For that we will use the index of this. So we will move to Navbar, and here we will use, this is our mobile menu. This is our mobile menu. This is our mobile menu, and here we will use the index 50. Okay. So now you can see our menu is in front of this carousel. So this was our hero section. Now we need to upload this project on the GitHub. So we will push new changes on the GitHub. For that I open my new tab and search GitHub, and I will create a new repository. I will click on this plus icon, and here we will create a new repository, and I will give name to grocery MERN app. Okay, this is my repository. Okay, this is my repository name, grocery MERN. Then I will keep this private. You can choose private or public. Okay, we will click on this create repository button. Okay, now we have commands to push this project on GitHub. So first I will open my desktop. Then this is our parent folder, which is grocery. We need to upload frontend and backend both. So we will initialize this grocery, which is parent directory of both frontend and backend, with the git. So I will right click and open terminal in in cmd, and here I will use git init. It will initialize the git. Okay, after this we just need to add git add dot like this. Okay, then you can see here we have these commands. We just need to copy these. First command is already done, so we need these commands. I will copy these and paste in my terminal like this, and I will click on paste anyway. Okay, this is done. Then you need to click on enter. It will push our project on the GitHub. Just wait a while. Okay, so you can see our project is pushed on the GitHub. I am going to close this terminal, and I will refresh this GitHub page. So here you can see we have front end and first commit, which is our first commit. Okay, our front end is now pushed on the GitHub. Now we need to deploy this project on Vercel. For that I will open new tab and I will search vercel.com. If you did not have created already an account on Vercel, please sign up, and then you can see this type of dashboard. So you will click on new project and click this project, add new, then project. Okay, then you can choose from here grocery MERN, which is 56 seconds ago uploaded on the GitHub. I am going to import this. I will click this import. It will import our grocery MERN in Versa. Okay, our project name will be grocery, like this. Okay, this will be our project name, and we will choose here root directory. So our root directory is different from this. I will click on edit and I will select front end. Okay, then I will continue, and after that we will click on this deploy button. I am going to deploy this, so it will deploy our project within some seconds. Just wait and watch until it deployed successfully. If we don't have any error, then it will deploy successfully, otherwise it will tell us about the error. Okay, congratulations, you just deployed a new project. Okay, this is our project. I will click to continue to dashboard. It will take us to the dashboard. Okay, we have successfully deployed this project. Now when we do changes in our front end, means as we continue our project, we just need to push that project that code in our GitHub, and Vercel automatically detect that code and update the changes in our deployed project. If I click on this, you can see this is our domains. If I click on this, it will take us to our website which is deployed on the Vercel. Okay, see, this is our deployed project. Okay, if I click on login, you can see this is login. If I click on sign up, so this is our sign up, and when I click on any menu, it is successfully redirecting to our specific page. Okay, in this way we have also deployed our project. This is for now. Now it's time to take just small break. After break we will continue our home page. You can see this is our home page. Okay, after hero section we need to create our category section like we have in our demo website. If I go in my demo website, then here you can see we have a beautiful category section which is a carousel, and it is rotating when I hover on any category. So we need to create this section, but before this we need to change the title and SVG in our title. You can see here we have wheat plus react, but in our demo website we have grocery store, so we need to change this. For this I am going into the VS Code, and from here in my assets folder I have a logo. This is I have logo.svg, so I will copy this and paste it into public folder. This is our public folder. I am going to paste it. I will paste it by pressing Ctrl plus V. So this will be pasted in our public folder, our SVG. Okay, it is not okay. This is, now you can see we have logo.svg in our public folder. So I'm going to close this. Also this, what we need to do, we need to just go in index.html. Here we have index.html. Okay, then here we have link tag where href is wheat.svg, but we don't need wheat, we need logo.svg. Okay, after that we need to change title. So our title will be grocery store, like this. If I save this file and come back to my browser, now you can see here we have grocery store title and SVG, which is our own logo, not the provided by default. Okay, this is done. Now it's time to create our category section. For that we will create a new component in our components folder. I am going to close all this file. In our components folder I create a new folder with the name category.jsx. then I will use RAFCE to create functional component. Now we need to call this category in our home page, because this is the part of our home page. After hero section we will call home, sorry, this is not home, it will be category. You can see I am getting the suggestion. If I click on this, you can see here I have imported category. If you don't get suggestion, you can import this manually. Okay, this is our category. Now if I go my browser, so here you can see category test. It means our category component is rendered successfully in our home page. Okay, let me open VS Code. Now it's time to build category. So first of all we need to import some motion. Like I'm going to import motion from motion react. Like this, and we need to import swiper styling. So for that I am going to import, we just need to copy paste this, we need to copy paste this and use in our category like this. Swiper, then swiper CSS and swiper CSS module like this. Okay, this is done. Now it's time to one more thing we need to copy, that is autoplay is also imported. You can see autoplay, then swiper CSS and motion. Okay, we have already did motion. So what we need to do, we need to create here a array of colors, const colors. And what will do this array, this will be used as the background color of each category. Okay, so I am going to use bg red 300. This will be first background color, then bg green 300. Sorry, it will be in double or single quotes. bg green 300 like this. So I will copy paste some more colors like this. You can see this is very simple. Background bg red 300, then green 300, blue, cyan, purple, pink, orange and teal. This is very simple, so that's why I am copy pasting it. Now we need here categories data. In our assets we have categories data, but before that we need to fetch categories data in our app so that we can use it globally. For that what we will do, we will import categories. You can see import categories from assets, and here we will make a new state, const category data, categories data, then set categories data, and by default it will be and use state, sorry, we will use state, and it will be like this empty array. Now we need to create a function which will be fetch categories data and set in this categories data. For now what we will do, we will use const fetch categories like this, and it will be an async function because later we will call here our API. For now we are just using here our dummy data. So I will use set categories data, and we will set categories, these categories which we have imported from our assets. So this function will be run when our application render, when our application loads. So for that we will use effect like this. We will import use effect also. Okay, use effect like this, and here we will call fetch categories function, and we did not pass any dependency array because we need to render use effect on every render. Means I want use effect should be run when our page reload. Okay, now we need to pass this categories data into value object so that we can use this in whole application. Categories data is passed. Now we will get this categories data in our category component. How we will fetch, we will like this categories data, then use context imported will be react, and inside use context we will use app context, which is the name of our app context or our store. Okay, this is done. After that we just need to do here in JSX. Okay, I will apply some classes on this div. Class name will be padding top and bottom 12. Inside this div we will create one more div like this, and here we will use class name text center, flex and item center. Here we will use these classes, and inside this div we will use h2 tag. So I'm going to use h2 tag, and this will be category like this. After this we need a div which will be a green line. Okay, we don't need to pass inside this, we just need to pass here some classes. Like I will do margin from left 1, width will be 20, and flex, like flex, and border will be bottom border will be scanty, like this. Border will be scanty and border will be 2, like this. Now if I visit my browser, so you can see here category and this beautiful line, but we need to apply some classes on h2. So h2, let me copy some classes here. We will apply here max width. So maximum width will be LG, text will be LG, and font will be medium. Now you can see this beautiful text. Okay, this is category text. Okay, I hope you have got my point. Okay, let me do one thing clear. We just need to apply some classes on our app.js, which is our entry point. By applying classes, so our all pages will be just take that width and height. So I am using here class name in this div, and it will be width will be full, like this. Width will be full and mx will be auto. It will center all the content, and px will be 4, on smpx will be 6. Px mean padding from left and right, and an lgpx will be 24. Okay, by doing so, now you can see our category is here. This is because of just these classes. Here we have applied responsive classes on this main entry point, which is our app.js .jsx. Okay, after this div, category div, after this category div, we need to here make slider. So I will use a slider. Here I will use slider, but before slider, after this div, we will use h2 tag. H2 tag, and it will be shop by collection. Like this, shop by collection, and classes will be provided here. Class name will be, you can see, margin top 4, text secondary, font extra bold, and text 3xl. This is for this shop by collection. Okay, shop by collection is done. After that, we just need to use swiper, like we did in our hero component. Swiper and module will be autoplay. Sorry, we need this inside this opening swiper, not inside the swiper. Here. Okay, module will be autoplay, and autoplay will be like this. Delay will be 4000, and we will disable on interaction. Disable on interaction will be false. We need to provide these two properties in autoplay. After that, we need to apply loop, which will be true. Sorry, will be single bracket. Loop will be true, like this, and slides per view will be 6. Slides per view, you can see here slides per view, and we will give here value. So I want 6 at the time sliding our categories. Okay, after that we need to apply here breakpoints for responsive classes. I will use a breakpoint. Yes, you can see breakpoint property here, and here we just need to apply 0. For 0, we want slides per view just 2. You can see this, sorry, like this. For 0 slide per view will be 2. For 780 we don't need this. For on 780 we need 3 like these, and on 10 fold 24 we need 6, not 5. So this is the configuration of our breakpoints. After this we need to apply class name, and here width will be full, and my will be 5. Now we will go inside this swiper, and here we will map categories data dot map, and inside we will take one category and index like this. So like this, here we will use swiper slide this like this, and here we will provide key. Our key will be I, which is this index number. Okay, this will be our key. In this we will use motion.div because we need to apply some animation. That's why we are going to use here motion. We already imported above motion.div, like this. Okay, now we need to take image inside this div, and this will be category.image like this, and here will be provided class name property, which is width will be 32 and height will be 32. This is the classes for the image tag, and after that we will use h3 tag. This is h3 tag, and here we will use category.name, and I am going to place some classes in h3 tag. Text will be LG font, semi-bold, text degree 800. After that we need to apply here on motion.div some style. First of all, I am going to apply here animation. While hover, scale will be 1.1. okay, no, we don't need here scale. We need scale, but we need hover, but we need to rotate here. Rotate on 360 degree. Okay, 360. It will rotate 360 degree when we will hover on this div. Okay, after this here is an other property which is called transition, and this is very important property to make our animation smoother. Transition will be 0.2, 0.3. I will take transition 0.3. After that we need here class name. So in class name we need to apply some dynamic classes. So I will paste here and tell you. See, here we have taken width and height for this div rounded. Then here we have applied colors. You can see here we have defined some colors, background colors. So that's why we here use background color on this div, $sign, then colors, then I mean we have dynamic colors, which is this index. Okay, flex will be column, item center, justify center, cursor pointer, on hover scale will be 105, transition R, and duration. So this is done. If I move to my browser, so you can see here I am one category. Okay, so we need here slides per view will be 6, but we are just providing loop will be true, slides per view will be 6. Okay, breakpoints, and here we will use slide per view will be 6. Just refresh me this whole web page. Okay, as I refresh, you can see we have our all categories. You can slide them like this. Okay, if I hover on any category, you can see it will be rotate on 360 degree. You can see it. This is a very beautiful animation. Okay, this is done. So we need a module type autoplay. Okay, this is done. Then autoplay delay of 4000. This okay, disable our interaction. It is fine. Okay, if I move on it on mobile devices, so we need to check on mobile devices, is it responsive? So you can see this is fully responsive on mobile devices also. Okay, we have done our category section here. Next we need to create this product section. You can see this is our product section. So what we need to do, we just need to create one more component in our components. I'm going to create a new component named with the products.js. This is a new component, RAFCE, and this component will be called in our home after the category. So I will use products. Here you can see products. Okay, then just close category also. So before using product, we need to fetch products in our app context, so we can globally use this. After categories, you can see like this. Here we will import products from assets. These products is available in our assets.js file. Okay, then we will duplicate this state and we will use products data. Then we will use set products data. Our setter function will be set products data, and it will be by default an empty array. Okay, now we need to copy this function and we will change this function name fetch products, like this, fetch product, and this will be fetch products data. This will be our setter function, and here we will use, instead of categories, we will use products which are from assets. These products will be here set. Okay, after this we just need to copy this function also on in use effect. All products will be fetched when our application will be rendered. Okay, this is done. So we just need to we just need to pass this in our value object products data, so that we can use in our other component in products. Now we just need to import const products data from use context, then app context. So I'm not getting suggestion. What will do, I will go in app context, then I will get suggestions. Context, app context. Okay, I'm not getting. I will import this manually. Import app context. App context from context and app context. Okay, this is done, and we need to here navigate. Also we will use navigate from our store. Okay, this is done. Our products, we have fetched our products data. Here what we will do, we will use class name, and it will be py will be 12. After that, in from category, we just need to copy this div. Okay, this div, and I will paste this div here like this. This is a div, and in this div I have a h2 tag and div tag. So we will change this h2 to recently arrived product like this, and here this div will be same. After this div h2 will be changed to pick your favorite one. So this is our products. If I go in my store, you can see recently arrived products and pick your favorite one. Okay, this is beautifully done. After this, we just need a div. Here we need a div, and in this div we will map products data, which is coming from our store, products data dot map like this, and here we will use one single product like this product, and here we need to create one more component which will be product card, and this component will represent a single card of product. So it will be product card dot JSX. Okay, like this, and it will be RAFCE like this. Now what we need to do, we just need to call product card. You can see I'm getting the suggestion product card. So we have called here product card. We just now need a key property, and key will be product dot underscore id, product dot underscore id, because we have underscore id property in our product. Okay, then we need to send proc so that we can get these props in our product card component like this. And we just need a navigate. Also we need to send navigate. We will also use navigate. Okay, or we can remove from navigate. From here we just fetch navigate from our store. So here we will destructure product like this. So product passed from here will be received here, and I will also receive const navigate from our store. Navigate helps us to move to another component or page. Then it will be use context. This will be use context, then app context. So this is our app context. Okay, this is done. Now I need to apply some classes on this first div. Okay, on product card first div. So here I am going to apply some classes. So you don't need to worry. I am going to explain you each class. So these are the classes of our first index. Here we have give width and height, rounded, then background color, after this padding, then hover border, then hover transform, hover scale, transition all, ease and out, and duration of 300. Okay, this is done. In this we have a p tag. So here I have p tag, and here we have product.weight like this. And in this, after this we have a div, and in this div we will use a class name property. Class name will be cursor pointer, and in this div we will use our image of the product. And we have multiple images in our product, so we need to just show first index of our product. So for that we will use product.images of first index like this. Okay, in this way we can show first image of our index of our product. Sorry. Okay, this is done. After that we need just a button. Okay, in this button we need a icon from Lucid React. So I will use here shopping cart. You can see here shopping cart icon. This is the icon. If I click on this, it will be imported from Lucid React. Okay, we need to give some style on this button. So it will be class name, and here I will use some classes for styling on this button. Like here. So flex item center, justify center, margin bottom 3, width full, py will be 1, bg secondary, text white, and cursor pointer. Okay, after doing this, now we need to check this. So you can see this is our product card. It means our product showing correctly. Just do one thing. This is our parent div in products. Okay, you can see this is our parent div in products. So here we will apply some classes. We will use grid. Here we will use grid. So I will use margin top 6 grid, then grid call 1, gap will be, no, I don't need this gap, and gap 6 I don't need. On SM there will be call 2, and on MD there will be calls 3. On MD like this, MD there will be call 3. It means on medium screen we can show only 3 cards, and on LG we will show 4 cards. On LG, oh sorry, this is not a gap. We will use on LG grid calls will be 4 like this, and on Excel we will use grid call 4. Excel grid calls 5, not 4. So you can see margin top grid call 1, SM grid call 2, MD grid call 3, on LG grid calls 4, and Excel grid calls 5. Item center, justify center, items will be center, justify will be also in center, and there we will give a gap. So gap will be 4. Okay, now if we check our browser, so you can see here this is very beautifully showing our all cards. We just need to add some data of product inside this card after this button. So this is our product card. After this shopping cart button, we need here name of the product. Okay, so I am going to apply a horizontal line here, and here we will use class name which will be full. Okay, it will do a horizontal line. You can see this is horizontal line. Okay, after this horizontal line we need to create one more div. And first I will show the category of the product. So here we will use product.category. This is product card category, and here we will use class name property, and here will be text will be secondary. And text will be SM. Like this, font will be normal. This is the classes of our category. After that we need h2. In h2 we will use product.name. This is the product name, and here I will use some classes like text will be LG. Font will be semi bold like this, and text gray 800. Will be 800. Okay, this is done. After this we need a new div. If I visit my website now, you can see here we have category, then here we have the name of our product. Okay, after this div we need one more div. And in this div we need some classes. So here we need some classes. Class will be flex item center gap of 4. Okay, in this div we just need to show the currency, means price. I want to show here price, so we will use a p tag here, and here we will use product.price like this, and I am going to just apply some classes on this. So I will copy and paste some classes. You can see text based, font normal, line through, and text gray 400, and this is the original price of the product. I will just duplicate this p tag, and here I will use offer price of this product, and I don't need this line through and this text. Okay, so here text will be base. Okay, this is done. If I now go here, so you can see here product, but here we cannot show the currency. We need to define this currency in our environment variable, so you can change currency according to your need. So for that we just need to click here. You can see here I am clicking on empty space, and here I will create a new file with .env. Okay, then here we will use wheat_currency. Okay, and this will be currency will be in $sign. Okay, you must need to write wheat in before any variable, because this is the syntax of wheat. So we just need here in app context, here I am going to use currency like this, const currency is equal to import .meta.env.wheat currency. Okay, just cut this from here and paste it here. Okay, this currency will be provided in this value object, so we can easily use in other components. So now currency is accessible. In product card we will use currency from here. This is currency from our store. Now just need to do currency in this way, like this. It will show currency. Okay, I am going to save this product card. If I visit my browser, so now you can see here currency symbol. You can now understand how we use environment variable in Vite application. So this is done. If I go here, this is our demo website and this is our created, the website we are creating. Okay, this is done. Now our product card is done. If I go on mobile devices, this will be responsive definitely. So you can see this is responsive. You can see this is responsive. Okay, I hope you have got the point. Okay, our this section is also done. Now what next section? Next section is this call to action section. We need to create this section. For now I am going to close this section, also this, and I will create a new component call to action. Sorry, call to action .js like this, and RAFCE. This is done. Now we need to call this in our home page. This is our home page, and here we need to call to action. You can see here this is a call to action, and in this call to action we just need, first of all we need to import our assets. Okay, so I am going to import our assets, import assets from assets. Then we will import motion, import motion from React motion, sorry, from motion React, like this. Okay, this is done, and we need here, okay, this is done. Now in this div we will make a new div, this div, and we will apply here some classes. So our classes will be these. Flex will be column, on medium screen flex will be row, item will be centers, justify between, and gap of 4. Okay, okay, inside this we will use a motion div, motion dot div, and here we need just one thing, which is on hover, while on hover. It means when we will hover on this, what will happen. So we need to define here what will happen. We want scale 1.05, 1.05 this div. Okay, after this just write h1 tag here, and here we will use healthy organic fruits, healthy organic fruits in this, and here we will use class name, which will be text primary, then size of text, which will be 2XL, and font bold uppercase. Okay, I hope you have got this point, because these are very simple classes. So just below this I will use h2 tag, and in h2 tag I am going to use get 20% flat off this text and our classes of h2 tag. So these are our classes of h2 tag. Text will be 2XL, font semi bold, and text colors will be secondary. Okay, after this we need a button, and this button will be view all items, sorry, view all items, and classes of this button will be these are the classes of this button. Px will be 6, py 3, background secondary, text white, on hover visual, primary, transition all, ease in out, duration 300, and cursor will be pointer. So our button is done. After this div, okay, so after, okay, all this will be in a div. This is a div. After this div we have one more div, or we just need an image. So I need an image tag, and image will be assets dot organic fruits, assets dot organic fruit. This is the image, and width will be 1/2 class, and width will be 1/2. This is the width of our image. Okay, this is done. Now if I visit my browser, so this is our browser. So you can see here healthy organic fruits, we just need some classes to apply on this div. Okay, this is our div, and class name will be flex, flex will be column, flex will be call, and item will be center, like this. Okay, this is done. Okay, on motion.div we need some classes on motion.div. You can see this is our div, so here we need some classes so that our this section looks beautiful. Background color, then flex, flex call, and these are the classes. Okay, item center, justify between padding 4 rounded to excel. Now if I visit this, so you can see this is looking very beautiful. You can see this. Okay, and here if you see, this is like this. So what we need to do, we just need some okay, after this we will create one more div. So I am going to copy this div. This is motion.div. I just copy this, duplicate. I am going to duplicate this, and here we will use organic. First of all, we need to change text color, which is this. Okay, then h2 color, which will be fresh organic vegetables, like this. And here we will use view all items. Then in image we will use organic. Instead of organic fruits, we will use organic vegetables. You can see this organic vegetables. If I save this and click here, you can see now this is showing like this, but this is very big and this is small, so we need to configure this. Okay, this is our div. Here flex, flex will be column, and the flex row, item center, justify between and gap of 4. Then here background will be this flex, flex will be column. Okay, below this div here we have flex, flex will be call, and gap of 3. Okay, we have not provided here gap of 3. Item, we don't need item center, we just need gap of 3, gap of 3. Okay, this is done. Okay, now this is perfect, this is perfect, but we need to change here also. So we need to change here. This is another div. Here we don't need item center, we just need gap of 3, like this. Okay, this is done. Okay, here we will change classes also. So instead of these classes on second div, we will use our own classes. Px, py, background secondary, text white, on hover, background will primary, this. Okay, these are the classes. Okay, sorry, I am going to undo this. These are the classes for button, but we need classes for our div. I have made some mistake. Now these are the classes for our div, and here you can see the result. Okay, this is done, but this text is very large and this is small. So what we need to do, okay, here we use organic fruits again, because I think the issue is with the image. Okay, now you can see everything is perfect. Okay, this section is also done. If I inspect this on mobile devices, so you can see this is on mobile devices. On mobile devices it looks very beautiful. Okay, this section is also done. Now what is next section? So what next section is this blog component. We need to create this blog. For that I will close call to action and create blog.js, rexe, like this, and I will call this blogs in our home page. This is our blogs. So this is done. Okay, now inside blogs we need to write our blog related code. So for that we just need to import motion from motion, import motion from react motion, from motion react. This is okay, this is done. So we need to fetch again blog data from our store. Here we will use blog. You can see blog suggestion is, and here we will create a new state blogs data. Then here we use set blogs data like this. Okay, and we will copy this function, and I will use fetch blogs instead of products. We will use blogs, and here we will use blogs, and here we will use set blogs data, because now our setter function is set blogs. And I will copy this and call here fetch blogs. Just need to pass this blogs data in our value object so we can use it other pages and components. So our this is done. Now we just need a blog data in our blog component. So how we will use like this const blog data, and it will be from use context, and inside use we will use app context, which is the context of our context name of our store. Okay, this is done. Now we just need a small class name property here, and that will be py will be 12. Okay, after this we will use a div like this, and here we will use some classes. So my class name is, these are the classes. Grid calls 1, on medium screen is grid call 2, and on large screen grid call will be 3, gap of 6, item center, justify center. Okay, inside this div now we need to just map blog data dot map like this, blog data dot map, and in this we will use an item and index. Okay, we will use item and index. So here we need a div. This is our div, and inside this div we will use key property to identify uniquely each object, and it will be I mean our index. Okay, and here we will use class. We don't need class name here. We just need other motion.div. Motion.div. This is our motion.div. Okay, inside this we will use on while on hover. You can see while on hover we will use scale 1.1 like this, and transition use transition, and in transition we will use delay or ease. First we will use ease, and ease will be ease in out, duration of 0.5 instead of 3 we will use 0.5. okay, this is the done. Now inside this div we just need an image. Okay, we need this image, and image will be item.image like this, and here we need a classes for this. Class name will be rounded, width will be full, and rounded will be 2xl. Okay, if I visit my browser now, so this is okay. Here we have some issue. Let's see what is the issue. On console you can see here cannot destructure property. Okay, blogs data. So here we need to blogs data, fetch blogs, set blogs data, then this is the blogs data. Okay, we need to check in assets what else blogs. Okay, this is blogs, this is done, it is correct. Then here we have a state variable blogs data, set blogs data, and fetch const fetch blogs, set blogs data inside this blog. Okay, this is fetch blogs, and inside this blogs data. Okay, this is done, and here const blogs data item.image. okay, I think we have this name of different name, not image. Let me confirm this. So we have image. Okay, this is image, item.image. Okay, done. Our error has been gone. Okay, these are the images of blogs. You can see it is looking very nice and these are scaling smoothly. Okay, after these image, this is our image div. After this image we need a title of our blog, but before title we will show the date. So I will use a h2 tag in which I will show the date h2 tag, and here we will use item dot date like this, and here I will use class name and use flex will be column. So sorry, we don't need flex column, flex item center and margin y4. This is done. Then we have item dot date, maximum width will be lg, class name max width will be lg. Okay, then we have text lg, text will be large, here text will be large and font will be semi bold. This is done. Our date is done. So now we need one div. So this div is exactly same we have used for category and other to show a green line. Okay, this margin left width 20, flex border bottom, border secondary and border of 2. Okay, after this we will use h1 tag, h1 tag, and here we use item dot title. Okay, and here we will use text excellent font bold. Here we will use text will be excellent font will be bold. After that p tag like this, and here we will use item dot description, item dot description, and it will be inside this bracket item dot description, and here we will use class name, text will be sm and font will be normal like this. Okay, this is done. Now we need a button below this p tag, a button title will be read more, like this, read more, and apply here some classes. Background will be secondary, text will be white like this, px will be 6, px will be 6, py will be 2 like this, cursor will be pointer. So this is done, and we will use margin top 5. So our this part is also done. If I visit my web browser, so you can see here. Okay, this is unorganized, unstructured. This is just because we did not have apply any style. Okay, we just need a style. This is our date, this is our description. So here we will use flex, and flex will be column. Definitely we need to use flex column. Sorry, here we will use this div. Okay, this div is just for control X. This div will be closed here below this line here. Sorry, I just going to redo. Okay, I have a small issue, and that is this is our div. Okay, we don't need this here. Okay, instead of this div we will close this div here like this, and here we need this extra div. Just remove this div. Now you can see here we have a beautiful organized description and title. This is our date, the posted date of blog, this is the title of blog, this is the description, and this is the read more button of the blog, and this is fully responsive, no doubt. Okay, this section is also done. The next section is this brand's logo. Okay, we need to show this. So for that, just you can see here we have brands here. You can see brand 1, brand 2, brand 3, and brand 4 exported in assets. So what we need to do here, we will create a new component named with the brands.js, brands.jsx like this, and RFCE, and call this component in our home page. Brands, this is the brands. Okay, this is done. Now we need this brands component. For that, just import assets in brands. Import assets, assets. Okay, after that we will use a create a array const brands, and here we will use brands assets.brand1, assets.brand1. okay, like asset now assets.brand 1 2 3 4 5, these are our brands, and it is now an array. We will just need to map this in our JSX. Here we will use padding top and bottom will be 12 like this, and inside this we will make another div. This is the div, and here we will use some classes. Flex will be wrap. Flex will be wrap mean it will automatically adjust when we go on smaller devices. Icon center, justify center, and gap of 5. okay, in this div we need to map brands dot map. We will take single brand and index, because we don't have any unique ID for this brand, so we will use index. okay, like this. Okay, here just take one image tag. Inside we will use src, and it will be brand. You can see this will be our image brand, and key will be index. This will be our key, and here we will use alt property, and this will be brand, and here you can use class name. Width and height, width will be 200 pixel like this. Width will be 200 pixel, height will be 200 pixel. And object content like this. Okay, this is done for brands. If I visit my browser, let's see a browser. This is our browser. You can see here we have beautiful brands section. After brands we have a testimonial section, then we have a beautiful footer section. So let's make this testimonial section. So for testimonial section we will use prebuiltui.com. this is our, and here go on components. From here you can click on browse all components, and here you can see testimonials. This is for, sorry, we need a newsletter section, not testimonial. So here you can see newsletter. I will click on this, and you just need, okay, so here we don't have the testimonial section as we want, so we will create our own, don't worry. So I am going to create a new component with the name of newsletter, newsletter.jsx rfce. This is rfce, and I will call this in our home page newsletter. This is done, and inside this newsletter I will import assets. We will import assets because we will use here image. So assets is imported, and in the return div, first div I will use some classes. So our class name will be this, background color py12 and rounded empty, and inside this we will use a one div, and this div will contain some classes. Flex will be column. We will use three div. This is first div. Okay, flex will be column, item center, item will be center, text will be center. and gap of 3. Okay, so inside this, first of all, we need to use logo. Okay, so here I will take one div, and in this div I will use image tag, and here we will use assets dot logo, assets dot logo, and we will use here, sorry, we don't need use here assets, we need to use here organic fruits. This is dot organic fruits, not logo, like this. And here we will use class name, and width will be 1/2. Magar on medium devices width will be full, width will be full, but on medium devices width will be 1/2. This is done. Okay, this is done. Below this div we just need one more div, and it will be our second div. And here we need some classes. So flex will be call item center, so same classes will be apply here on this div. Okay, sorry, on this main we need this class, not this is the classes on our main div. Flex will be called on medium devices, flex will be row, item center, justify center, gap of 6, and padding of 6. Okay, and in this device, in this div we have this. So that's one. Here we will sign up our newsletter, here we will use sign up our newsletter, this is, and below this we have a p tag, and here we have get 10% off order. Okay, here we will use class name, text will be 3xl, text will be 3xl. Okay, font will be bold. This is done. For p tag, here class name, here we will text sm. So this is done. If I go here, you can see here this is done, but we need a input tag also. So for that, what we will do, we will use a form tag and mail icon. So for that we can get this input from our pre-built UI component. Here we have this sorry, we have here input as we want. So we want input like this. Okay, these all inputs are correct. I am going to use this one. So I will change this to React, and I will click on code, and I will just copy this form tag, you can see. Okay, then just need to copy paste below this div, just copy paste this form tag. Okay, this is form tag, and here we will use background primary. Okay, just visit our website. So now this is perfect, you can see, and it is fully responsive. Now just need to make on this footer. We will create footer later, but first we need to create this shop page. Okay, we need to, if I click on this shop, you can see we have shop. Now go in VS Code. I'm going to close all this. And then here we have a shop.jsx. This is our shop page. So what we need to do, we need to just get here our product data from our store. Then we will use context, and it will be imported from React. Inside this we will use app context. So app context, this is our app context. Okay, then we will use here navigate. So we don't need navigate, we use it currency. Okay, I will add currency later. Just we need this products data, okay, from our store. Okay, now we need one thing here, and that is we just need to use here what a filter search functionality. You can see here in our demo website, if I click on this shop page, you can see here a search functionality. If I click on core, means if I search anything that I will get in below. So I need to do this in shop page. For that we will use here filter. So I will use a state const input, then setter function which will be set input, and it will be empty by default, and we will use state. You can see I have imported use state here. Okay, this is our input. Now we need a filtered state const filtered products, then set filtered products, and by default it will be products data this. Okay, this is done, and here we need a search functionality. Okay, so what we need here const handle search like this, and here we will pass nothing, just do like this. Okay, then we will take a variable const query. This is a query, and input dot to lowercase like this, and dot trim is a function which will remove empty spaces. Okay, this is done. Now if we will check if query is equal to empty, then here we will use set filter products, like this. Okay, like this. If our query will be empty, then we will set all products in set filtered products. In else case we will filter on the basis of query. So we will use const result. I am going to take a variable named with result, and here we use products data dot filter like this, and here we will use one object product. We'll check product dot name to lowercase includes query. It means our product name if include the query, if the text which will be input in the input field, so that will be filtered. Okay, this is done. After this, you can see here we have set filtered products result. So result will be in set filtered products. After that we just need to apply here a use effect, and this use effect means when we will type anything in input field, the search will be shown in real time. Okay, and here we will choose handle search. We will call handle search, and in dependency array we will put input. As our input change, so our this function will use effect will run, and here we will use products data. So this is done. Now just we need simple JSX. We have already created our products card. We will just call that card in this page. So in our parent div I have applied some classes py12, px4. On medium screen px will be 8, on large screen px will be 16. Okay, on this below a div which will be flex items will be center. This will be flex item will be center, justify center, and margin top 2, and input field, and here we will use value property will be input, and on change will be, here we will use on change, and it will be set input e.target value like this, and here we will use placeholder search products and class name. Okay, I hope you have got this point, because this is very simple. Just we are handling the input field with the help of use state. Okay, this is done. After this we need a button name is search, and here we will use class name. This is our class name, and here this button will be hidden, but on medium devices this will be flex. Okay, then px will be 10 like this, and py will be a arbitrary value which is 13 pixel. Okay, bg will be primary like this, text will be white, cursor will be pointer like this. Now you can see here. Okay, you can see beautiful input field here. Okay, below this we just need h1 tag below this div. So I'm going to use h1 tag, and here we will use explore all products like this, and a class name property in h1 like this, margin top 4, text candy, font extra bold, and text 3xl. Below this h1 we will use a div tag like this, and here we will apply classes. So we will use like this, grid call 1 on me. These are the just we are doing nothing, just we are, I am, if I show you, I am going to remove this. I am just here copy and pasting. If I go on my components products card, I am just copying this div. You can see this div we have already created. I am just copying this and pasting it in our products page. Okay, we just need to change this products data to filtered products, because now we are using filter products. We also need to search result and all products. Now here you can see. Okay, what is the issue? The issue is that the product card component is not imported here. Just import this product card component. You can see I have imported import product card. Okay, now I save this and go on my browser. So you can see now we have all products data. You can see this is the all product data. If I search anything, like I search fresh, okay, you can see this is working. If I search core, you can search. If I empty the input field, we will see all the products. So this is our products page. This is done. Now it's time for our about and contact us page. So we will build this about page. So here you can see our about page is like this. Okay, so let's build this about page. I will close this shop and products page, open my about page. So here in this div we will use class name py12. We will use py12, and here instead of about we will use h1. You can see about our farm and farmers. Text will be 3xl, font bold, and text will be center. Below this we will take a p tag, and here I will use some dummy text. You can use your own text, and here we will provide class name. Class name will be text lg. This is text lg, margin top 4 like this, text will be center like this, maximum width will be 4xl. Maximum width will be 4xl and mx will be auto. Okay, this is done. Below this we will use a one div. This is one div, and in this div we will use one more div, and in this div we will use image tag. Okay, and here we will use assets image. So we will import assets from assets. Import assets. Import assets from assets. Now we will use assets. You can see assets dot hero, about hero. We have image about hero and assets. Okay, this is done, and width will be full. Class name width will be full. On medium devices width will be 1/2. Okay, width will be 1/2 like this. Okay, on this div, which is our parent div, we need to apply some classes. So our both inner div should be visible side by side. So I am going to paste here classes. You can see flex will be column. On medium devices flex will be row. Item center, justify center, margin top 12, background black, text will be white. Okay, this is done. Now below this div we just need another div. Here is our div, and we will use here class flex will be called flex will be column gap of 3. Okay, and we will apply padding of 3. This is done. Okay, this is done, and here we will use h1 tag and deal of the day. In this div we will give deal of the day. So I am going to paste this h1 directly here with the classes. Text will be 3XL, font will be bold. Okay, after this we will need a p tag. So here we need p tag, and here I will use my dummy text. This is our dummy text. Okay, this is done. After this p tag we will use a button shop. This is the button shop, bg secondary text byte and px4 py2. Okay, below this we just need to call, you can see we add the last div before, just before the last div we need to call our brands component. You can see brands component. We just need to import brands component. We will go in components, then we will use brands component. This is the brand. Okay, I am going to save this, and if I open my browser, so you can see this is our about page. It is perfectly looking like our demo website. Okay, we just need to create our footer. Okay, this is done. Now it's time to create this contact page. You can see here we have beautiful contact page. So let's build this contact page. You can build contact page on yourself, but I am doing from my side. Okay, so this is our contact page, and here we will use const form data comma set form data. Okay, then we will use state, and here we will use name, email and message. These 3 state variable will be used. Okay, after that we will use on change handler. You can know how this on change handle means handle change work. Okay, after this we have handle submit. I have already done in my login and sign up form, so that's why I'm just copy pasting. You can understand it. Okay, after this we will just copy paste some classes. Here I will copy paste these classes. In this div we need a contact form. For that I will use a div. In the div first we will use contact form, and other we will use our other details. So I am going to here use form tag, and I will remove this, and here on submit we will call our handle submit function, which is this handle submit. Okay, and here we will use some classes in our form. So I am going to use these classes: background white, padding of 6, rounded to XL, and shadow empty. And in this form tag we will create our div. So this is our div, and here we will use label. Okay, and in this div we will use margin bottom 4, and in label tag we will also use class name block margin bottom 1, font medium, and below this we have input field. Okay, so I am going to copy input field, because you know everything in this input field. Type is text, name value is name attribute, necessary value will be form data dot name, and on change will be this handle change. We have created already this. Require true, and there is some classes: width full, padding of 2, border, rounded LG, focus ring green, and placeholder. Enter your full name. Okay, I will just copy and paste other field. Below this div we will email field. You can see exactly same things, just we have changed type, name, and form data dot email. Okay, this is done. And one more thing, one more div one more div is about your message. Okay, here you have name, then value, and on change. Other things are similar. and one last button. Here we have button after this div. So you can see here button type will be submit, width full, background we will use background secondary, text white, py will be 2, px will be 4, rounded lg, and hover effect and transition. Okay, this is our form tag. If I save this and visit my page, you can see this is looking very nice. Okay, what we need to do, we need to create another div for our details. So after this form tag we need a contact information. I am going to paste this contact information here. What we need to do, we will need to div. We will use this div and here class name. This is a class name, and after this we have h2 and p tag. So I am going to copy and paste. You can see get in touch, text excel, font semi-bold, margin bottom 4, and here we have p tag, then margin bottom text gray 600, then after this simply we have ul tag. So below this p tag we have ul tag. So I don't need this. Okay, you can see in ul tag we have align, address, then phone, then email. Okay, if I go there you can see this is showing like this, but we want this side by side. For that what we will do, we will apply some classes on this parent div of form and div. For that we just need the grid on empty grid called true and gap of 10. Very simple classes. You can see grid on empty grid will be called 2. If you can see here we have 2 div inside this parent div, so these 2 div will be side by side. So you can see this is our contact page and it is fully responsive. If I click on mobile device, you can see this is fully responsive. I hope you have got my point. So we have created our home page completely, shop page, about page, and contact page. We just need to create now a footer. We will create footer, and after footer we will create single detail page for the product. Okay, now let's build our footer. In our demo website you can see we have a beautiful footer with 5 columns, one for logo and 4 other. These are the 4 other columns. Okay, so we need to create now footer for our this website. So I open my VS Code and create a new component. Here we have components. I create a new component named with footer.jsx, and I will use RAFCE to create a React functional component. Now we will call this footer in our app.jsx. Let me minimize this terminal, and we need to call this footer in our app.jsx. So we will copy this conditional statement and we will paste below this routes here, and instead of navbar we will use footer. So footer is imported. You can see here footer is imported. Okay, we are using not of admin path because we don't want to show this footer to the admin. Only normal user can see the footer. Okay, let's visit our browser. So in our browser here we can see a footer text. So let's build this now. I open my footer.jsx, and in first div I will use class name, property, and here I will apply py12, and I will give margin top and bottom 12. Let's do py24 so we can see this clearly, and we will use background color. So on parent div we will use this background color. You can see this color code. Okay, after this we will use your style, and here we will use background image. So here is our background image, assets.footer image. So we need to import these assets So we will import assets. So in this way we have imported assets. In this div we will take another div, and here we will apply some classes. So this is our parent div of all 5 child divs. Flex will be wrap, justify center, item center, and gap of 10. So inside this div we will take one div, and in this div we will use image, and here we will use our logo, assets.logo, and apply here some classes on this image. And here we will use width and height. Width will be 32 and height will be 32. Okay, after this we need to take h3, and here use any dummy text. Here we use any dummy text and use classes for h3. So these are the classes of h3. Text will be white, maximum width will be LG text center, and px will be 4. Okay, this is our first inner div. You can see this is our first inner div. After this we need to take one more div. So just take another div, and here use h1, and here you will use full pages. Okay, this is the text. Then after this we will use link tag, and it will be imported from React Router DOM like this, and this will be our home page. We will use link property which is 2, and here here we use 2 property, and it will be like this, and here we will use home. Just duplicate this, and here we will use shop. Our page name is shop, and URL will be shop, and here we will use about, contact. So this will be our shop, not of shop, it will be about, and it will be about, contact. Okay, this is done. We need to apply some classes here. Flex will be column, item will be center, and text will be white. Okay, let's visit our browser. So here you can see we have 2 columns. This is first and this is second. We just need to copy this useful pages div. So let's do this. I am going to duplicate this, and here we will use help center. Instead of useful pages, we will use help center text. So our text will be help center, and here you can use any contact, instead of these links tag. Okay, link tag, but here we will use not this. We will keep them empty, and here we will use payments and shipping. After payment we will use shipping, then product returns. This will be our text, product return, and lastly we will use checkout. Okay, now if you visit our browser, so you can see here we have now 3 columns. Okay, so we need to apply some classes here. Text will be 2XL, like this. Font will be semi bold, like this. Just copy this class property and paste it in here. So now you can see this. After this we just need to take another div. So let me do this. I will copy this div. Okay, after this we will use here another div. I will just copy again, and in links I will remove these links, and here I will use download app text. Download app like this. And after this we just need to take one div here, and we will use image tag here, and here we will use assets dot app store, assets dot app store, and just duplicate this div. But before that, use flex items will be center like this, and gap of 2. Okay, just duplicate this div, and here we will use Play Store instead of App Store. We will use Play Store. Okay, so let's visit our browser. So this is our footer. Now it is completed. Let me do one thing. Gap of 3 we will use here, gap of 3 like this. So now it is correct. So this is also responsive. This footer will also responsive. So here you can see this is our footer and it's responsive. So our footer is completed. We just need to push our code on GitHub, then we can see our changes in Vercel deployed project. Vercel will automatically detect our GitHub code. So for that I will use this grocery, because I have initialized our main directory, which is grocery. I will open my terminal and I will push this code. So I just need to write git add dot, then we will use commit, git commit -m, then we need to give a commit. So we need completed home page, about page, then contact page and shop page. So then we will use git push to push the code on GitHub. So it will push our code on the GitHub. Just wait for a while. Okay, our code is pushed. I will close this terminal, and now you can open Vercel. We will open Vercel and visit our link. So this is the our deployed project. Let me open this. Okay, I will visit this link. Let me click on this, and you can see it is showing all our project. This is, you can see this is live URL. So our project is deployed, and you can see this is working fine. Okay, it is done. I am going to close this. Now it's time to build our single detail page. If I click on any page, any product, it will open a detail page of this product. So for that we will open our product card. Let me just open product card component. You can see here we have product card component, and on the image tag you can see here we have product image. So instead of this div we will use link tag, and it will be imported from React Router DOM. You can see I am getting suggestion, and here we will use to property and just write this product, then product underscore ID. This is our dynamic path. You can see in app.jsx. Let me open app.js. You can see here we have product, then product ID. So here I did same. This is product and this is the product ID. Our product is coming in from props. So if I now click on product, if I click on this product image, let me click on this, so you can see product, then ID of this product, this is the one, and you can see product details. Now let me open this product. So here you can see this is the product details. You can see here product details, and ID will be 4. Okay, so now we will design this single detail page of this product. Let me open single detail page. I will close components, app context, and open pages. Here we have product details, and here we will use const ID, and it will be from use params. Use params will be imported from React router DOM like this. After this we will use const products data from use context, then app context. So we will import app context. This is app context. Okay, this is done. Now we need to find the single product which is clicked. So for that we just need to create one state variable. I will create a state variable product, comma setter function product set product, and use state will be imported, and by default it will be null like this. Now we need to find one product which is clicked. So for that we will use effect. I will use effect, and here first will be our function and second parameter will be dependency array. So in this we will use const product. I will take one variable const product, then products data dot find method, and it will take an object. I am going to take this item, and it will check item dot underscore id if equal to id. If this is equal, then we will find our product. Okay, after this we will use set product. We will use set product function to set product detail. So here product detail is stored. Then lastly, now we need to show here JSX code. For that, let me do one thing. I will open prebuiltui.com. So go to components, and here we will go browse all components, and here you can see we have one e-commerce menu in sidebar. No, we need to go here gallery, image gallery like this. Click on this image gallery, and we will use gallery from this. So we will use this gallery. Okay, this is fantastic and beautiful. Just click on this code and copy this like this. Okay, we will copy this, and after this in JSX, this is our first div. I will apply some classes here, like py will be 12. Okay, after this we need to take one more div, and here we will use class name property, and we will use flex will be column, flex will be call on medium devices. Flex will be row, items will be start, in start, and margin top 6 like this, gap of 6, justify center. Okay, these are the classes for our parent div. Inside this parent div we need to create two divs, one for gallery and one for detail of the product. So I will copy this. I have copied this, and I will paste it inside this. Okay, we don't need script here because we are using React. This is the code of JavaScript. Just remove this script tag from here, and we will use here, remove these images. We just need one image, and here we will use, here we will close this image. So this image is closed. Sorry, we already have this image, so also remove this image. Okay, this image is removed. Here you can see we have class, but we need class name. So for that you can change this to class name. Class name. Also here we will use class name because we are using React. Okay, this is done. Now we just need one thing, and that is we need to create here a state variable for our main image. So I will use const main image, and setter function will be set main image. Set main image. Like this, and we will use state like this. This is our setter function. Okay, and it will be just empty like this. And here we are finding our product. After set product, we will set the main image. Set main image of the product, and like this, product dot images dot product dot images of 0 index. It means image of 0 index will be set when our page reload, because we are using here use effect and we are passing nothing in our dependency array. It means when our application render, so the product image will be set as a main image of first index. Okay, this is done. Now we just need here on click property on this. So before this we need to map. Just for now I will remove this src. I will use here main image. I will use here main image. Now you can see if I visit my browser here, so here we have some issue. Let me inspect this and we will see what is the issue. So here the issue is images is not found. Okay, product images is not found. Let me just check. Let me use like this. I will do this like this. Okay, this is done. Now we need here, we will use, instead of id we will use parse int. It will convert this into integer, parse int, like this. Okay, now if I visit and refresh the page, so it is still saying image is undefined. So let me check what is the problem. Set main image. If I console product, let me console product. Just okay, we have product null. It means we cannot find the product. So first we will see where is the issue. Products data, and here inside this item, and item dot underscore id equal to parse int id. Then set products. Okay, let me console now this our products from the store. Products data, and here also products data. So here you can see we have an empty area of products data. I think it will be product data, not products data. Okay, like this. Now it should work, I think. Let me refresh this. Okay, products data undefined. So where is products? It's okay. Let me see here. What is our, this is products data. use context, then app context from this, like products data. Okay, let me refresh it again. Okay, I will click on any product from here. Let me click on this. So now you can see we are getting our main image like this. Okay, and here we are getting all products 11, and here is a single product detail we are finding here. Yeah, yes, you can see this is the single product detail. So we don't need a no console like this. Okay, now I need to apply some classes on our main image, which is our main image, like this. This is our main image. So here I will use classes. I will remove all these classes, and here I will use width 1/2 like this, and rounded LG. Now you can see here we have image, and on this div we are using grid call 4 gap, grid call 4 max width 3 XL. So we will use here max width 2 XL. Max width will be 2 XL, but we will use width will be full. Okay, it will take maximum of 2 XL. So this is our main width. Okay, this is done. Maximum width will be 2 XL, width will be full. Grid calls. This is our main div. Here you can see. Okay, we don't need this div. You can see here, this is an extra div. Okay, let me keep this div. Okay, this is I will do one comment here like this, and I will replace this with my own classes. So here I will use some other classes instead of these classes. Flex will be column, item center, space y4, width full. MD devices width will be 1/2, and here we will use width full in this div. Width will be full. Let me copy these classes also. Here we will use width will be full, maximum width of 2 XL, flex, justify center. Now let me check this. Okay, you can see now we have bigger image. Okay, after this div, you can see here, after this div, like this div, we will use here another div like this, and here we will use some classes. So let me copy classes here. Grid call will be 4, gap of 4, width full, and maximum of 2 XL. Maximum width of 2 XL. Let me do product dot images dot map. I will use map method to show all images. So I will use img here, and I will use index. Okay, like this, and here I will use image like this, and we will use src, and it will be img, and key will be our index. Key will be index, and we need to use here some classes, but before that I will use on click like this, and here we will use set image. Set main image will be clicked image. So now it's time for classes. Just copy the classes and paste here. So these are our classes. Thumb, rounded LG. On medium devices height will be 4, else on mobile devices height will be 14. Object cover, cursor pointer, and on hover opacity will be 80. Okay, this is done. Now you can see, if I click on any image, you can see our main image, which is our thumbnail image. It is changing dynamically. Okay, I hope you have got this. Okay, this is our left side div, it is done. Now I will use the other div to show the detail of the product, and this will be our left, sorry, it will be our right div and it is our left div. Here let me copy some classes of our parent div. This is our parent div, this is our parent div, and here you can see width full. On medium devices width will be half, flex will be column, justify center, and inside this div we need to create h1, and here we will use product.name and use some classes of h1. So here we will use class name 2xl, font semi bold, and text gray 800. Below this h1 we will use another div, and here we will use some more classes. Let me copy the classes: flex, item center, space x4, and margin top 4. After this we will use h2. Okay, now we need here currency symbol, so we will use currency from store like this. Now just copy this currency symbol and paste here inside curly brackets here, and here we will use product.price like this. Just apply some classes on this h2 tag so it looks beautiful. This is the classes for h2 tag. Just copy this h2. I will just copy this h2 and I will remove this line through, and I will use text gray 800 so it looks black type. Okay, let me open my this, let me inspect this. Okay, here we will open an image and let me see the error. Images, I will use here one thing, that is product.images. If our product is available we will use optional here so we don't get any error. Let me see the issue. Okay, here we are mapping product.images and map method. So let me do this. We are getting a small issue. Let me check this. Okay, you can see we cannot find the name property. So let me see product.name. Here we will use this question mark. Now it's not identifying the prices, so just do this. Then here we will use offer price. Okay, now it is correct. So you can see this is our product name and this is original price and this is offer price. Okay, below this offer price we need an horizontal line. Okay, this is our horizontal line, and below this we need some classes also. These are all classes. Width full, margin top 4 and text gray 200. If I visit, so you can see here we have a beautiful divider. So after this HR we will use an p tag here, and here we will use small description, product dot small description. This is our small description of the product, and here also we need some classes, so we will use text lg. Like this text will be gray 600, like this font medium and margin top and bottom too. So here you can see this is our small description. After that we will use a div. After this motion, we will use motion div. So we need to import motion, import motion from React motion, sorry, from motion React, like this. Now we will use a motion div, motion the div like this, and here we will use while hover. This on while hover we will use scale 1.1, and we will use transition property also. This is our transition property, you can see, and here we will use ease and out and duration of 0.5. okay, this is done. Now we will use class name here, so we will use here class name. Okay, I have one mistake, I have did one mistake. Here we will use button, like this button, and we need motion dot button, motion dot button. We don't need motion on this div, like this, and we will copy these properties of motion and sorry, we will cut and apply on this button. So this is done, and we have some classes for our parent div of these button. So this is our parent div of button, and here we will use these classes. Flex will be column, on medium devices flex will be row, gap of 4 and margin top 6. okay, inside this button we will use some classes for our button. So I am going to copy these classes. So here are classes: flex, item center, gap of 2, px8, p/3, background secondary, text white, font medium, cursor will be pointer, on hover bg will be primary, transition all, ease and out and duration of 300, and here we will use some icon. I will use here basket shopping basket icon. This is the icon from Lucid React. I will do like this, and here I will use add to cart texts. okay, this is done. This is for our first button. If I go, you can see here this is our beautiful button with the icon. This is for our add to cart. Now we need one more button for our add to favorite, to do item in a favorite. okay, I will just copy this motion button, I will just duplicate this, and here we will use add to wishlist here, and here we will use heart icon. okay, instead of this we will use heart icon. You can see here we will import this from Lucid React. okay, this is our icon for heart, means add to cart. okay, this is done. After this we need the category of the product. So below this div we will use a p tag, and here we will use product dot category. So let me write product dot category like this, and here we will use some classes. Here we will use some classes. This text will be secondary, text XL, font medium, font semi-bold, and M/4. okay, below this p tag we need a div, and here on this div we will use some classes. These are the classes of our div: border gray 200, rounded LG, margin top 6, and p3. So here we will use h1 for description, and here we will use product dot long description like this, and here are some classes for our h1. These are our classes. So here are our classes. Let me now open this. Okay, this is the classes, and here we can see here, if I open a single product like this, so here you can see this. Okay, so instead of here like this, here we use description. Just I will cut this and use description like this, and below this p tag, below this h1 tag we will use p tag, and here I will use this. Now you can see here we have description, then we have this description. Okay, this is done. Now this is our demo website. Here we need to see this is our description, and you can see here. Now we need here related product in our related to this category. So for now we need to do some JS code. Here I will use one state variable. So below this I will copy paste this, and I will use here related products. Our variable will be related products, and setter function will be set related products like this, and here we will use an empty array like this. Okay, after this we will use a use effect. We will use this use effect snippet like this, and here we will pass dependency array product. It means as our product change, so our related product will also change, and we need to pass another here dependency, which is products data. So it means when our product will be changed, if I click on another product, so the related product will also change, and if product data change, so related product will also change. Now in this function we will use one variable const related product like this. Here we will use products data dot filter, and in this we will take an object. So I am taking item, and we will use here item dot category is equal to product dot category. You can see here we have single item, and item dot category is equal to product dot category. So product category will be same. We will find the related products. Okay, I hope you have got the point. Now we need below this we need to set products in our this setter function, set related products. So we will use set related product. We will use related products here. So our products will be set in our related products in this way. So now below this you can see this is our right side div. I will close this, and after this div, this is our parent div of inner two divs. So below this div we will use another div. Just let me commit here. I will use here comment, and here I will just copy and paste our products. So we will open components, and here you can see we have products, and inside this we have this div, and inside this div we have products data mapped on product card. So I will just copy this div. I will just copy and paste it inside this below this related product comment. If I paste this, we just now need to import this product card. We will import this product card, and you can see here we need now related products, not products data. We will just here map related products. Okay, we have did this. If I open my browser now, so you can see here we have related products. Okay, but we need one thing, that is we need to write h1 tag, so we can know these are our related products. Below this I will use this h1 related products, margin top 12, text secondary, font extra bold, and text 3XL, and text will be center. So now you can see here we have related products. You can see these are the related products. If I click on this product, so okay, just I will open my shop page, and I will click on any product. Now I am clicking on this product. So here I am getting a small issue. Let me see what is the issue. So category is not defined, array dot category. So let me see category. I will use item here, then product dot category. We will use here optional, so we cannot get any error if there is no category. Just let me refresh this and open any product, like I am opening this product, and here you can see this is done. Okay, I hope you have got the point. If I check it on mobile devices, it will be fully responsive. Let me open mobile devices, and here you can see this is the gallery of product, and this is the name, price, small description, add to cart, add to wish list. Then here is the category of the product, then description. After this we have related products. Okay, this is done. Now we need to apply here add to cart and add to wish list functionality. For that we will open our app.js app.context, because we are using this in app.context, so we can use globally our add to cart functionality and add to wish list. For that I need to create some state variable so that I can store data in our state variables. So let me do that. I will use here const, we will use here cart comma set cart. This is our state variable to store the items in our cart. Okay, just let me duplicate this, and it will be our favorite, and it will be our set favorite function like this, and it will also be an empty array. Okay, now we need to create here function for add to cart. So let me comment, I will create function here. This is our add to cart function. Just I will use const add to cart here, and here we will use arrow function, and in this we will use product as parameter. Okay, like this, and here I will use set cart like this, set cart, and here I will use previous value. This is our previous value, and like this. Now I need to create a new variable with const new cart, and here I will create deep copy of this cart, so it will be structured clone. I will use structured clone, and in this we will use previous. So our previous cart is deep to clone. It means we have a copy of this cart. Okay, this is done. Now we will use, if we have existing item in our cart, so we will use const existing product. Existing product like this. Here we will use new cart.find method, new cart.find. In this we will take an item, and we will check item._id if is equal to product._id like this. It means we are checking here if our product is already in cart, so we will increase the quantity of the cart. We will not add whole product. Okay, I hope you have got the point. So we will here check if existing product, it means we have product already in our cart, just increase the quantity. So we will use existing product dot quantity plus 1. We have increased here quantity of this product. Then we will use else. In else case we will use new cart dot push method, and we will push the new product, and we will do quantity 1. It means our product is not already in cart. We will push that product in our cart, and its quantity will be 1. Okay, I hope you have got the point. After this we just need toast notification. Here we will import this from React hot toast.success product added to cart, and we will use return a new cart. So new cart will be returned, so we can use add to cart in this way. I will just copy this add to cart function, and I will pass this in value object, so I can use it in our whole application. So now we need to create a function for removing a product from the cart. For that I will do a comment here, and I will use const remove from cart, like this. And here we will use just ID of the product, like this, not all product. Okay, here we will use this, and here we will use set cart, and here we will use previous copy of the code. We will do same here, structural clone. I will just copy this structure clone like here, and I will check here existing item if our product is available in our cart. So we will use const existing product. This is existing product, so we will find that product first, like this. Our item dot underscore id is equal to id. If our product is available in the cart, we will just increase the quantity, sorry, we will decrease the quantity of that product. If existing product, see here, if we have existing product, just we will, okay, let me, if existing product dot quantity, if existing product dot quantity is equal to 1, if the quantity is 1, we will remove the whole product from the cart, else we will decrease the quantity of the product. So we will return here new cart dot filter, new cart dot filter, like this. And here we will use item, sorry, here we will use item dot id is not equal to id, like this. Okay, so it will remove the product from the cart, and in else case we will just remove all the product, not, sorry, in else case we will decrease the quantity, like this. Okay, we will return new cart here, not here, we will return here. Okay, so this is done. After that, you can see here we also show toast, product removed from the cart. Okay, this is done. Now we will also pass this function to our value object here, and we will also pass here cart and favorite, so we can show the value of cart and favorite in our here we can show the value of our cart and favorite. So that's why we are passing here our cart and favorite. Okay, so this is done. Now we will use this, just we will open our product cart here, and here I will use add to cart. Here we will use add to cart. I will just call this function on our button. So our button is this. Here you can see we have button. I will use on click. Here you can see on click, and we will use like this, add to cart. Here we will use add to cart, and I will pass here whole product, because here we are accepting the whole parameter as a product. You can see here we are accepting the product as a parameter. So whenever we will call this function add to cart, we need to pass here product. That's why I am passing here product when I call this add to cart function. Okay, let me now click on any add to cart button. Okay, I am going to click on this button, you can see here product added to the cart. If I click on this, you can see product added to cart. Now we have product in our cart, so we need to show product count here. Instead of this dummy value, we need to show our original value. For that, we will go in our navbar here, and we will use here cart and favorite from our store, cart and favorite. That's why we have passed our cart and favorite, so we can use in this navbar. Okay, now here you can see we have shopping bag, and here we have dummy value 3. So instead of this, we will use cart. First we will check if cart is available, then we will use cart dot length. Okay, cart dot length, else we will show here 0. Okay, it means if cart is available, then we will show cart dot length, else we will show 0. So here you can see quantity 2, because we have added 2 products in a cart. If I add this item in cart, it will increase the quantity to 3. Let me click on this, so you can see here quantity is 3. If I click on this, so quantity is increasing. So in this way we have used here cart length. I hope you have got this point. Now we will do same for add to favorite. So let me copy this conditional statement and I will pass here, and instead of cart we will use here favorite, because this is favorite icon. So we will use here favorite length here. Okay, this is for favorite. Now you can see favorite 0 because we did not implemented favorite functionality yet. So let me implement this favorite. Okay, I will first implement add to cart functionality on this button, which is our in single detail page. So for that we will open our single detail page, and here we will use also add to cart like this, and I will copy this function add to cart, and this is our, here we have our button, two button. This is our, you can see this is our first button for add to cart, and below is our add to wish list button. So first I need to here use on click on add to cart button like this. You can see here we have called this add to cart on this on click and passed the product. Let me just open any, I will open this product and I will click on this add to cart. If I click on this, we will see here quantity will be increased. I am going to click on this, so you can see product added to cart and quantity become 6. Okay, I hope you have got this point. Now it's time for add to favorite. So let me open this add to app context again, and below this remove from cart we will create another function for add to favorites. So let me add here comment. This is our comment, and I will create a new function add to favorite like this, and here we will use product as parameter like we did in our add to cart. Okay, here we have, so I will use same like this set cart. Let me again write here set favorite. So now we will use set favorite, not set cart, and here we use previous value, and we will use here const new favorite like this. Okay, and we will use structured colon. Structured colon is a modern way to deep copy. Okay, to do a deep copy. Okay, this is done. Now now we will check here if not of new favorites like this. If not of new favorite dot find like this, we will use here item, and item dot id is equal to item dot underscore id is equal to product dot id, sorry, product dot underscore id. Okay, it means we have not any product in our favorites. Okay, then we will push. Let me just code first, then I will explain to you. New favorite dot push like this, and here we will use product. Okay, we don't need like this, we just need here one product. Okay, it means if we let me show our toast also. Okay, below this just we will use toast, and we will use product added to favorite. It means if we don't have this product already in our favorite list, then we will push this product in our favorites array. If this product is already in our favorite list, then we need to show here an error. So error will be toast dot error. We will use product already added to the favorite. Okay, after this we will return the new favorites like this. Okay, this is done. This is for add to favorite. I will just copy this and pass this also in our value object. Now we need to do remove from favorite like this, and here we will use const remove from favorite like this, and here we just need id. So we will check if id is available, we will just remove that id from our favorite. So like this we have one variable new favorites and structural clone. Okay, we will use return new favorite dot filter item dot id is not equal to this id. Okay, then toast, we have show toast, so we will remove this return and we will use here const remove like this. So in this way we can show here toast. If we use return in first, then our this line will not execute it. That's why I have used here a variable, and after this toast we will return this removed. Okay, I hope you have got this point. Now pass this here. Okay, this is already done. Now we need to just calculate the total of product, means total value of our cart value, total our cart price. So I am going to here const, we will use get cart total here like this. Okay, and we will use arrow function and return cart dot reduce method like this, and it will accept a total and item like this. Okay, so we will use here total plus item, total plus item multiplied by item dot quantity like this. We have total, initially we will have total price 0, then we will increase the total price on the basis of product. So here we will use offer price, not price, we will use offer price. So total will be initially 0, then item dot offer price will be multiplied to item dot quantity. So if we have 2 items and its price is $4, so the total price will be $8 because we have 2 products in our cart and each product have price of $4. Okay, I hope you have got this point, and I will also pass this to our value object so that we can show our total price. Okay, this is done. Now we need to add one thing in our product details. Here we will use add to favorite, like add to cart, add to favorite like this. I will just copy this and I will use add to favorite. This is add to cart and this is button for add to favorite. I will use add on click. You can see here we will on click like this, and here also we will call like it add to cart because we will pass here also product. We will show these product to the customer later. Okay, this is done. If I now click on this cart and if I click on add to cart, you can see here we have one quantity. If I click on this add to wish list, so you can see product added to favorite. If I again click on this button add to wish list, so you can see product already added to favorite. It will restrict the user to add multiple time one product in favorite list. So this is working fine. Now we have also done this. So our next step is to show products on this here. You can see in cart and favorite list we will show the cart items, and here we will show the our favorite list items. So guys, when we click on this cart page, the cart page should be open, and same for this add to wish list. For now we will open our VS Code. You can see here we have navbar. In components we have navbar. So in navbar we will apply this on click. You can see on click, then navigate, then we will give here cart, which is our path. I will copy the same on click event, then I will apply on this div, which is our add to favorite div here, and I will here provide the path of this add to favorite button. For now you can see here we have defined path in app.js. Here we have path wish list. I will copy this and paste here. Instead of this cart we will use wish list. Now if I click on this cart page, you can see we are on the cart page. If I click on this wish list page, you can see here we have wish list page. So let's build this cart page first, then we will build this wish list cart. For now I will close this and open a new page, cart. Here is we have cart page. Okay, first we will apply some classes on this parent div. This is our parent div. So we will use here class name property py will be 12, so that it will take some padding from top and bottom. After that we will use here one h1 tag, and we will use my cart here. Okay, on this we will apply some classes. Here we will use class name, text will be 3XL, font will be bold. Okay, after that we will use here a div and apply some classes on this parent div. This is our parent div. So I will use here border, class name property, then we will use here border gray of 400. Okay, we will use here 400 instead of 3. We will use here 400, then maximum width will be 5XL, mx will be auto, and padding will be 3. Okay, this is done. If I open my browser now, so you can see here, this is we will use my cart like this. So here is my cart text, and here we have our table type borders. So in this parent div, this is our parent div. Here we will take one more div like this, apply some classes here. We will use class name property. Here we will use class name property, and we will use grid, and grid call 5. Grid calls 5 like this. Font will be semi bold, and text gray will be 700 like this. In this div we will use our other divs, like I am going to copy paste this is our one div which is product, and I will duplicate this div 4 more times. You can see here, first here we will use product, then other will be price, then here we will price, and here we will use quantity. This is the quantity of the product, and we will use here subtotal. You can see here subtotal, and after that we have actions button. So like this. Okay, if I open my browser, you can see here we have product, price, quantity, subtotal, and actions. Okay, after that below this div, which is this grid call 5, below this div we will use one HR horizontal line, and we will provide width full. So I will use class name property, and will use width will be full, margin top and bottom will be 4, text gray of 200, like this. Now you can see here we have beautiful line here. Okay, this is the divider of our this heads and body. So after that we will use UL tag like this. Okay, we will use cart. So we need to use cart from our store. I will use cart, and we will use context like this. Then we will use app context. So I am not getting suggestion. For that I will open my context and app context. Now I will get suggestions. You can see app context is there. So I have now cart. So what we need to do, we need to also import here currency, because we will show currency with the price, and also we will choose navigate and remove from cart. Okay, we will import these things from our store, and we will get total cart. What is the function name? Let me see this. So our function name is get cart total. So we will use get cart total here also. So these things we need to import from our store, because we are going to use here. So we will use cart.map like this, and we will take one object here which is item like this. Okay, in this div we will use in this UL we will use one div. Okay, let me write div. This is our div, and here we will use key property which will identify each item uniquely. So here we will use item dot underscore id. This is the ID of individual item, and here we need to use below this one more div. This is our other div. use your class name property. This is a class name property, so I will use grade call 5, because above we use grade call 5. Here you can see, so we want same grades here. Okay, I will use items center. Items will be center like this, margin bottom will be 4. Okay, this is the classes of our parent div. Now below this we will use one more div for image and name of the product. For now I will use image tag, and here in src we will use item dot images and 0 index, because our product has multiple images, so we need to display here first image of our product. That's why I'm using here item dot images and first index. Okay, I hope you have got this point. And we will use here class name property. Width will be 20 and height will be also 20, like this. Okay, this is done. Below this image tag we will use one p tag to show the name of product, so we will use item dot name. Okay, if I open my browser you will see here, so you can see here we have 4 products in our cart, so that's why you can see here product image and product name. This is the product. Okay, next below this div we need to show the price of the product. Okay, for now we will just use p tag like this, and here we use currency symbol which will imported from our store. So this is our currency. Then we will use here item dot offer price, because we are showing item dot offer price, not original price of the product. You can see here item dot offer price. If I open this, so you can see here $12, $2.99, and like this. These are the all prices. Okay, what we need to do next, then we need to show the quantity. So I will just copy this, duplicate this div, and from here we will use just quantity, item dot quantity. Item dot quantity, it will show the quantity of item. Then again copy this big div and paste below this quantity div, and currency symbol will be same. And here we need to use item dot quantity. Let me write first, then I will explain to you. Item dot quantity and multiplied by item dot offer price. Offer price. Here we use item dot offer price. It means our item dot quantity means we have multiple items. If we have multiple items, then those items will be multiplied with the offer price. So here we will show the item dot, you can see here quantity, and here we will use subtotal. Okay, I hope you have got this point. This is our subtotal. After that we will use here, after this p tag I am going to duplicate this like this. Okay, so here we don't need currency, we just need one icon which is circle icon, and we will import this icon from, you can see here we have circle X icon, and this is the icon from Lucid React. You can see here this is imported from Lucid React, so we need to import this icon here, close like this. Okay, then after this we don't need this. Okay, in p tag we just need this. Okay, we will then apply on click here. First we need to apply some classes. So here text will be red 500 like this, cursor will be pointer, and on hover it will be underline like this. Okay, so now if I open my browser again, so if I click on this cart, so here you can see this is the product image, then product name. After this there is a offer price of the product, then quantity, and then this is the subtotal of the product. And here you can see we have one delete button, means delete icon. If user click on this, then this product will be removed from the cart. So now we need to apply this functionality. For that we have imported here, you can see remove from cart. So we just need to apply on p tag, on click property, sorry, this is an image, and here we will use remove from cart and will pass product id. So item dot underscore id, here we are passing the product id because in app context you can see here this is our remove from cart. Here you can see this is remove from cart, and here we are just taking the id as parameter, not the whole product. That's why here I have passed id of the product. One more thing, here you can see we have returned new cart, and after that here we are using this toast. So for now I will do one thing, I will remove this, we don't need this now. I will just remove this, and if I again open my cart, okay, we have our page is refreshed, that's why our product is gone. We will add some product in add to cart, and I will add quantity multiple time. So now open cart page again. So here you can see we have one product two time. We don't want this, we want just increase the quantity. If one product is added multiple time, so we just need to update the quantity, not whole product. So if I click on this, you can see this product is gone. Okay, let me click in console. What is the problem here? So quantity is undefined, cannot read the properties of quantity. So for that you can see here we are using item.id, but we need here item.underscore id, not id, because item has id dot underscore, sorry, underscore, not simple id. Okay, this is done. Now if I again open it, okay, now I am going to again add some product in my cart. Okay, let's open this cart page again. So here you can see we have quantity 2, and for garlic we also have quantity 2. So if I again click on this cross icon, so you can see here quantity is decreasing. If I again click on this, so you can see quantity is 1, means we have one quantity. Then I clicked on cross, so our product is removed from the cart. So in this way this is working perfectly. Okay, after this if I show you on our demo website, here if I click on cart, you can see here we have a proceed to checkout button. So below this we have total cart, so we need to apply this. For now below this cart, here you need below this, you can see here UL tag. After UL tag we need to take one more div. Here we will take just another div, and in this div we will take one more div. So our first div is this, and this is the child div. So on child div we will apply some classes like flex, items will be center, and justify will be between. So justify will be between. In this div we will use 2p tag and one for total, like this. And here we also need to apply some classes. We will use font semi-bold so that it looks bigger. This is p tag, I will just duplicate this, and here we will use currency because we need to show here total amount, that's why currency is important, currency. And below in front of this we will use get total cart, then get cart total. This is the function we need to call here. Okay, this is done. Now I will save this and open my browser. So here you can see here we have total, then amount. Okay, below this we need to use one HR line below this. For that I will use below this H line, sorry, below this UL tag we will use class width will be full. Okay, so that it will divide. So you can see here a divider. Okay, I hope you have got the point, and I will apply here class margin top 5, so it will take some space from top. This is done. Okay, this is total price, and here you can also apply you can see here we also need a divider here. So for that, what will we do? We will just apply a HR below this div. Means before last div we will use here divider, so it will divide each product. You can see here, so you can see here we will use text grade 300. Okay, I will copy same class and apply here, so it will change the color of our divider. So here you can see this is looking so beautiful. Now we don't need this divider, I think so. I will just comment out and see. So here we don't need this divider, I will remove this. Okay, this is done. After this we need a button, so we will use button. This is our first parent div. After this we will use, sorry, this is our child. This div is our child div and this is our parent. Inside parent div we have just taken one div and we will take one other button. So we will use button tag here and we will use proceed to checkout, like this. And here we will apply some classes like this. Margin top will be 5, flex item center, justify center, items will be center, justify will be center, like this. Margin bottom will be 3 and width will be full, like this. Background will be secondary, sorry, background will be secondary, like this, and text will be white. Cursor will be pointer, this is cursor will be pointer, and our letter will be uppercase. So here we will use uppercase. This is done. So here you can see, okay, background secondary, this is done. Okay, so here you can see this is proceed to checkout button, and we just need to add here py. So I am using py1, not 1, we will use py3. So this is done, and here we need to just apply on click event. When user will click on this on click, he will be redirected to checkout but page. So we will use on click here on this button, on click, like this, navigate to checkout, and we have already created our checkout. So here you can see this is our checkout page, and you can see here the our URL for checkout page path. So this is done. If I click on this checkout, so you can see we are redirected to our checkout page. Okay, our cart page is done. Now we need to do same for this page. This is our add to wish list. So I am going to add some item in our add to wish list. So again I will click on this. Okay, we have 2 items in our add to wish list. What we need to do, we just need to copy all this. So just need to copy this div inside. We just need to return our simple JSX. I will copy this JSX and I will paste it in wishlist.jsx, and I will remove this JSX and paste the copied JSX. Okay, this is copied. Now we just need here import some things. Const, we will import here currency, like this, and we will use here remove from favorite. So you can see here we have remove from favorite. You can see here remove from favorite function. I will copy this and use here, and I will use here cart. Sorry, we don't need cart, we need add to cart. Here we need add to cart, like this. Okay, this is done, and it will be imported from use context, then app context. This is use context. Inside we will use app context, and this is imported. You can see here I have imported app context. So this is done. Now we need to do some changes in our JSX. Here we will use my wish list, like this. This will be my wish list, and here we will use items, instead of cart we will use here favorite. So we need to import favorite. We don't have imported still favorite. This is our favorite. I will copy this and paste it here. So we have we need to use here favorite because favorite is an array. So we will use map on favorite. This is done. Offer price, okay, and this will be remove from cart. Instead of remove from cart we will use remove from favorite, like this. Okay, this is done. And here we don't need this proceed to checkout button, and current total we just need to remove this div. We don't need this div. I will remove this div in like this, and I will use here one more thing. This is our p tag, and I will just duplicate this p tag, and here we will use, this is our cross icon. Now we need a plus icon, so here we will use badge plus. Here we have badge plus icon, badge plus. This will be imported from React, Lucid React, like this. And here we will use add to cart instead of remove from cart, and we need to pass here whole item like this. Okay, what it will do, we will use here text green 500. Now if I open my browser, so I will add some item in my cart. In shop this is added, and here I will add this. Again in shop I will add this. Okay, so if I click on this add to wish list, so here is some error. Let me inspect this and we will console. So here you can see circle X is not defined. For that we just need to import this from Lucid React. I will import this, and now you will see here. Okay, now you can see here we have this table. Let me do this in add to cart. One more product I will add in my add to wish list. Sorry. So this is our add to wish list. Here you can see we have product, image, then name. Then here you can see here we have product, price. So we don't need here quantity because we can only add one product in our cart. I will remove this quantity. Here I have quantity, I don't need this, and instead of this quantity I will remove this quantity. Okay, I hope you have got this point. And now here you can see this is product, this is price, and this is subtotal. So subtotal will be don't need, so I will remove subtotal also, because you can see we have just one product in our add to wish list. So one product only has price 1. We cannot add multiple products in our add to wish list. That's why we don't need subtotal and quantity. So I will remove here. This is our p tag. I will remove this. Now you can see here we have this product, then price, then action. So instead of this, you can see here we have grade call 5. Instead of 5 we will use just 3, and here we also use grade call 3, like this, because now we have only 3 headings and 3 body. You can see like this. Okay, so here we need to do one thing. We will keep these both div in one, these both p tag in one div. These div I will just cut and will keep in one div, like this. Okay, and here I will use class flex. Items will be center and gap of 5. So now these will look side by side. You can see here. Okay, this is done. If I click on this cross icon, you can see here product remove from favorite. If I click on this plus icon, it will add the product to the cart. You can see if I am going to click here, so you can see added to cart. If I click on this, here count will be increased. If I click here, you can see here count is increasing. If I remove this product from the add to wish list, then you will see here quantity will decrease. So here you can see quantity becomes 1. So this is done. Our this part is already also done. Now we need one more thing. If I log in here, any user, I am going to log in. So here you can see we have my orders page. If I click on this my orders page, here we need to do this my orders, and for that we also have one data in our assets. If I open my assets, you will see here assets.js, and here you will see this is categories, this is products, and this is blogs, and here you can see my orders. Okay, date, status, total amount, and payment method. So we need these. For that we will use just to add to wish list. I will just copy this JSX code like this. Okay, I will just copy this and I will use it in our my orders. This is my orders, and in here I will paste. Sorry, I need to copy this again. I will copy and paste in JSX here. So this is pasted. Now we need to import my order from our assets. I will use import my orders. You can see suggestion here, my orders. Now we just need to map here my orders. Okay, here we will use change here text my orders, and we will use here my orders. Okay, my orders contain which type of data structure. You can see here we have date, status, and total amounts. So we will use here date, then total amount, and here we will use date, status, total amount, payment method. Here we will use payment method like this, and I will duplicate this for status. So status of order will be visible here, and here I will change grade call 4. Why? Because we have, you can see here, 4 divs. So I will change this to 4, and here I will use item dot underscore id. So here you can see we have underscore id property. This will be fine, and here we will use, here we don't use this. We just need to show here item dot date, and after that we will use total amount. So here we will use item dot total amount. Here this is total amount. Okay, after that we are here, we need to show payment method. So I don't need these two this div. I will remove this div. I will just copy this and duplicate. Here we will use, I will remove this item dot. After date, what we have payment method. I will just copy this and write here item dot payment method, and here we will use in p tag item dot status like this. Okay, this is done. Now I just go to my page. Here this is my order page, and I will inspect here. Here is, I think, some issue. So here you can see currency is not defined. So we will import currency from our store. Const currency like this, and you use context, then add context. So this is done. Okay, now if I open my, you can see here my orders page. Okay, we need here one small issue. In above we have grade call 4, but here we have grade calls 3. So we just need to change here from grade calls 3 to 4. You can see here. I will just save the file, and I will save this. You can see here date of order, then total amount of the order, then payment method, then status. Okay, this is done. Now we need one thing, that is our checkout. If user adds some product in cart, then you can see this is our cart page, and when he click on this proceed to checkout, here this is checkout page. So we need to design this checkout page. For that we will open up our VS Code, and I will just close all these file wishlist cart, and just I will open the file checkout. So here you can see we will use some class name. This is class name property. py will be 12 like this, and background will be, I will use here color code. So you just need to paste this color code like this. Okay, inside this div we will also use here style property, and we will use background image. background image, and here you will use, okay, here we will use like this. Okay, here we need to use style and like this. Okay, this is done. Style. Now use background image property. This is background image, you can see here, and here we will use like this URL and small brackets, then $, and inside this we will use assets, and assets will be imported from our asset file. So I will import first assets from, this is assets, then inside this asset we have file asset.js. We will import assets from here, assets.js, sorry, assets.footer image. So this is our image. Okay, this is done like this. This is our class name property and this is our image. After this style, inside this div we will use one h1 tag, and here we will use checkout like this. Class name property, text will be 3XL, font will be bold like this, text will be white, because here we are using background color green type, so we need text white and text will be in center. If I open my checkout page, so here you can see this is our checkout page and beautiful background color. Okay, this is done. This below this h1 we will use one div, and inside this div we need one more div. But before adding one more div inside this div, I will use class name property and apply some classes on our parent div. This is will be flex will be called, flex will be called like this, md flex row like this. Item will be center and justify will be evenly. Items will be center and justify will be evenly. Evenly mean it will side by side, and gap of 6. This is done. Now this is our parent side. Inside this div we will have two more div. Okay, this is first div and I will just duplicate this and it will be our second div. Inside first div we need a one h1. So this is my h1, and here I will use cart summary text. This is our cart summary text. Just apply some class here. Text will be 2XL. Okay, 3XL is fine like this. Okay, and it will be on center. Text will be center like this, and this is our parent div, so we don't need any class on this parent div. Just take one more div below this h1 like this. Okay, inside this we need one class name property. So this is class name property, and here we will use maximum width of 4XL. We will use maximum width of 4XL and width will be full. It will occupy 4XL width, and inside this div let me apply some more classes also. Padding will be like 4, rounded will be on medium, rounded will be empty, and border text will be white. So this is done, and text will be center, margin bottom will be 8. So this is done for our div. Now inside this div, okay, this is our div. Inside this div we will use, okay, sorry, here we don't need a text center. Okay, I have just made mistake, and we don't need text white. We will use background white. Background will be white and border will be primary. Border will be primary, and we don't need this class margin bottom 8. Sorry, like this. Okay, this is done. Maximum width will be 4XL, width will be full, padding of 4, rounded and empty, and border background will be white and border primary. Okay, now inside this we just need to map our cart. So cart will be from our store. I will just take cart from my store and I will use navigate also, like this. We will use context, then we will use app context. This is app context, app context. This is done. Now on this cart dot map we will use item, like this. This is our item, and here we will use one div, like this. And here we need to take one key property which will identify uniquely each item dot underscore id. Then class name property, this is class name property, use width will be full, flex item will be center, flex items will be center, like this. Justify will be between. Inside this div we need one more div here, and I will use here image tag, and here just need item dot image of 0 index. You can see here we will use product first image, and width will be 20, width will be 20, and height will be also 20. So this is done. On this div we need some classes, and here we will use flex item will be center, gap of 4, and gap of 4, like this. Okay, this is done. Below this image tag we will use p tag, and here we will use item dot name, and below this p tag we will just take one more p tag, and here we will use currency. So we need to use currency, so I will use currency from our store. I will just use currency here, and beside this we will use item dot offer price, like this. Okay, this is done. Now below this I just need a p tag, and here we will show total amount. So like this, you can see here I don't need this because we have already calculated our total amount. So I will just use this cart total, get cart total here, like this, and we will call this function here. Okay, this is done. Now if I open my browser, so here you can see we have 3 items in our cart. Fresh garlic, this is the product image, this is name of product, and this is the price, offer price. Okay, I hope you have got this. We just need some gap from cart summary and this cart, and here we have used margin bottom 8 somewhere. This is carts, and here I will use my will be 5. Oh sorry, we will need here my will be 5. It will just take the gap from the bottom and top. So here you can see this is done. Okay, it is, or this left part is done. Now we need to apply styling on this right part. For that I will just close this div, and this is our right div. You can see here we have here our right div. Inside this I will just use some classes. So I will use class name property inside this. This is our class name property. Here we will use text will be white, flex will be column, like this, and gap of 6. So all the item inside this div will just take the gap of 6. Okay, this is done, and here we need one h1. So I will just copy this h1. No, this don't copy this h1. I will use here order summary, like this. Class name property, text will be 3xl, font will be bold, and below this h1 tag we will use one div tag, like this. And here we will use class name property flex, like this. Flex will be column. It means the items inside this div will be vertically, and we will use a gap of 6. Okay, this is done. Inside this div we will use one label tag. This is our label tag, and here we will use address. So HTML for address, like this. Here we will be select address like this. So address will be selected here. Inside this we just need a select box. Here we need select box. Okay, here just apply class name property. Width will be full, like this. Outline will be none, and border primary, like this. Border primary and padding of 2. Okay, this is done. Here we will use value property and on change. For that we will just take a state variable here, const. Here we will use address comma set address, and it will be use state. By default it will be USA. I am just taking it as a dummy address. When we will create our backend, so we will fetch this address from our backend. Okay, this is done. And here we will also need one more state, that is payment method. Here we will use payment method and set payment method, and by default it will be COD. It means cash on delivery. Okay, I hope you have got these two states. Okay, now we don't need here these. Just take value property, and here we will use address. This is the address, and we will use on change property, and here we will use set address. It will be e.target.value. Okay, below this, inside this select, we just need option, like this option, and here we will use first USA, like this. Just duplicate this, like this. Here we will use India. So these are two addresses. Okay, and below this select box we will just take one button, and we will use here add new address, like this. Just apply some classes on this button so it looks beautiful. Background will be primary, text will be white, cursor will be pointer, like this. PX will be 6 and PY will be 2, like this. Okay, if I open my browser now, so here you can see this is our order summary. Then select the address. User can select here address. Okay, we just need small change here. This is our option. On option we need to apply some classes, class name property, and here you use text gray 800, like this. And I will copy this class and paste it inside this option also. Okay, this is done. Now if you can see I can select easily India or USA. Okay, if I click on this add new address, we will open a new page where user can add address on which he will receive this order. Okay, for now we just need an on click property. For that I have already used here navigate from our store. So just apply here on click property, and we will use, instead of address we have add address path. If I check this path in app.js, so here you can see we have add address path here. I will just copy and paste here for surety. Okay, so this is done. And if I click on this, so you can see if I click on this, I will go to add address page, and here you can see add address text. So I hope you have got this. By clicking this we will add new address, and below this we just need one more select box. For that I will just copy this above. I am going to copy this div. I will just copy this div and paste it below this div. Okay, below this div I will just paste. This is our div, and here I will paste, and I don't need here button. Okay, so I will remove button from here. I will just remove button from here, and here we will use select payment method like this. Here we will use, instead of address, we will use payment method, sorry, and here we will use set payment method like this. And here we will use value property also. We did not use here value, so here we will use value, and here we will use COD like this, and just copy this, and here we will use value property online like this. So here we will use COD, and here online like this. I hope you have got the point. I am just copying above div and pasting it. So this is also done. If I open my browser again, so here you can see select payment method. If I select online, it will be online or COD. Okay, this is done. Below this we just need one button. So below this div, you can see here below this div we will use button, and here we will use ternary operator. And if we check if, so check if payment method is equal to COD. If payment method is equal to COD, then here we will use text placeholder, else we will use place now. Okay, just apply some classes here, like background will be primary, text will be white, cursor pointer px2, and py will be 2. So just open my browser. So here you can see, if I select here online, so our text of the button will be changed to pay now. You can see here pay now. If I choose COD, then you can see here place order. So this is our done, our card pages. Okay, now if I click on this add new address, so here we need one form where user can add new address, and this address will be stored in the MongoDB collection. So just open this add address page, and we will design this. For that we just need here some state variable of address. Const, we will use here form data like this, form data, and set form data. We will use state. Use state will be imported. If in your case it is not imported by default, you can import manually. Okay, so here I am going to paste some state variable like this. So user can enter name, email, city, country, zip code, and state. These are the mandatory fields. User need to pass these while adding the address. So here we will use const handle change like this, and we will take one email and use set form data like here. We will use form data, then comma, and we will use square brackets. Here we will use e.target.name colon e.target.value. This is done. Okay, after that we will use submit handler, const submit handler like this, and here we will use e.prevent default, and we will also use here toast. So toast will be imported from React hot toast and use like this. Okay, you can see here toast is imported, so our submit handler is also created. Okay, this is done. After that we need to create our JSX code. Here we will use class name, and here we will use same checkout. I will just copy the classes like this, class name and style. We need both, and I will paste in our parent div. This is done. This is our, so we need here assets. I will import assets. You can see here suggestions. I will import assets, and one more thing we need here navigate. So I will use navigate from our store. Use context, then we will use app context. This is done. Okay, so inside this div we need one more div, and inside this div we will use form tag like this, and we don't need any action here. And there is one property of form which is on submit, and here we will reference the submit handler. This submit handler we will reference here, and just apply here class name property. Maximum width will be XL, max width will be XL, and width will be full like this. MX will be auto, and text will be white, padding of 4, so it will take padding from all sides. And we will use border will be white like this, and it will be rounded. So this is done. In the form tag we will use a one div. This is our div, and inside this I will use a label, and this is label for name like this, sorry, just name like this. Okay, this is for name, and below this we will use input tag. Type will be text, and placeholder will be enter your name. Placeholder we will use here placeholder, and required will be true, so we will use here required property, and we will use name, and name will be name. Value will be form data name, sorry, value will be form data dot name, form data dot name, because we have here form data state variable. Inside this we have one object in which we have these properties, so to get the property of an object we use dot, so here we will use form data dot name. I hope you have got this point. And here we need on change like this, and here reference the handle change. So this is done. Just use your class name property, and width will be full, width will be full, outline will be none like this. Border will be white, this is border will be white, and py will be 3, rounded, padding of 2. So this is done. Just need some classes to apply on this div. So here we will use text will be white, flex call, and gap of 2, margin bottom 4. This is done. So this is suggestion. Text will be white, flex call, gap of 2, and margin bottom. If I now visit my, you can see here we have this. Okay, one small issue is that we don't show here border. For that we need to, okay, border we will use here border like this. Now we will show border. So here you can see this is the border. Okay, this is done. For like that we just need now more fields. I am going to copy and paste these fields. You just need to write below this div. This is our first div, and I will just paste here. We will use email, and type will be email, name will be email, on change will be handle change, and value will be form data dot email, because now we are handling the email input. And here we will use enter your email. Below this we will use city, so I am going to copy and paste below this div. Here you can see we have label city, input type text, name city, on change, handle change. So these are similar, that's why I am just copy and pasting, else it will take our time. Below this div one more for country, this is our country, and below this one more div will be for zip code like this. This is zip code. Number tag will be number, name will be zip code, and here you can see we have zip code here, sorry, here we will use country, here we need to use zip code like this. Okay, I hope now you have got the point. This is our zip code. Our zip code is done. Form data dot country, while we have your countries, use your C, sorry, like this. Okay, this is done. Country and zip code, form data dot zip, remove E from here and also from here. Okay, after zip code we just need one more input field, which is state. So this is our state input. You can see here below this div we will use one button, and I will use here add address. Just apply some classes here. and we will use width full. Background will be primary. Text will be white. Cursor will be pointer. py will be 3. Okay, I hope you have got this. Now if we visit our browser, so here you can see user can enter name, email, city, country, zip code and state. When he click on this add address, so it will redirect it to the our checkout page. For that we need here navigate. You can see here we have submit handler. After this toast we just need to use navigate. This is our navigate to checkout page. Okay, I hope you have got this point. Now I am going to check this inspect. We will console values, that we are getting our values or not. I will just clear this, and here we will use any state, Punjab, and if I click on this add address, you can see here add address is successfully and we are redirected to checkout page. Okay, and here you can see in console we have city, country, email, name, state and zip code. So this is done. In this way we have completed our checkout page and add address page. So I think we are now done our user side. Now it's time to build our admin dashboard, but before that we need to just push this code on our GitHub so that it will be picked by Vercel on our live project. For that I will open my project folder. So my project folder is in desktop. Then here we have grocery, and I will open this grocery in my terminal. So my terminal is opened. You can see here I will use just git add dot, then we will git commit -m, and here we will use Frontend of user side is done. Okay, now just git commit. Okay, we have spelling mistake. Git commit -m user side Frontend is done. Frontend is completed like this. So we need to push this. For that we will use git push. So our code is pushed on the GitHub. You can see here we have pushed. If I check, I will open my GitHub account and we will see a new commit. User side is completed. For that I will open my repositories. Let me open my repositories, and here I have grocery merge stack. You can see here updated now. If I click on this, you will see a text. So here will be commit. So you can see commit user side Frontend is completed. If we check on our Vercel, I am open to Vercel. So our project is successfully detected by Vercel, and it was implemented on our live URL. So this is our project on Vercel. I am just going to open this. Okay, our domain is here. You can see grocery 8 Indo something like this. If I click on this, so here you can see this is our live URL. If here you can see this is our other live URL. I have already deployed this demo quick grocery store, and here this is our different live URL grocery 8 something idle.vercel.app. Okay, here you can see now we have implemented our you can see add to cart and add wish list. If I click on this cart, you can see here we have cart functionality. If I go to proceed to checkout, you can see here cart summary, and here if I click on this add address like this, if I click on this button, you can see here address added successfully, and we are redirected to checkout page. If I click on this add to favorite icon, you can see here this. If I remove this, you can see product removed from the favorite. If I log in here and if I click on this my orders, you can see here my order page is also working. So this was about our user side. Now we are going to build admin dashboard. Okay, now we have to add a one button in front of this contact named with the admin dashboard. So I will open my Navbar. So this is components folder. Inside I have one Navbar, and in front of this contact we need one button. So I will use here button tag, and inside this button we will use admin dashboard text. Okay, we will apply some classes here. Class name property, background will be primary, text will be white like this, px will be 6 and py will be 2, cursor will be pointer like this. Okay, if we visit now our browser, so here you will see a admin dashboard button. You can see here this is our button. We need to just round this, so I will use your class rounded full. This is rounded full, so it is looking perfect. After this we need here one on click. When user click on this on click, it will open admin dashboard. For that we will use navigate. You can see here navigate and path of admin /admin. Okay, if I click on this admin button, so you can see we are on the admin. You can see here admin path. So we need to create this admin dashboard for. So I will just copy this button and paste it inside the mobile menu also, so user can see it on mobile menu. So here is our contact, and like this. Here I will use px will be 4 like this. Okay, this is done. If I click on this admin, so we need to create for admin pages. Let me create here a new folder named with the admin. I will create a new folder in pages folder admin, and here we will use some admin pages. So first of all we need to create here admin login.jsx, and here we will create form for admin login. For that we will just copy the code of our login. I will copy this login.js code and I will paste it in admin login.jsx. okay, like this. So we need to change this login to admin login like this, and I will also change this button this function name above. Here we will use admin login. So we are importing this assets from our assets. So now we are in inner directory, so for that we will use here like this. Okay, and also like here we will use double dot then /. Okay, now it is perfect because we are now in admin folder. Inside this we have this admin login. That's why we need to update our import. Okay, this is done. We just need to update these two assets and app context. It is done. Here we need some text which is okay, admin login is, we will change it to admin login like this. Background image will be same and email and password will be same. We don't need this p tag because admin can only login, don't need to sign up. Okay, this is done. If I now open like this, okay, this will work, but because we did not have created any route for that, that's why I'm getting nothing. So we will open our app.jsx. You can see here this is app.jsx. I will use here one comment admin routes. Okay, here I will use comment so that you can understand easily. I will use your route tag like this. it will be opening and closing tag like this, and here we will use path, and path will be /admin like this. Okay, this will be our path for admin. You can see here this is done, admin path. Okay, after this we just need element, so I will use here element property, and here we will use like this. I will just, okay, first we need to do something here, and it is, I will use admin state in my app context. Here I am already using user state. I'm going to show you. You can see here we have user. For admin we want like this, one more state. Here it will be admin, and it will be set admin. So these two states we need to pass in our value object so that we can access in our all pages. So I am going to paste here. So here you can see I have pasted these admin and set admin. Now we need this admin in our app.js. For that I will just use const admin like this, and use context. You can see here use context, and inside use we will use app context. Okay, now we need to check here if admin is available, then we need to show any page, otherwise we will redirect admin to the login page. But before that we need to create here admin pages, so we will create all admin pages. So I will create this admin folder and create a new folder, and create a new file, not a folder. Here we will create new file, and admin will, and first of all our page will be admin layout .js like this, and we will use refce. This is, after that admin can add category, so we will add category page, add category.jsx. we will use refce add category, and we will use all categories here. So in this we will show all categories .jsx refce like this. After that admin can add product, so we will use add product.jsx like this. We will use refce also here, and we will create one more page for all products.jsx refce, and one more, and it will be orders, where admin can see all the orders and change their status, orders.jsx like this. Okay, this is done. Admin login is already created here. You can see here admin login. Okay, we will create one more page, will be dashboard.jsx. Now we will use refce. Okay, we have created all pages for our admin. I will just close all these pages, close, save, and will create routes for these pages. I will open app.jsx, and inside this you can see here element. Inside this element we need to check first if admin is login, then we will show here admin layout. You can see here we will show admin layout like this, else we will show admin login. I hope you have got this point. I am going to explain this again. Here we are just using admin path admin. If admin is login, then we will show this admin layout page, else we will show admin login. You can see here we have admin from our app context, means our store, and if the value of this admin will be true, then we will show this admin layout, else we will show this admin login. Okay, I hope you have got my point. And inside this routes, okay, inside, we will use here route, not routes, like this. Okay, this is done. This is for admin, and inside this we will use one route tag, and this will be just self closing route, and here we will use index. Okay, here we will use index, and element will be dashboard. So we want when admin login, first of all he can see the dashboard. So for that we will use here dashboard. If admin is login, we will again check. If admin is login, then we will use here dashboard like this, dashboard, else we will show here admin login like this. Okay, sorry, like this. Okay, we just need to import here admin layout, admin login and dashboard pages. For that I will just import admin login, then we will use admin layout, all categories, all products, orders and add product. I am importing all these pages. Okay, so what we will do, this is done. You can see here our this route is done. For admin dashboard I will just copy this, and here we don't need this index, we need here path, and path will be add category like this. Okay, this will be our path, and here instead of dashboard we will use add category page like this. We have already imported this add category, so okay, we have not imported yet. I will just duplicate this, and you can see here add category is imported. Okay, add category is done. We just need now, I will just duplicate this add category route, and this will be our add product like this. And here we will use, if admin is login, then we will show add product, add products. It should be add products, not add product. You can see here, okay, add product, sorry, this is add product. Okay, I will again duplicate this, and here we will show all category, or we can see this categories like this, and here we will show all category like this. This is our page. Then I will again duplicate this, and here we will show products. This is our products, and here we will show all products, sorry, all products like this. After all products we will show one more for orders. So here we will write orders, this will be our path, and here we will use orders. Okay, this is done. Okay, now we have created our all routes for admin. First of all, when admin click on admin login, it will be directed to the login page. If admin is already not logged in, then these are all the routes. I am just going to check this. Here you can see here we have not logged in, so that's why here I am showing, I mean admin is not login, that why there is showing admin login. When admin will be login, then this will be not showing. We will show a dashboard page. I'm going to customize this login page. Let me do, there is admin login, and instead of here set user we will use set admin, because here we need to set admin true. Email and password will be correct, and here we will use set admin true, and we just need to import here toast. So we will import here toast. Okay, toast is already imported, I think so. Okay, you can see here toast is already imported, and admin is everything else. Okay, we will redirect it to the /admin page right after login. Okay, this is done. When we will login, I am going to login with the any dummy email. If I click on this login, so you can see here admin is logged in, and you can see admin layout. So we need to create this admin login page. For that we will, I will close this. I am going to also close this, and I will open admin login, admin layout, sorry, where is our admin layout? This is admin layout page. Okay, this is done. So I am going to open my admin layout. This is admin layout, and here we will use some classes. I will use here some classes. So our class will be, we will use class name property, you can see here, and flex height will be screen. I will use here flex, and height will be screen. Height will be screen like this, and success sorry, bg gray 100, bg of gray like this. Okay, this is done. Now we need a button for mobile. For that I will just use here some states. Okay, we need here first const admin set admin from our store, set admin and navigate. Like this we will use context here, use context, then we will use app context. So here we will use app context. This is our app context. Okay, this is done. This is done. We will use here location also, const location, like this, and we will use here use location. This is our this we will import this from React Route to DOM. You can see here we have imported this use location from this from React Route to DOM. Okay, this is done. After that we just need here sidebar state, because we are going to use here sidebar. For that I will use const sidebar set sidebar. Okay, sidebar open, set sidebar open, like this, and we will use here use state, and by default it will be false, like this. This is our sidebar, sorry, set sidebar, like this. Sidebar and set sidebar open, by default it will be false. Okay, now here we need to define some menu items, means some links. For that we will just create one array of object, const menu items, like this, menu items, and it will be array, and inside this array we will use object. So we will first use path. Our path will be /admin. Okay, like this, and we will use here comma, sorry, instead of this equal sign we will use colon, like this. And after that we will use here name, and name will be dashboard. Our this menu item name will be dashboard. After dashboard we will use here icon. So icon will be imported from Lucid React. Okay, so we will use here layout, like this, layout dashboard. You can see here this is from Lucid React. I will click this and it will be imported. You can see here layout dashboard from Lucid React. Okay, this is done, and we will use exact property, exact, like that, and it will be true. It means it will just, when we click on admin, it will just open this dashboard. Okay, this is first object. We need just duplicate this, like this, and our new path will be /admin /add category, like this, and will be here add category. Text will be add category, like this, and icon will be here plus icon will be imported from Lucid React. So I will, sorry, it will be plus. So you can see here plus icon, and we don't need this exact property, and I will also remove exact from below objects, like this. We just need exact in our first admin path. Okay, this is done for our category, and now we need product. For that we will use here /admin /add product, and here we will use add product, like this, and icon will be package. Package will be imported from Lucid React. Okay, this is done. After that we need here all categories. So we will use here admin, then all category, admin /all category, or we can see categories, like this, and it will be all categories, like this. And it here we will use grade 3x3, grade 3x3, sorry, grade 3x3. This is the icon for grid. Okay, this is done. I will just duplicate this, and here we will use admin products and all products. We are just creating here menu links, please don't confuse. Okay, this will be same, icon will be same, and here we will use admin /orders, like this, and it will be orders. And here we will use, instead of layout, we will use shopping cart, shopping cart will be imported from Lucid React. Okay, these are the menu items we need to use. I have also here added the path which we have created in our app.jsx. You can see here all the path I have provided here, and these are the name of our menu items, and here we are using the icons. Okay, this is done. Now we just need one more function, and it will check that our which menu is active currently. So I will use const is active like this, and it will accept path parameter like path and exact will be false like this. Okay, I hope you have got the point. Okay, then we will use here arrow function like this, and inside this arrow we will use if exact true means if exact, then we will use here return location.path name is equal to path name, location.path name is equal to path. Okay, this is for exact. If our exact is false, then we just need to active our admin, which is our dashboard. Okay, I hope you have got this point. After that, if below this, if we will return location.path name is equal to location.path name is equal to path. Okay, I hope you have got the point like this. Okay, this is done. Now below this function we just one more function for logout, and it will just log out the user, sorry admin, const logout. You can understand it, and here we will just set admin will be false and navigate to home page, and we will use toast notification. So toast will be imported from React hot toast, and we will use here logout successfully. Okay, this is our JS code. We have done everything here. We now just need here in our JSX. So this is our first div, which is parent div, and I will use a comment below this like this, mobile menu button. Okay, it will open the mobile menu. For that we will use here a div like this, and inside this we will use button tag button. So here we will use class name property, and it will be on LG, it will be hidden. You can see here why we are using, because we are just showing this on medium and mobile devices. So on large screen it will be hidden, and it will be fixed, sorry, it will be fixed like this, and it will be top 4. Okay, and left will be also 4 like this, left, not a lefty, this is left, and we will use here z index of 50. So this is the classes of our div, and here we will use a menu, here we will use icons. So here if check sidebar open like this, if sidebar is open, then we will use here like X icon from our Lucid React like this. Okay, and this is size, we will define here size, and size will be 24 like this. Okay, and I will just close this like this, and here we will use else menu. So this will be our menu from Lucid React, and here also we will use size of 24. So like this. I hope you have got the point. Inside this button, instead of any text, we use here icons. If sidebar will be open, then we will use here cross icon, else we will use here menu icon, and we just need some classes on this button tag. So I will apply classes. Padding will be 2 rounded on MD, rounded on MD. Background will be white like this, and on hover BG will be gray 50. On hover BG gray of 50 like this, and transition colors like this. So these are some classes of our button for mobile menu. Okay, beside this, sorry, if I check this, you can see here, but we need here, you can see here on medium devices we have this button, you can see here. Okay, but on large screen we don't see this button because on LG we have hidden this. Okay, below this div I am going to use here one comment, and it will be sidebar like this, and just use a div here, and we will use here some classes. So classes will be dynamic. For that I will use here, I will copy and explain to you. So here we use class name property, and here we applied dynamic class curly bracket. Then after that we will use here backticks, fixed inside y0, left 0, z index of 40, width of 64, background white, shadow XL, transform, transition transform, duration of 300, ease and out. And on large it will be translate x0, lg static, and lg inside 0. If sidebar is open, then translate x0, else translate x full. Okay, these are the classes of our this first paradigm of sidebar. Inside this we will just take one more div like this. We will just take one div, and it will be flex will be column, and height full. So we will use class name property, and we will use flex call and height full. It will give me suggestion, so I am going to accept this. Okay, this is done, and here we will use here, I am going to use here comment so that you don't confuse. We will use div, and inside this div we will use h1 tag, and here we will use admin panel like this. We can use here our also logo, but admin panel is okay. Okay, so here apply some classes on this div. Class name property, flex items will be center like this, and justify will be center. Justify will be also center. Height of 16 we will give, px will be 4 like this, and bg will be primary like this. Text will be white. This is done, and inside this div we are using admin panel. If I open this, you can see here admin panel text. This is looking very nice. Okay, below this div we will use here navbar. So I will use here one more comment, navigation, and here we will use tag which is nav, our built-in semantic tag of HTML, and use a class name property. Class name property flex 1, we will use flex 1, px will be 4, sorry, px will be 4 and py will be 6 like this. Space y will be 2, space y will be 2 like this. Space y will be 2, and overflow y will be auto. Overflow y will be auto like this. Inside this navbar we just map our menu item we have created earlier. You can see here we have this menu items, so it's time to map these menu items. Just map your menu items, dot map. Sorry, here we will use one item. Let me see what is the issue here. Okay, it will be menu items. So menu items, and we will use here index. Okay, we will use here index like this. After that we will use here arrow and small brackets. Okay, this is done. Like here we have now use okay, we will just do one thing here. Instead of curly bracket after this arrow we will use here, sorry, small bracket. Instead of small bracket we will use here curly bracket, and this will be const icon. We will here use const icon like this. Const icon will be item dot icon like this. Okay, it will represent the icon of each item. Then here we will use const active like this. Active is equal to is active. We will use call here our function item dot path. We will use here item dot path like this, and item dot exact. Okay, here we have call our is active function which we have created earlier. Okay, after that we just need a return here like this, and we will use small brackets like this. Below this we will use link tag, which will be imported from React router DOM. Here you can see this, and like this, close it. And here we will use two property. Okay, first of all we use here key, and key will be item dot key will be our index, and 2 will be item dot path, because here we want to redirect the user this path. So here the property of link will be item dot path. And one more thing, here we will use on click, when user will click on each menu. So here we will use set bar false. So like this, set sidebar will be false, set sidebar like this will be false. So this is done, and below this we will use definitely a class name property. So I am going to copy and paste and to explain you. So here on this link tag we have used this class name property, and here we have used curly bracket because we are using here dynamic classes, and this is backticks, not a quote. Okay, flex items will be center, px will be 4, py will be 3, text small, font medium, rounded on large, transition all, and duration of 200. Then here we are using dynamic class. If active, then we will use here these classes, which is background blue 100, text primary, border right 4, and border primary. If this is not active, then we will use these classes, text gray on hover bg gray 100, and on hover text gray 900. Okay, this is done. After that we just need inside this link tag our icon, like this icon, and size will be 20, like this, and I will close this like this. So this is our close, and I will use a class name, and it will be margin right 3. It will take margin from right 3, and below this we will use item.name like this. Okay, if I open my browser now, so here you can see this is very beautiful icons and text. If I click on this category, you can see here our path is changing, add category, and this is becoming active. If I click on add product, you can see here add product. If I click on all categories, you can see here categories. If I click all products, you can see products, and if I click this orders, you can see orders. Let me check the path here. It is products. Okay, categories and products. So if I click on products, so you can see, okay, this is done. Okay, now it is done. Below this navbar, you can see here, I will close this app. Below this navbar, here our navbar is closing. Below this navbar we will use here footer. So I am going to use here footer like this, and I will just take a one div, and inside this div we will use one more div. Okay, first I will handle this parent div. So we will use class name property and padding of 4 like this. Border will be top like this, and border gray of 200 like this. Inside this div, here we will use flex. Items will be center, and text will be, sorry, class name property flex. Items will be center like this, and we will use here text sm, means text will be our small, and text gray of 500, text gray of 500 like this. And inside this div we need to create one more div. You can see this is our third div, and here also we will use class name property like this. We will use here width and height. So we will use width of 8, height of 8 like this, sorry, width and height of 8. Background will be gray of 300 like this. Rounded will be full, rounded will be, sorry, rounded will be full, and margin top 3, sorry, margin right 3. This is done, and here we need one more div, and inside this we just need text. So here we will use div, and here we will use one div. Inside this div we will use admin user, and copy, just duplicate this div, and here you use admin, sorry, admin example.com. This will be our email for admin, and just apply some classes here. Class name property, font will be medium like this, and text graph 900, graph 800 will be fine. Okay, like this. If I open my browser, so here you can see we have here this. Let me just check here. We have small issue, I think so. This is our below this nav we have padding of 4, border top and border gray 200, then flex items will be center, text sm and gray of 500, then width 8, height 8, background will be 300 rounded full, and here we are using this, so I will use a class name flex. If I use a flex, then okay, admin user, no, we don't need here class name. Okay, so just you can see here admin user and admin@example.com. okay, this is okay for now. If you can skip this footer. Okay, I am leaving it like this. So this is done, and now it's time for our mobile overview. Okay, for that we just need a below this I will use here one comment below this footer tag. So this is our footer. Below this footer I will use like this, and below this I will use here this comment. Before our last div we will use this, because this is the sidebar. This includes everything sidebar. You can see here sidebar. If I close this sidebar, you can see this is our sidebar, and this will be our mobile overlay. And here I will check if sidebar is open. If sidebar is open, then we will use and operator like this, and here we will use one div like this, and here we will use class name property inside this div. This will be class name, and here you will use fixed like this. Inside will be 0, the index of 30, and background will be, here we will use background opacity 50. Okay, background black like this, background opacity will be 50 like this, fixed inside 0, and background will be black, sorry, like this. Okay, it is done, and here we will just use on click. I am going to apply here on click like this, and it will be when sidebar menu is clicked, that will be close. Okay, this is done. Now it is done, and below this we will use main content. Below this we will use a heading of main content, and main content will be there. This is the main content. Here we will render main content. For that we just need a top bar. First I will create one div, and I will apply some classes on this div. So this will be our class name. You can see here flex1, flex will be called overflow hidden, and on large margin left will be 0. Okay, and here we will use top bar. I will comment here top bar, and below this we will use here header tag. This is a semantic tag. Okay, and here we will use classes. So here I will use class name property like this. Background will be white, shadow sm, border bottom, border gray of 200, on large padding left will be 0, padding left will be 16. Okay, this is for classes for our header. Inside this we will just take one div, and inside this we will use h2 tag, and here we just check if menu items we will use your menu items dot find. We will use here dot find method like this, and inside this we will take one item like this, and we will check is active like this. If is active, then item dot path like this, and we will also use item dot exact like this. So this we need to apply classes for this div, which is below this header. So I will use here some classes you just need to apply here these classes. Flex items will be center, justify between, and px will be 6, py will be 4. Okay, this is done, and we just need some classes for h2 here. So text will be 2xl, font will be semi bold. Text will be 2xl, font will be semi bold like this, and text gray of 800. Text gray of 800. This is done. Okay, if I open, you will see here. Just log in me again. So okay, let me inspect this in console. Here we have some issue, and issue is objects are not valid as React child. Okay, let me see this. Okay, sorry, we have some problem here. We just need here question mark, then we will use here dot name, because we don't use here menu item dot name. That's why that it is giving error. And else, if this is not, if we cannot find this, then we will show here admin panel like this. Okay, if I open again, login and open something, you can see here this is our dashboard text, and this is coming from here. We are using here h2 tag, and our dashboard text is okay. This is top bar from top. This is header. Okay, below this h2 tag we will just take one more button, sorry, one more div. This is div, and inside this we will use class name hidden, like it will be hidden, and mediums on medium devices it will be flex like this, and items will be center space x4, space x will be 4 like that. Inside this we will just take one more div and apply some classes on this div also. So just apply here classes like this, and inside this we will just take p tag, and here we will use logout text. So I will apply some classes on this also, and we need to call here on click also, which we have created above function. So these are the classes for logout p tag. Cursor pointer on hover, underline, text will be red, text lg, and font semi bold. Here we will use on click event, on click, and here we will just reference the logout, and this logout is already created. So here we create logout. You can see we have created this logout to apply on this p tag. Okay, I hope this is, you can understand this. Just open, you can see here we have logout button and dashboard. Beautiful. So after this header tag we just need one main. So this is our header like this. So apply here a main tag, which is our semantic tag again, and here we will use some classes, class name property, and use flex will be 1, overflow x will be hidden, overflow y will be auto, and background gray bg gray. Okay, we don't need bg gray because we already have bg gray padding of 6. This is done, and here we just need one div. Inside this we will use outlet, which will be imported from React router DOM. You can see here this is outlet. It will import it, and it will render all the other pages which is clicked. Okay, I am going to explain you, don't worry. This is the class name, and here we will use maximum width of 7xl and mx auto. Okay, this outlet is used because when we click on this add category, the text of this page will be appear here. Okay, you can see here this is because of using this outlet, and it will be imported from our React router DOM. Okay, this is done. Now we just need to create our this dashboard, because our admin layout is done. Now we need our dashboard. So for that we just open our dashboard. I will just close this and open this dashboard. So for dashboard we just need to create here some data. So const data, like, sorry, I will use like the data this. So data, and it will be an array of object. So I am going to paste here some dummy data, we will use here our actual data from our dashboard, from our backend, when we will create our backend. So you can see here we have data array of object. This is the first object. Here we will use total products and value of this total product. Then we will use icon. So this package will be imported from Lucid React, and here you can see title of total customer, then value. Then we will also import this user from Lucid React. You need to import this. I am importing. Okay, then we will use total orders, then value, and we will use here like this, import this, and this is the title, and this is the actual value, and here we will use icon. So I will import this icon. So our icon is imported. You can see $, package, shopping cart, and users icon. These are imported. And below this in JSX, this is our first div, and here I will use space x6. So I will use here class name property space x6, sorry, space y6, space y will be 6. I will just remove one dash here. Okay, this is done, and inside this we will use one div. In div we will use h1 tag, and here we will use dashboard overview text. This will be like this, sorry, dashboard overview. And here we need to apply some classes on this h1. So I will just apply here classes. You can see text to Excel, font bold, text gray 900, and margin bottom 2. Okay, this is done. Below this div, this is our div. Below this div we will just use card. So I will use here text simple card, because we are using a very simple card, and these are dummy. And I will use here div tag and apply some classes. Here I will use some classes. So our classes will be grade call 1, and on medium devices grade call will be 2, and large devices grade call will be 4, and gap will be 6, and margin bottom of 8. Inside this just map the data.map like this, and we will take one item here and index like this. Okay, here we will just use, instead of this we will use curly brackets, and here we will use const icon like this, and it will be item.icon, and below this we will use return like this, and here we will use one div tag. This is our div tag, and we will use here key property, and it will be index. Key property will be index, and we will use class name, and class name will be background will be white like this. Rounded will be LG, and border, this is the border, and border graph 200, border graph 200 like this, padding of 6. This is done. And below this means inside this div we will just take one more div like this and apply some classes on this. So this is our child div. Here we need these classes: flex, item center, space x3, and we will use here icon like this. We will use here size of 24, and we will use class name property text gray of 500, text gray of 500 like this. Below this icon we will use one more div, and inside this div we will use a p tag, and here we will just use item.title and just duplicate this. Sorry, we will use here h3 tag. Instead of p tag we need here h3 tag, and there will be item.value. So here we need some simple classes on p tag and h3 tag. So I will use here like this. These are the classes of p tag: text small, text gray 600, and for h3 we will use classes also. So these are the classes for h3: text to Excel, font bold, and text gray of 9. Okay, this is done. If I open my dashboard now, so I will log in again. So here you can see dashboard overview text, then total products, total customer, total orders, and total revenue. Okay, this is done. Now we need to create this add category page. You can see here we need add category page, but before this add category we will show this all categories here. You can see here we need to show all categories. We will first show all categories, then we will show all products, and then we will work on this. So I will open all categories page. I will just close this and I will open all categories. This is all categories page, and here I will use categories from our store. Const categories data like this, from use context, then app context. You can see here we have categories data. If I open my app context, and here we have categories data, you can see here. So we are using this categories data here. Okay, I hope you have got this point. And we just need here to paste we will paste here our this my cart. You can see here cart.jsx, and this is the table. So we just need this table. I will just copy this div, or I can use here this my orders. You can see here my orders. So I will copy this table my orders, because we need this table. No, we need to copy table, this wish list table. You can see here wish list table. So we will copy this, because here we are using actions, and inside action we are using this X icon, cross icon. So that's why we don't need to again this. I just copy this and I will paste here all categories like this. I will just do this, and here I will map this categories data instead of favorite like this. Okay, and here we will use category. Just category have just one image, so I will use item.image. Okay, then category name, then category don't have this price. I will just first remove this plus icon, and I will import this X icon. Okay, and I will again, this will be all categories like this. Okay, this is done. So you can see here we have categories. If I open my app, and here you can see categories data in assets. Sorry, I will open assets and assets.js. Here we will see this is my categories data. Here we have category name, category image, and category. So just we have two, category name and image. So I will use here category name. So here we will use category name. Here we will use category name, and here we will use category image. So first will be image, and then we will use here name, and it will be actions. Action will be same, and here we will use just call 3, because here we have 3 headings of the table. So here also we will use grid call 3. Okay, item.image, then this p tag will be control X I will use, and I will remove this p tag, and instead of this use this item.name. And here you can see we are using remove from favorite. Instead of remove from favorite, we will call here our API later. First, for now I am going to import this, and I will use here just like this. Okay, this is done. If I open my categories now, so if I click on all categories, so you can see here category image and category name, and here you can see here we have button. When admin will click this on click button, then this category will be deleted, but we will delete this category when we will create our backend. So I need to give gap between them. You can see here. Okay, for that I will use just here you can see this is the div. I will use margin top of 4 like this. Now you can see here a gap. Okay, this is done. I will just copy this whole. Okay, I will just copy this whole all category code, and I will paste it in all products. I will just delete this and paste all category text, and it will be all products. And I need to replace this all products with this function name. All instead of all categories we will use all products, and here we will use all products data, not all products data just. And here we will use like this products data, and we need to show first product image. So here we will use item.images because product have multiple images, so we will use first index images, and I will just copy this name and will paste below this image like this. Okay, this is done. So okay, it is done. If I open my all products page like this, and here you can see all category, we will change this to all products like this. Here you can see instead of image we will use here product, and we don't need this name. Here you can see product image and name, product image and name. And if I open my demo website, this is our demo website, and if I log in here admin, I will use here dummy admin, and if I click on all products, so you can see here we have product, then product name like this. So I will also do the same. This is the product and product name. For that, what we'll do, I will copy this again, I will cut this and paste here. Okay, now it is looking same exactly like this. So you can see here product and product name, and here you can see we have 7 headings. For that, what we will do, we will just change this call 3 to call 7, and here also we use call 3 to call 7. I will just copy and save this, and you can see here we have this. Okay, so what we need here, product name and category and price. So we will use here item.category and item.price and item.offer price. So for now I will duplicate this div. You can see it will be item.category. It will show the item.category, and here we need currency icon. So we will import here currency, and I will use here currency like this. I will use here currency and inside curly brackets like this, item.price. It will be item.price, and I will just duplicate this, and it will be item.offer price. Offer price. Okay, just visit our browser, and here you can see this is okay. We need this heading category, and it will be price, and here we will use offer price. Okay, this is offer price. This is done. If I now visit, you can see product image, then product name, category of product, price, offer price, and action button. Here we use weight also, so here we will use weight. I will just duplicate this, and here we will use weight, and here we will use weight. I will duplicate this offer price and remove currency from here. We will use item.wgt weight. So here weight is visible. So this is also done. Our products page is also done. So admin can delete product from here. This is done. Now we need this orders. So we have already done orders. For that we will use just orders. Here you can see my orders here. Okay, this is my orders. I will just duplicate all this like this. I will duplicate and I will paste it in orders here, and I will change this my order to just orders like this, and here also will be orders, because we are now in admin folder, and inside admin we have in order folder. That's why we will use here double dot then forward slash, and also here we will use double dot and forward slash. Okay, and currency is also here. My orders is there. Okay, so it will use, instead of this we will use all orders like this date, like this is done. Okay, let me open this orders. You can see here my orders. Just I will use again. Here you can see if I click on orders, you can see here my orders. So I will change this to, I forgot to save. I will save this, and you can see here all orders. Okay, date, amount, payment method, and status. So we need status in select box, so admin can change the status of this order. Okay, for now what we will do, we will just change this to you can see here we have like this. Okay, we don't like this. I will use here select box like this, and we will here use name property, and name will be status, like this. I will remove this id and use here class name property. So we will use class name property like this. What we have done here, background will be 50, border gray, then text gray, text sm rounded. Then if I do like this, you can see here focus ring blue 500, then focus border blue 500, block width will be full, padding of 2.5. This is done, and inside this select box we will use options. So we will use option, and first of all it will be processing. So I will use here processing like this, and here also use processing. This is processing, and just duplicate and it will be shipped like this. And below this we will use one more, which is delivered like this, and cancelled. Okay, these are the select box. Okay, for that we will also create one state variable to changes, but we will create later when we will create our backend. If now I visit, you can see here status, so admin can change the status of any order. So this is done. I hope you have got this point. So this is done. Now we just need two things, add category and add product. So let's first create this page, add category, then we will create add product. So let's create this add category. So for that I will just close all these and open add category. You can see here. Okay, so here we need to create in our app.js. we are already using, we don't use loading, we will use loading state here, so that we can show loading when our category is creating. I will just use here loading state, duplicate this, and we will use loading, then set loading like this. Okay, and by default it will be false. This is done. I will just copy these two states, login and set login, state and state variable, and pass inside our value object. Okay, this is done now. Okay, it is now done. I will just open my category page, and here we will use some state variable, okay, to handle the category. Okay, so category will have image and name. I will use const form data like this, and set form data. Inside this we will use name property like this, and image, and it will be null like this. Okay, this is done. Now what we need one more variable for file, to handle the file. We will use const file comma set file like this, and here we will use state, it will be null, use state null. You can see here I have imported use state. You should also import this, and here I will also create one more state variable to show the preview of the states. You can see here preview of file, and we will use here on change. You can now understand how we use on change. You can see here handle change, set form. This is, we are using here separate operator, then e.target name, then e.target value. This handle change will be referenced on this name input field. Okay, after that we use here handle submit function. We will create one more function which is handle submit, and here you can see we are just taking an event, and we will use even e.prevent default. It will prevent the page to reload when we submit the form. And here we are this console, then navigate to all categories. We don't have all categories, we just have categories. After successful creating the category, we will redirect the admin to the all categories page. So here we will use toast, so toast will be imported. Just import this toast is imported, you can see here. Okay, after that we just need on change for file like this. You can see here we have function handle file change, and in this we have just take one event. We are taking an variable selected file e.target file of 0 index, and if selected file is available, then we will use set file state to set the selected file, and here we will use set form data. It means selected file will be set to the image field, which is this field. Okay, this is done, and here we are just using the preview. If selected file is available, then we will use preview of that file. Okay, this is done. Now just and we need here one more thing from our store. We will use your const loading and navigate like this, and we will use here one more thing, which is set loading like this, and it will be from our store. So we will use context like this, then app context here. Okay, this is done. So we have imported these things, and we will use here upload icon, import upload from Lucid React. So we will use here upload icon from Lucid React. After that, we just need here our JSX. We will use here class name property, and py will be 12 like this, and inside this we will use just a form tag like this, and we don't need this action. We will just use on submit, and on submit we will reference the handle submit function, which is this function head and submit. Okay, and here we will use class name property like this, and maximum width will be MD and width will be full. Maximum width will be MD and width will be full like this. Flex will be called flex will be column, and we will give gap of 5 like this. Okay, form classes is done. Now we just need one here conditional statement. If preview is available, you can see here, if preview is available, then we will use this image tag. Image tag in src we will use preview. In src we will use preview, and this preview is this state variable. Okay, this we will show here preview, and we will use here alt property, and I'll keep it empty and use here class name. So width will be 1/2. Width will be 1/2 like this. Okay, this is done. Below this we will use just a div. We will use here div, and here we will use a label tag like this, and this will be for category name, and it will be like this, category name like this. And below this we will just take one input field for category name like this, and we will use here placeholder. First we will use name, and name will be name, and value will be like this, form data.name, and on change will be handle change. Okay, and we need here required property, because this will be required like this, and we will use here placeholder also. Placeholder will be in category name, and we use here some classes. So I will just copy and paste the classes to prevent our time. So here width full, px, py, border color, rounded, focus, and focus, again focus, and focus, border, transparent. Okay, this is done. Below this div we just need one more div like this, and here we will use label. So on this label we need some classes. I will also apply some classes on this label tag, and same classes will be applied to below. Here we will use a label like this, and label will be category image. This label will be category image like this. Okay, below this label we will use input tag, input, and we will use here type will be file like this. This is the type, and we will use your class name, and it will be hidden because we will hide this. We don't want to show this, and we will use your on change. So here we will use handle file change. This function is already created above, and it will be required like this. Okay, this is done, and now we use here upload area, so admin can upload images from that icon or upload area. So for that we will use here a comment. I am going to do a comment here like this, and I will use here label tag. This is label tag, and inside this we will use classes. So I will use here class name property, and we will use here these classes. Flex will be called item center, justify will be center, width will be full, height will be 32, border of 2, border dashed, border gray 300, rounded LG, cursor pointer, on hover background will be secondary, focus will be outline, and on focus ring will be 2, and on focus ring secondary transition. Okay, this is done. Now below this we will use upload icon. We will use upload icon, which is imported from Lucid React, and we will use their class name. Width will be 8, height will be 8, like this. Text gray 500, text gray 500, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, below this we will use a span tag. This is the span tag, and here we will use class name. This is the span tag, and below this we just a file. We will use a file, and if file is available then we will use file.name, else we will use here click to upload the file. If file is available we will use file.name like this. Sorry, it will be like this. So it is done. Below this we have one button. This is the button, and here we will use conditional running. Definitely if there is loading, if it is loading then we will use loading button, else we will use add category text, and we will apply class name here like this. Background will be primary, text will be white, ps will be 8, and py will be 3 cursor pointer. Okay, this is done for add category. If I open this add category like this, so you can see here okay, let me check. Here we have some issue, I think so. This is our div, and this is the class block test. Then we have input type will be file, and id will be file upload. So we will use here id like this, file upload, and it will be required. So custom area label will be file upload. Here just we need this. Okay, now if I check this, so here now you can see user can select image. Okay, this is done. File upload, and on upload area we have these classes. You can see here width 8, height will be 8, and on span text gray 600, text sm, and button. Okay, this is done. If I select an image from here, like I'm selecting this, so you can see here category, so image, and here if I fruits, I am going to write here category fruits like this. Now if I open my console, and if I click on this add category text, so you can see category added successfully, and here we have this. You can see here name of the file and image. Okay, this is done. This is all for category. Okay, our category is perfectly okay. Now we need this add product, so we need this add product. I will just close this, and this is add product. And for add product we will use here navigate and const navigate, and here we use categories data. categories data, because we will map these categories to add a product. Use context like this, and we will use app context. Like this. Okay, this is done. Now we need some here state variable to store our product. I will just copy and paste. You can see here these are the state variable: form data and set form data. Product will have name, price, offer price, small description, long description, weight, category, and images. Okay, this is done. And here we will use one preview state, because admin can add images of up to 4 of one product. For that we will use here previews and set previews. 4 images will be there, admin can upload. For first image will be null, second, third, and by default it will be null. And here we will use on change handler for these input fields. Okay, here we will use like this handle change. This is the same, we have already done it already many times. And here we will use one handle file change. I am going to paste here and explain you. You can see here we have function handle file change, and inside this we have take event and index. So here we are selecting the files, const file of first index. If file is available, then here we have take just one variable, and we use spread operator images. We just update the form data with this selected file and updated images index. Okay, if we select a second file, so in form data second file will be selected. So here we will use here we are using update. Here we are updating the previews. You can see here previews. Here we are spreading the preview and updated preview index URL dot create object URL. Okay, I hope you have got this. Then set form data, this is the separate operator, and in images we will update the images. This is the updated images, and set previews will be updated previews. Okay, this is done, and we will just create one submit handler like this. Okay, here we will use admin / all products. Instead of all, we have just products. I will use this, and product added successfully. We will import toast. So toast will be imported from React Heart toast. So this is done for product, and we will use upload again. Upload from React. Okay, this is done. We now just need JSX. For that we will use class name on our first in div. Here we will use class name like this, and inside we will use form tag. Okay, we will remove this action, and we will use on submit and class property. Just remove this, and you can see here we have on submit, and on submit we have reference the handle submit. And here we will use maximum width of 2xl. Width will be full, flex will be column, gap of 5. And inside this form we will just take one div for name. This is so simple, that's why I am just copying, and I will explain to you. So here you can see first we have div for our name, and here we have just div, and inside this div we have product name. You can see here product name, and on this label we have block, text extension, font will be medium, text gray 700, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, this is for label. And for input field we have this type text name. This name is this name like this. And in value you can see here form data dot name, because this is for name. And here you have on change, this is handle change, and it is required. And this is the classes of our input field, which is width full, px will be 3, py will be 2, border. And these are the classes we have already used, but I am also explaining you already. Okay, border gray 300, and rounded MD, focus outline none, focus ring 2, focus ring secondary, focus border transparent, and placeholder will be enter your name. This is first div, and I will just copy paste other divs, because these all divs have same classes. Just we need to change this name, value, and just we need to change name and value. Below this div I will just paste this. Here you can see this is for price and offer price. Here is one div grid call 2 and gap of 5. Inside this div we are just taking again this above div. You can see here same class name for label, and input type will be number, name will be price, this, and these are the same, these classes are same, and this is duplicated div of this above div. You can see here offer price, type number, offer price here. Okay, this is very simple. I will just copy small description, and below this div I will copy this. You can see here same classes for this label and same classes for input field. You can see here. Okay, just changing the name and value. Okay, after this we will use a long description, and it will be a select text area. Below this div like this, here we will use long description, these classes same, and I will remove this. Here you can see name long description, value long description, and unchanged will be same, and classes will be same. Okay, here instead of input we will use text area. Okay, this is done, and we just now need one for weight. Okay, weight and category. Just to copy, below this we will use weight and category. Here you can see we have weight and category. So this is the div wrapper of inside inner divs. So grade call 2 and gap of 5, this is the same classes for label, and here is type text, name, weight, value change, these classes same. And here you can see we have category, label, and we are mapping here, these are same, but inside options we are mapping categories data from our dummy assets, because an admin need to select one category of the product to add a product in database. So that's why here we are using categories data.map. We are just taking one category, and key will be category.id, value will be category.id, and name will be category.name. Okay, this is done. If I open this and show you, so you can see if I click on add product. Okay, we need to check what is the issue. Here the issue is that use state is not defined, so we will just import use state from React in like this. Okay, so again I will open add product. This is add product. So here you can send product name, price, offer price, description, long description, and this is the weight, and this is the categories of the product, so admin can select any category. Okay, this is done. Now what we need to do, we need just images. So to select images, what we will do, we will here create I will just comment here below this we will do a comment here like this, and here I will use a div tag, and inside this div I will use label. So our label, this is our label, classes are same. You can see here we have same classes, just label product images up to 4. Okay, below this we will use one div, below this label we will use one div, and here we will use grade call 4 class name like this, class name property grade calls 4, and inside this div we will use like this curly brackets, then array. Okay, and here we will use from 0 to 3 like this, because index start from 0. We will upload 4 images. For that we will use here .map like this. Okay, and inside this we will use just index like this. I hope you have got this point. We will just take an index and here like this. Okay, here we need to take one div like this, and we will apply here key property which is index. This is done, key property is done, and inside this div we need one input field. This is the input field, and type will be file like this, and here we will use id like this, and id will be dynamic, so we will use curly brackets and backticks, and here we will use file upload hyphen like this, file upload hyphen like this, $, then index. like this. Okay, this is file upload, and index type will be file, like this. Type will be file. Oh sorry, already we have did this. Type will be file. Okay, it will accept all types of image, so we will use here accept images like this, and we will use class name, and this will be hidden like this. And lastly we will use on change, and this on change we will call our header file change. You can see here we are passing two parameters, and on this we are just, you can see, taking two parameters. So this is done, and below this we just need one label. Okay, we will use here label. Okay, label, and inside this label, but before this, inside we will use here HTML for inside here file upload index, and which is this ID. Here we are providing same, and we will use your class name. On this label we need to pass some classes. You can see here flex will be column, item center, justify center, width will be full, height 32, border 2, border dashed, border gray 300, rounded LG, cursor pointer, and this is the hover classes. Okay, inside this label you can see here we will use previews. If previews is previews, this is previews, and we will use here array and use index like this. If previews is available like this. Okay, if preview is available we will use image tag like this, and here we will use src, and we will use previews index, previews index. Okay, this is previews index, and here we will use class name. So we width will be width not, we will be height will be full, object will be contain instead of cover. Okay, this is the alt, you can skip this. Okay, and after that I don't this alt like this, and just provide a simple text, and we will use images. Okay, this is the alt, and if it is done, so we will use this image tag like this, and if image is not available here we will use here this fragment, and inside this fragment we will use upload icon, like this, and here we will use class name, width will be 6, height will be 6, text gray 400 like this, margin bottom of 1, and width and height will be 6. Okay, this is done, and we will use span tag here. Below this we will use span tag. You can see here text gray 500, text extra small, upload image, then index +1. Okay, this is done, and below this curly bracket we are closing this label, and below this label we just need form data dot images, form data dot images like this, and we will use here index, and if this is available then we will use here like this, and we will use p tag we will use p tag, and inside this we will use form data dot images dot name, form data dot images index and name. Just use some classes here, just use here some classes like this, and we will use here one button. So below this div we will use one button. This is the button. So you can see here we have button add product. If there is a loading, I will use here loading also. I will use loading. Okay, if there is loading. Like this. Okay, this is the submit. Type will be submit, background primary, text white, px will be 8, py will be 3, rounded md, cursor pointer on hover bg primary 90, transition this. Okay, this is the our submit button. If I open this, and you can see here we have multiple image to store. If I select on this and store an image, you can see here I have this image. Okay, if I click on add product, so you can see here I can add here any product. I am going to select here 2 images. I can select up to 4 images, 2 images like this. If I inspect this on console, if I click on add product, so you can see product added, and there is all the detail of the product in console. It means we have done it correctly. So this was all about admin panel. We have completed our admin panel also. So you can see there it take much time to create this project. Please subscribe my YouTube channel and like this video. If I click on this log out, I will be redirected to the home page. So this is the project. We just need to push this project on GitHub, and it will be directed to Vercel, means it will be detected to the Vercel for live. For that I will just open my code. Here I have desktop. On desktop we have grocery, and in grocery we need to open terminal. So I will open my terminal, and I will just use git add dot, then git commit like this, and here we will use front end is completed like this. Just use git push command to push the code like this. Okay, this will push our project on the GitHub, and you can see this is pushed. Now if I open my Vercel account, it will be automatically detected by the Vercel, our GitHub repository. So this is our project. If I click on this grocery, so let me click on this. So this is clicked. Now if this is our domain, if I click on this domain, it will redirect to our domain. So here you can see this is our admin dashboard button, means our admin code is detected here. If I click on this, so let me input, you can see here this is our admin, and it is successfully deployed. Okay, if I click on this, you can see this is done. Okay, I hope you will like this project. If you like, please like my video and subscribe my YouTube channel. So let's build the backend of this project. Okay guys, we have completed our front end. Now it's time to build backend. So I am going to create a new folder in our parent folder, which is grocery. So here I will click on this new folder icon, and we will create a new folder named with the backend, and I will open this in integrated terminal. You can see here. Okay, after that I need to run a command here, npm init-y. This command will create a new file in our backend, which is package.json file. It contains all the necessary information about our project. You can see here name of the project, version, description, and this is going to be our main file, which is index.js. So let's create this file. I will click on this file icon, and we will create a new file, index.js. Okay, then we need here script to run our backend. So we will use here server, and we need to run here node index.js. It means when we run npm server in our terminal, it will run index.js file, which is our main file. Okay, After that we need to change this type common.js to module. By doing this we can use import syntax in our project, which is the ES6 feature. Okay, this is done. Now let's create some we need to create here some packages for our backend. Like we need to create here Express, which is the framework of Node.js, and we will use Mongoose for database and cores for the integration of backend and frontend. Then we will use bcrypt here to decrypt the password of user. Then we will use here JSON web token. JSON web token is used to create a token to authenticate the user in client side. Then we will use a cookie parser like this. It is also installed. With help of cookie parser we will store our token in the cookies. So these are the packages we need to install. So let's press enter. We will wait, it will install very soon. If you have a good internet connection, then they will install very quickly. If you have slow internet, then it can take some time, so please be patient. Okay, if you don't have this node.mon globally installed, you can also install this node.mon, because I am not using this in my package, as I have installed it globally. That's why I have not installed node.mon. If you don't have installed, you can install also node.mon. Please just wait for a while, it will quickly install all the packages: Express, Mongoose, cores, bcrypt. Okay, you can see here we have dependencies and independencies. We have bcrypt, cookie parser, cores, Express, JSON web token, and Mongoose. We have to install one more package, which is we need to install here .env. We forget to install .env, so this will also be installed, and we need to create here a new file with the name .env. So in this backend folder we will create new file .env. In this env file we will keep our credentials. Okay, let me just close all these files, and in this index.js we need to create a Express server. For that, what we will do, we will just use import Express from Express like this. Then we will use import cores from cores, and lastly we will use import cookie parser from cookie parser, and also we will use here .env from .env, then .env and its method, which is .config. Okay, this is done. Now we will create one object for our Express. For that we will use app const app is equal to Express, and after that we just need to apply here some middlewares here. And middleware, what we will use, first I will use app.use here express.json. This is our middleware. Then we need to use our express.cores and cookie parser. Inside this core we will give the URL of our front end. Then so we will use here origin will be our front end URL, which is localhost 5173. This, and we will use credentials true. It means it will send our token with each request. So this is the for cores, and Express will be like this. So here in this .env we will use port number, which will be 4000. and here we will use const port is equal to process.env.port. If this port is not available, then it will take 3000 port. Okay, this is done. Then here we have app.listen, and here you can see this is a port. After this is a console. So let me just run this project. To run this project we will just use npm run server, because you can see here we have script here to run our project. This is done. So you can see here server is running on port 4000. If I use here app.get like this, and we will request and response like this. So if I send response to hello from server, so here you can see, sorry, excuse me, like this. Okay, if I visit my browser now, localhost 4000, you will see here hello world. Just give me localhost 4000. This is localhost 4000, and here you can see hello world. It means our server is running perfectly. So our next task is to define the folder structure for our project. So I'm going to close all these files, and here in this backend I will create new folder named with the models, then again new folder with the name controllers. Okay, after that we will use a new folder with the name of routes, one more for config like this, and one more folder named with middleware. In this middleware we will define our middleware, like authentication middleware is admin middleware. Okay, this is done. Now it's time to build it's time to establish the connection of our MongoDB database to our server. For that, in our config file we will create a new file, connectdb.js like this, and I will import here mongoose from mongoose. Then we will here use export const connectdb function name, and it will be async function like this, and here we will use try and catch. In this try we will use just await mongoose.connect, and we will console the result. So database connected, and in this catch we will console the error. If any error occur, it will be consoled in this catch. So we need now this Mongo URL. I will just copy from here, and I will paste in it your .env. So here we need the URL of our MongoDB, our mongoose. For that we will use MongoDB Atlas. I am going to open this new tab, and we will use your MongoDB Atlas. You can see here MongoDB Atlas. If you have not already signed up, so please sign up on this website. I will sign in. Let me sign in this website. Okay, continue with Google. Okay, you can see I am signing in. Okay, this is my dashboard of our MongoDB Atlas. Let me create a new folder here. You can see here I can choose any project I have already created, but I will create a new project here. You can see here I am clicking on this new project. After that we will use here our project name. So our project name will be grocery store app, like this. Okay, then I will click on this next button. After that we need to just click on this create project. Okay, this is done. Now just click on this create cluster. After this you will select this free plan. It will give you 512 MB storage for free, and then you can choose your Google Cloud, AWS, Azure. I am okay with AWS, so I will click on this create deployment. Okay, this is done. Now you can change your username and password. Let me name username will be Babar and password will be also Babar. Okay, then I will click on this create database user, then choose a connection method. Okay, then you can choose your compass. I will click on this compass, and you can see here I don't have MongoDB compass installed, but I have already installed MongoDB compass. If you have not installed, you can go with this, but I have installed, so I am clicking on this, and you can see here this is my connection string. I will just copy this. You can see here I will just copy this and I will paste it here in our .env, and after that we just need to give the we just need to save this. This is saved, and after that we will click on this done. Okay, this is done. After that what we need to do is just go in our just wait for a while. I will disconnect. Okay, we have already done this. Now just you can see here network access. Click on this network access tab, and here you can see IP address. This is our, we need to change our IP address. Currently our IP address is this. I will just click on this edit, and I will allow access from anywhere, clicking on this. So this, our IP is 000. Just confirm this, and now this database is accessed from anywhere. You need to do this. Just wait, status is updating. Okay, you can see here status is active. It means we have done our MongoDB Atlas. So now just close this env, and here we have done our MongoDB connection. This Mongo URL is coming from .env, so we need to call this. You can see here we are exporting it, so need to call in our index.js, which is our main file. So let me use here connectdb function like this, and we will just import it. Import connectdb, and we will use like this. You can see here .js is mandatory, otherwise you will get an error. So in the console you will see MongoDB is connected. You can see here database is connected. It means we have successfully connected our database to our Express.js. Now we need to create one model for users. So close this config, and in models create one new file, user.model.js. and here we will use import mongoose from mongoose like this, and we will create here new schema. So our schema name will be const user schema new mongoose.schema. Okay, new mongoose.schema. So here we will use first of all name, type will be string and required. After that we will use email, type will be string, required true, and it will be unique, so unique will be true like this. And one more field for password, so we will use your password. At the time of sign up, user will fill all these fields. Okay, after that we need here just const, our model name will be user, and we will use mongoose.model.user schema. Here we will give the name of our model, which is user, and here we need to provide the schema, which is our this in the schema, and we are exporting it, export default user. This is done. After that we just need to create a controller function, and we will use it auth.controller.js like this. Okay, so here we will first import our user model from like this. Okay, then we will use here import JWT from JSON web token and decrypt. Okay, this is done. Now we just need to create a sign up function. So export const sign up request and response. We will use a try catch, and in this try we will use const name, email, password, and it will be from request.body like this. Okay, then we will check not of name or not of email. Sorry, if not of email or not of password, if any of one field will be missing. So we will give here response to the user, all fields are required and success will be false like this. Okay, and in this catch we will just response.json message will be internal server error, internal server error. Then we will use here error, sorry, success false like this. So this is for not of email, and here we will use already user is created with this email. If so, const existing user, if our user is already created with this email, we will just here give him message user already exists with this email. After this we will use a const hash password. Here we will hash the password of user so that no one can understand the password of user. You can see here await decrypt is imported from above, then is method hash. Here we will give password from the body, and we will provide this number. Okay, this is done. Then we need to create just a user like this, Wait, this is our user model dot create method name email password, and we will give here response. So this is our response. Return response dot status user create successfully, success true, and user. This is done. Now we need for const login. Request and response. Okay, here we will use try catch. So like this. Okay, you can see here we have try and catch. In this try we will use we will get email and password from the body, and if not email or password, if password or email is missing, then we will generate a response or field required, and then we will find the user with this email. If user is not available, then we will just give him a message. After that we will use here is match, means we will again revert our decrypted password into its plain format. For that we will use decrypt.compare, then this password is coming from our body and user.password is coming from our database, because we have find first here user from our database. Okay, if not available password agar match, if means if password does not match, we will generate this response. Okay, after that generate token. So like this, you can see here if token, if our password is correct, then we will generate a jwt.sign, then id. We need to pass here one object which is id, then process.env.jwt secret. We need to define this secret in our env. So like here we will define code plus v. You can define any secret. So this is done, expires in 1 day, and login successful. Okay, after this token we need to store this token in our cookies. For that we will use response.cookies, and like this is our key and this is our value, and http only true. Okay, this is done. So what we need to do next is we can here also use here maximum age property. Max age, here we can define maximum age. So our maximum age of this cookie will be 1 day. After that we need to log out. So we will use const logout async request and response. So here we will just response.cookies, like this. We will just null the cookies, clear the cookies. Sorry, I need to do like this, response.clear cookies. Like this, clear cookie is a method, and we will use your token, our key, then we need to give your object http true. So after that we will generate one response. This is our response. Okay, we have done this, and now what we need to do, we need to export it also. So our sign up, login and logout is done. We need to create now one route file. So we will create a new route folder in our routes folder, path.routes.js, and we will import our express from express, like this, and we will use const auth router is equal to express.router, then we will export default auth router. So So define here our API endpoints. So first we'll be using for sign up auth.post / sign up, and we will use here sign up function from our controller. You need to give .js extension here. So it will be login. This will be login, and here we will use logout, and it will be get method. Just log out this like this. Okay, this is done. Now what we need to do is just provide this auth router in our main file, which is index.js here. So here just to import auth router from routes, it will be from routes like this, and here we will use auth.routes.js. Okay, then we will use your app.use /API/auth, then we will give auth router like this. Okay, now our this API is fully functional. When user will when user come on the /API/auth, then he will redirect it to this auth router. Here he will sign up, login, and log out, and in front then this is the controller function. So this is done for authentication for user. So let me just clear all these, and here we need to create one more controller function, which is admin.controller.js. Okay, and here we will use import JWT from JSON with token. In this controller we will login the user. So for that we will use export const admin login sync request and response like this. We will use try catch. So this is done. Okay, what we need to do here, we just need to const email and password from request body. Okay, so we need to define email and password for admin in our env file. So I will just use here admin email and admin password like this. Admin email will be admin@example.com, admin password will be admin123. This is done. What we need to do next is, here we will need to make a check here like this. We will use here if email is not equal to, first we will check if not of email or not of password like this. If password or email is missing, then we will generate this response. After this, if email is not equal to process.admin email like this. If this email is not equal to the admin email, which is defined in our env file, or password is not equal to the admin password, then we will here generate one response which is invalid credentials. Response.json message will be invalid credentials and success will be false. Okay, this is done. After this, we need to create here a token. We will generate here token. You can see here we will take a variable name token, then JWT.sign-in. Here we will use email of admin, not ID, because we don't have any ID for the email. We just have email and password, so we will use your email. Okay, So you can see here we can use email like this, and here we will use JWT secret from our env and expire 1 day. Then we will store it in our cookies. After that we will just return and give a response. Okay, this is done. After that we need a logout function for admin. This is simple, admin logout. You can see here export const admin logout. We just need to clear the cookies. You can see here we have cleared our cookies. After that we need one route file for admin. So for that we will use admin.routes.js, and here we will use, okay, I am going to copy paste auth routes like this in our admin and remove all these API endpoints and also this controller function. We just here use admin router like this and change here. So here we will use admin router.post /login like this, and here what we will use, we will call our admin login function from our controller. You can see here this is called function, and we will use here .js. Just duplicate this and it will be get method. This will be logout. Okay, and here we will use admin logout like this. Okay, this is done. Now we just need to give this in our index.js. So just duplicate this auth router. It will be our admin router and it will be our admin like this. So next we will copy this, duplicate /ap/admin, and here we will use admin router. It means our user authentication and admin authentication is completed. We will just integrate this into our front end, but before that we just need to take one small break. Okay guys, you can see my front end and back end is both are running. My backend is running on 4000 and front is on 5173. Now it's time to integrate our front end with the backend. You can see here in our index.js file, I am using app.use course, then origin is this. This origin is our front end URL, and here I am using credentials true. It means every request will send the cookie to the front end. Okay, and this cookie will be checked, authenticated, that our user is logged in or not. So let me just close all these files, and in the front end I will open package.json file. Here you can see we don't have any package named with the Axios. We need to install Axios because we will use Axios to call the APIs. For that you can use npm i Axios. It will install Axios in our front end. Let it install. Okay, is there a spelling mistake? It is npm i Axios like this. So it will install Axios in our backend directory. So just wait for a while. Okay, our Axios is installed. Let me run my front end again, npm run dev. So my front end is running. You can see here we have Axios installed now. Let me close this package.json file and I will open .env in our front end. You can see here in the front end directory I will open env file, and here we need to give our backend URL. So our backend is running on port 4000. You can see here 4000. We are doing this so because we need to write our first base URL again and again whenever we will call the API. So that's why we will define our base URL in this env. So let me do this. You can see here, you can do like this. You we will use wheat underscore base URL like this, and here we will define our base URL, which is our backend URL. So our base URL is 4000 like this. So you will write like this. This is done. Our backend URL is done in our front-end env file. Now we will open our src, and inside src we will open context, and in context we will use app.context to import the axios. Let me import this. So I will do here. I will import axios from axios like this. And after that we need to do default configuration for the axios, so that whenever we will use axios, it will use some default configuration. For that we will use axios dot defaults dot base URL like this, and we will use import dot meta dot env like this. So our base URL is like this, wheat base URL. So I will copy this and I will paste here. So it will fetch the base URL from the env file axios.default.base URL. This base URL is property of defaults for the axios, and we will also use here axios.defaults dot we will use here now, instead of base URL we will use here credential with credentials. So here is with credentials, and it will be true. So every request will be checked if user is authenticated or not, whenever user need to be authenticated. Okay, this is done. Now what we need to do, we just pass this axios into our value object, so that we can use in our other pages like this. We will pass this into our value object. Now what we need to do, I will just close these files and I will open my pages, and inside pages we will go into the signup.jsx, and here we need to use axios. For that we will import axios from our store like this, and here you can see we have submit handler. Instead of this, like clear this, and we will use here try catch, because we need to call API here. Whenever our user will sign up, our data is stored in the database. For that I will use here const. I will destructure the data from our response. So like this I will use await axios dot post, and here I am using await. For that I will use here async, because await is only used with the async. You can know this better. Okay, axios dot paste, and here we will use our URL. So our base URL is already done in our env file. We just need to write here our other URL like this. I am going to show here is our index.js file. You can see here we have this /API/auth. I will just copy this and paste inside this like this, and in front of this I need to go in auth router, and here you can see we have sign up. So I will just use sign up here like this. Now our API is called like this, and here I will just do form data. I will pass form data to the backend. This form data will be like this, form data name, email and password. So this is done, and now we will check here if data.success. It means if our response is true. If data.success, then we will use your toast, and toast.success data.message. This data.message is coming from our backend. Then we will navigate to the login, and we will use here set user true. It means set user. So sorry, we don't need here set user. We will use set user in our login. So set user don't need, and inside this else we will use here post.error then data.message. I will just copy this and inside this catch I will paste it. Instead of data.message we will use here error.message like this. Okay, this is done. Now what we need to do, we need to check this API, it is working or not. So let me check my database name. Inside this env we have database name, so we don't have any database name. So for that I will use a database name. Okay, we have defined our database name in our MongoDB atlist, but again I will use a grocery. Okay, let me save this and I will just visit my front end. You can see here our front end. Let me open localhost 5173. Okay, please wait a minute. What is the problem? Why it is taking too much time? I think my system is gone slow. Okay, you can see here we have our front end. I will just click on this login and inside this I will use sign up, and here I will use name John and email will be john@gmail.com like this, and I will use password 12345 and I will click on this sign up. So you can see user created successfully and we are redirected to the login page. It means our user is registered. Let me see in the database. I will use MongoDB Atlas. So we will open and sign in into MongoDB Atlas. So continue with the Google. It is signing in. You can see here we have grocery store app and we will click on this browse collections. And here you can see we have users collection, and here is username, then this is the email and this is the password. So our user is stored successfully. I want to do one thing in our env. You can see here is our here is our MongoDB URL. I want to copy this and inside my MongoDB compass I will use this because we don't want to go again and again in our MongoDB Atlas. It will take too much time. So for that I will just use here this connection plus icon. I will click on this and I will use my URL like this. Okay, and let me just close this grocery. Okay, and let me save and connect. This is saved and I will just click on OK. Don't need to reload. So you can see here we have test. Inside test we have users. So here we have this user. So now we don't need to go inside the MongoDB Atlas. We can see our data in our MongoDB compass. Let me create one more user. So I will just click on this sign up and I will use here this name and this email account and I will use password. Let me click on this sign up. So user created successfully and this is our MongoDB Atlas. If I click on this refresh, you can see it is taking too much time. So to see test it, you can see this is our other user. To test this we will use now our MongoDB compass. I will just click on this. You can see here we have 2 users, so I am going to close this MongoDB atlas. Okay, I hope you have got my point. Now it's time to login. For that I will come in my VS Code, and this is our sign up. Just close this and just close this and close this. Here is my login.jsx, and from our store we will use here Axios like this, and in our submit handler I will just close this, and we will use here try catch. Here we will use const data is equal to await axios.post like this, and I will use here async like this. You can see here we have api/h/auth/login. Then we are passing our form data, and here also we will check if data.success, then we will use here post message, and then we will use here set user true. Just we need set user true, and inside this navigate we will navigate to slash home page. Then we will use else. Inside else we will show toast, and I will copy this toast and paste inside this catch statement. Instead of data.message we will use error.message. Okay, I hope you have got this point. Now we will check our login API also. Let me just click on this. This is our email, registered email, and I will use your password 12345, and I am going to click on this login. So here you can see we have internal server error. So let me open my backend and we will see what is the problem here. So we don't have any problem here. This is our /API/auth and /login. Let me check my API endpoint in index.js/auth. Then this is auth router, and here you can see /post/login. Like open my login function, and here we will use you can see I will just console my email and password. Here you can debug your application like this, email and password. So we will check if our email and password is in console, then there is no problem in our front end. Let me click on this login. Okay, you can see here we have our email and password. It means we are our front end is okay, but you can see here one problem here. This is user. Okay, user is good. Then here is password, and here you can see this is done response.cookies. Okay, let me just console this token, and I will just console this token. Sorry, we will see our token is generated or not. Again I will click login, and here you can see we don't have token, so it means we have problem in our token somewhere. So here we will just check user. Let me copy this console and paste below this user, and we will use here like this. Okay, now again click on this login. So you can see here user is null. It means we don't have user. So you can see here we are finding our user before, and we are checking if is match. Okay, it means we are on the wrong way, because we need to check this is match before. Okay, Let me just check one thing. Here is our email. Sorry guys, here is our email. Let me check this. John I will just refresh the John, and password is 12345. Let me click on this login. So status with the 400. So here we are getting our email. So let me see. We have user and here we have email, but we are not getting this user dot find one email. Let me check what is the problem with this. User dot find in our auth controller. User dot find one. Let me like this, and here we will use if not of user. User does not exist, success will be false. Just try one more time. Okay, let me just inspect this, and we will check here our network request. What is the problem in our network request? I will just click on this login, and here you can see we have bad request. Localhost 4000/API/login method is post 400 bad request. Okay, request.body. Just do okay. So it is user.find1, then here is email. Sorry. Let me just debug this. Visma. Okay, our user is null. It means we don't have user. Okay, let me just delete this connection like this. I think this is creating a problem again. Okay guys, I have got the issue. The problem was with my MongoDB Atlas. So what I did, I have changed my this URL. Now I am using MongoDB Compass. You can see here, this is my URL of MongoDB Compass, and here I have our database name. You can get this URL from your MongoDB Compass like this. You will click on this three dots, and here you will get this copy connection string. This URL will be copied to your keyboard, and you can paste it like this. Okay, then in front of this slash you will write your database name. So I have did like this, and now I am getting this user when I try to log in. Let me just try one more time. I will just clear my terminal. Let me try. one user. I will just click on this logout and I will just log in and sign up with the name like this Akshay, and here you use akshay@gmail.com. Password will be 12345. I will just click on this sign up. So I have this toast. You can see here I have grocery store database name, and inside this I have users collection. I will just click on this refresh icon, and here you can see this is the record. And if I try again akshay@gmail.com, then I will just give password and clicking on this login, you can see login successful, and this is what I changed here. Okay, and inside this auth controller I have changed one more thing, that is I was using here response.cookies, but the method is response.cookie. You will like this. Okay, so let me close here any console if we have. So we don't have any console. Okay, now what we need to do, we have done our sign up login, and what remains, that is logout. So just call this logout in our front end. So we will open VS Code, and inside this components folder we have Navbar, and here you can see we have this logout. So I will just import Axios from our store, and this is our logout. I will use just try and catch statement like this, and I will just here use const will destructure data from our response away axios.get like this. Use this like async. Okay, this is done axios.data, and here we will use /api/auth/logout like this. Okay, this is done. And if we will check if data.success like this, we will use here set user true, and we will navigate to slash this page, and we will use here toast. In case of any error, we will use here else statement like this. I will just copy this toast and paste inside this catch statement, and here we will use error.message like this. Okay, this is done. We are referencing this logout in our logout function. Here you can see here we have logout, and on this on click we have this reference of logout. So if I click on this logout now, you can see we have logout successfully. Okay, this is done. And now what we need to log in admin as well. If I click on this admin, you will see this is admin login. For that I will just close all this, close saved, and I will open my admin pages, and inside this we have this admin login, and here we will use Axios from our store, and inside this submit handler I will call this. I will just copy this submit handler and paste inside this, because everything is same. Just we need to change here /api/admin instead of this login, because we have our endpoint now admin /api/admin/login. This is form data. If we have success, then we will use here set admin like this, and we will navigate to /admin. Okay, in case of any error we have this else and this. Okay, this is done. Now let me just try this login. I will use here, we have admin credentials in our env file. You can see here we have /this admin, email and password is admin123. So let me try this email, and I will use admin123. I will click this login. Okay, let me inspect this. I will console. Let me click on this. Though you can see here I am clicking on login, but it's not working. So what we need here let me just check here this submit handler. In form we have this submit handler. Okay, here type will be submit, button type will be submit, and I will click on this login. Admin example, password will be admin123. Okay, inside this network request. Okay, here is some issue. Let me see my API endpoints in index.js. Here we have /API/admin, then inside this we have login. Okay, and here we have /API/admin and then login. And you can see here we have exuse.post, and inside this we have a post method. Okay, and inside this admin login, let me open this admin login, and here we have our login. Just I will console here email and password. Let me try one more time. I will just check. Okay, here we have too many network requests. Okay, click on this. So here you can see we have our email and password. It means our front end is okay. We have problem in our backend. So this is our env file, and here we have admin email. Let me confirm this. This is admin email and this is admin password. It is correct. And process. And here we will use, you can see here we are using response.cookies, but we need here response.cookies, just like this. We have this issue. Now it will work perfectly. Let me try again. I will click on this login. You can see login successful. This is logged in. And now we need to do logout, same for we did user. So let me just go in navbar, and here we have this logout. I will just copy this logout, and inside this admin layout, here we have admin layout. Here you can see we have this logout. I will just replace this with this, and our API endpoint will be /API/admin, and instead of set user we will use set admin, like this. Okay, this is done, and we will okay, after log out we will redirect to the home page, and I will just use here Axios like this. Okay, this is done. Let me just click on this logout. Okay, this is not responding correctly. What is logout /API if data.success tools.success index.js /API/admin, then this is logout, and inside this logout we will see here okay response.clear cookie. Let me inspect this. I will open network tab and click on this. You can see here not found. our request will be get, I think we have post request in our admin routes. You can see here log out, we have misspell like this is log out, not log out. Now if I click on this, you can see log out successfully. Okay, this is done. We have completed our authentication for user and admin as well. Now there is one problem. If I log in with the Gmail like Bisma and okay, you can see this is login successful. If I click on this refresh button, you can see our user is logged out. We don't want this. So to prevent this, we will create one middleware. Let me open my VS Code, and inside this middleware folder, you can see here we have middlewares. Inside this middleware folder, first let me close all these. Inside this middleware, I will create a new file is auth.js, and here we will use import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, and I will use here try export const is auth, and we will use here request response and next parameter like this, and we will use here try catch. This is try catch, and here we will use, here we will destructure token from request.cookies like this, and we will check here if not of token. If not of token, we will use here this. Okay, then we will use here const decoded like this, then we will use jwt dot verify, and we will pass token, this token here, and we will use secret key from our env. Okay, if this is done, then we will use request.user then decoded, and we will use next like this. Okay, inside this catch we will use here this return statement, and inside this request.user we have our id. Let me console this request.user so you can understand better what is inside this request.user. Okay, this is done. Now we need to apply this middleware on our logout, because only logged in user can log out. This middleware is used to check if our user is logged in or not. If our user is logged in, then only we can log out that user. So we are already exporting that, and inside this our auth routes, here we need to apply middleware is auth. You can see this suggestion. I will just separate this with comma, and our middleware is done. So when we log out user, now we will show in console what is inside this request.user, because we are consoling this request.user. Let me log out the user. First I will log in the user. So you can see we are logged in. If I click on this logout, you can see logout successful, and inside this we can see we have ID of the user inside this request.user. Here we have ID of user. Okay, this is done. I hope you have understood completely this middleware. Now what we need to do, we need to check that if our user is logged in, we don't want to log out on refresh the page. For that I will just close this, and inside this controllers, and inside this auth controller below this logout function, I will use here export check auth like async and request response parameter, and inside this try catch like this. Here we use const id is equal to request.user, because inside request.user we have id, so I am destructuring that id. Export const. Okay, so we will find our user const user is equal to await user.find by id. It means if our user is available, then we will just check like this. If our user is available, then we will just send response success true and user. We don't actually need this user, we just need success true. Okay, and inside this catch we will use this statement response.json. Okay, this our checkout is done. It will check that our user is logged in or not. Okay, now what we need to do, we just need to make the route for this API. I will just router.get, here we will use is auth like this, and this is done. This middleware will be used here because it is used to check that our user is logged in or not, and inside this logger we will use here check auth. Okay, this is done. Now we need to call this API in our store, and it will run the API and it will be called in our use effect. Let me do, you will get under properly. Here I will use here const check auth like this, and it will be async, and we will use a try catch. Use const data is equal to await axios.get. Okay, and we will use here like this. This is our API endpoint. We have created is auth, not check auth. This is auth. Okay, and here we will check if data.success, then we will use here set user to like this. Okay, in case of any error we will use else statement here, and here we will use a log to console data, and here we will use log error. Now what will this API do? It will check that if our this API is done correctly run. If our data.success, this success is coming from our API, this is the success from here, this is coming, and if data.success, it means our user is logged in. So we need to call this function in our use effect. You can see here we have use effect, and in dependency area we did not pass anything. It means this use effect run on every render or whenever our application reload. So I will just call like this it check auth. Okay, this is done. Now you can see we don't have login. I am going to log in the user. Just log in the user. This is my user like this. Okay, you can see here we will log in. If I click now this refresh icon, you can see our user is still login, not logged out. Okay, because we have logged in our user, and our this API is, or this method, we can see this method is checking if our user is logged in, then set user is true. It means our user will be logged in. Okay, this is done. Now we need to create middleware for our admin also. Let me just close this and close this and also close this. Okay, and inside this middleware folder like this I will create one more, which is admin.js, and I will just duplicate this is auth. Okay, like this, and it will be is admin. Okay, and this will be same, and here we will use const decoded. It will be like this. It will be same like above in our user, and inside this, sorry, below this we will use if decoded.email email is not equal to process.env.admin email. It means if logged in user email, sorry, the user who is trying to log in, the email of that user is not equal to the email which is available in our env. If not, both are not same, then we will use your unauthorized. Okay, I hope you got the problem. Then we will use your request dot admin like this, and here we will use decoded like this, and we will call your next function already that is called here. Okay, this is done. Now what we need to do, we just need to use this in our admin routes. You can see here we have admin routes, and before this logout we will use here is admin, because only logged in admin can be logged out. Okay, here is admin is imported. This is done. Now if I log out this, okay, let me see what is the problem here. I will just open console, and if I click in network request, okay, you can see log out successfully. Our user is logged out. Now I am going to log in admin. This is the admin, password is admin123. So you can see login successful. If I click on this logout, it is logged out. Okay, now you can see if I again log in admin, and if I refresh this, our admin is getting logged out. We don't want this. So for that, what will we do? We will just open our admin controller, and before this we will use export const check admin like this. We will use async request and response like this, and here we will use try and catch. Actually we don't need here try catch, we just need here const email, just we will return a response dot status. Okay, this is done. You can also put it inside the try catch like this. Okay, this is done, and inside this we will use response error like this. Okay, this will check if our admin is logged in or not. How it will check? We will just create one route and apply this middleware is admin. Let me check admin is admin. So we will use here is admin, and this will be middleware, and this middleware is checking that our admin is logged in or not. And here we will use check admin. This is the controller function which is imported from the admin controller. Okay, this is done. Now we just need to go in our app context, and here you can see we have checkout. Just to duplicate this checkout, I will just copy and paste below this, and it will be check admin, and here we will use /api/admin, and input will be is admin. Okay, and but here we will check if data.success, then here we will use set admin true like this. Okay, and in console, in case of any error, we will console the error, and in case statement we will also use this console. Now we need to just call this in our use effect. If our admin is logged in, on refreshing the page, our admin will still logged in, not log out. Let me test this. Okay, if I click on this log out, you can see our admin is logged out. Now if I again click on this admin like this, password will be admin123. Click on this login, you can see we are logged in as admin. If I click on this refresh icon, you can see our admin is still logged in, it is not logging out. This is we have done so far. So our authentication is completed, we have done secure authentication. So let's take a small break. After that we will just work on this add category and add product. Okay guys, now we need to work on this add category and add products work module. Let me just open my VS Code again and I will close all these files like this, and we just need to create one model for the categories. For that I will just click on this models and create a new file with name category.model.js. This is our model for the category. I am just going to copy and paste the model here so that you can save your time. Here we have imported first mongoose, then this is the category schema, and in this schema we just need name and image of the category. Okay, I hope you have got this point. And here we are just creating one model for the category and exporting as default. Okay, this is done. I hope you have got this point because we have did already category. Sorry, we have already did how we can create schema and model. That's why I am just copy and pasting it. Let me close this and we will create a new controller here, category controller. Okay, this is our category controller. Let me import my model, import category. This is the model we just have exported in our category model. Okay, this is done. Now it's time to add category function. Let me just import here fs. Okay, it will be from file system, and we will import also path. Import path from path. This is done. Now let me just add one comment here, add category, and I will use this function. I will explain this function to you, don't worry. So you can see here we have just given name of function create category. This is a sync function and it is just taking two parameter request and response. In the try block we are just destructuring the name of our category. Let me delete this console. Okay, we are just destructuring the name of category from the request. Then we are storing file name into image variable, and here we are just creating new category. Okay, name and image, and this is the method await category.save. The save is method which is used to store the data in our mongoose. After that we are just generating a response in which success is true and messages category added successfully. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. So this was all about the category, and in catch we are just consoling the error. If any error occur, then it will be console error, and here we have just response status false, message and error. Okay, I hope you have got this point. This is for add create category, and let me just copy paste one other comment here like this, and this function will get all the categories, and this is very simple function like this. Okay, here you can see we have get categories, and inside this try we have categories variable and await category.find. It will fetch all the categories available in our MongoDB, and these category will be fetch in the front end. After that just simple there is a response and catch block. Okay, then we need one delete category like this. Okay, and to delete the category we just need to use, let me just copy and paste. So here you can see we have function delete category, and this is a sync function, and inside this try we are getting the id from the parameters and then finding the category. If category is not available, then we are generating this response. If category image is available, then we need to delete first the image of categories added. Okay, if category.image, it means if our category contain the image, then we will just find the path of our category image, then we will just use file system only method, which will be used to delete the image of the category. Okay, after deleting the image, then we will delete the category name also. So that's why we are using here await category dot find by id and delete. Okay, this is done for the delete category. Okay, so these were the method of our category controller. Now it's time for routes. Let me just open my routes, and this will be category dot routes dot js. Okay, these are the category routes. Let me just copy paste routes also here. So let me just do like this. So here we have imported Express, then is admin middleware, upload middleware. Okay, and then use your category router dot post, because we will use with this method to store the category in our MongoDB. So it will be slash add. Okay, then we will use here is admin middleware, then upload middleware, upload dot single. And inside this we need to give the name of our field, which is image, and after that we will use create category function from our controller. Here you can see this is done. So we just need to copy and paste this, and it will be get method. Here we will use all, don't need these two middleware there, and here we will use get categories. So here you can see get categories function. We just need to import this function from our category controller. Okay, this is done. After that we just need again copy paste, and this will be method will be delete, and here we will use delete then colon id like this, and here we will use is admin, because only admin can delete the category. Then we will use here delete category. Okay, so these routes are imported from our controller, sorry, these route functions, and our routing is done for the category. And I will just copy this category router and I will paste it inside the index.js. Okay, and we will just duplicate this admin router, and I will do like this category router, and instead of admin we will use here category like this. Okay, so again we need to duplicate this. Here we will use API slash category, and here we will use category router, sorry, like this. Okay, so this is done, our APIs for the category done. Okay, let me see what is the issue here. Category routes.js. Okay, let me check here. Import category router from routes category.routes.js. This is our routes. Here we have this category, grade category delete, and we are using here category router. Let me see what is the problem here. The problem is inside this middleware, I think so. So let me import again middleware. Import is admin. You can see we are getting suggestion. This is admin, and we just need to import. Let me just check my middleware folders, and here we have is admin, then is auth. Okay, okay, this is done. Inside this, okay, we don't have this upload middleware. We just need to create this upload middleware. For that, what we will do in our middlewares, we will use multer.js. So for that, I will just click create a new middleware here, multer.js. Like this, we will see there is multer or not. So you can see here we don't have multer installed. We will install multer first, because we will use multer to upload the images. So to install multer, we will use npm I multer. It will install the multer in our application. We just need to install this in our backend directory. Keep in mind. So our multer is installed. Let me just run the server again, like this, and here you can see we have multer. Okay, this is done, and in our multer.js we need to configure our multer. This is so simple. Let me copy and paste. Here we are importing multer, and we have just one variable storage. There is a method of multer which is disk storage, multer.disk storage, and destination will be uploads, request file and callback, and there will be callback null, and our destination will be uploads. It means all the images uploaded will be stored in uploads directory. Okay, then here we have file name. Inside this we are just creating our original file name with the date now, means current date on which category image is uploaded. That will be also used with the original name. Okay, then we are just importing here upload. I hope you have got this point. This is super simple. This is super easy. Okay, after that we just need to create one here directory which is this uploads, because we need to store our images on this directory. On backend we will use here uploads. Just create this and leave it empty. Okay, and now here we will use import. Let me see again, export constant. Okay, we will use import load like this. Okay, now our error is gone. You can see here our terminal is clear. So this was one issue. We did not created our multer, so we have now configured our multer. So in this way we have done our category section. Let me just close all these files, and now it's time to build our product model. For that we will use here a new model which will be product model. Let me create one model here, product.model.js, like this, and we will here use these fields. Let me just copy and paste. So you can see here we have imported mongoose. Then this is a product schema. Inside this we have product name, price, offer price, small description, long description, weight, category of the product. Because we are here referencing the category model, we have just created it. Then images. Okay, this is the all about product model. Here we are just creating a model and exporting it. I hope you have got this. You can see again name, price, offer price, small description, long description, weight, category, and images. Okay, let me just close this, and we will create a new controller for the product. Let me use product.controller.js, like this. Okay, this is our product controller. So let me just use here these three imports as we did in our category model. We are just importing our model here, and here we have file system and path imported. So this is done, and first of all we will use here add product. So let me just copy and paste here. So here you can see export const add product sync method. This here we will check if files are not uploaded, we will give this message. Then just read this console, and here we have image file names. Then we are mapping the files, and we are just taking file name because we will store just file name in our MongoDB. And here we are just creating new product. Name will be request.body.name, price will be request.body.price, and offer price will be like this. And we will just use here images. Instead of images we will use these images file name. Okay, this is done. Here we have just storing the product in database, and this is the response of our function. And here we have just error catch method. This is done, and here we will use here get all product method. This is super easy. You can see get all products, then products, product.find, and populate category. It will fetch the category data. Also populate method used to fetch the category data, and this category field is coming from our model, which is this. You can see in this is category. We are just referencing it here in populate. Then we have just response. Okay, after that we have just delete, like, and category. So here you can see we have export const delete product. We will get the ID from parameter, find the product. If product not available, then this error. If product images are greater than 0, then we will just delete the images of the product first, then we will delete the product, and this is the response. Okay, this is done. After that we need to create one route for the products. Just click on this routes and create new route, product dot routes dot js, like this. Okay, and here just copy paste our routes. These are our routes. So here you can see these are our routes. Okay, here is Express is admin and upload middleware. and here we have just imported our product function which we have created in our category controller, like delete product, get all product, and add product. So you can see here add product, delete product, and get all product from the product.controller.js, which is our this file, product.controller.js. This, okay, this is done. After this, here we have product router, and we will use here product router.post. This is the API endpoint which is add, which is used to store the images in our MongoDB. Sorry, images, not images, whole product. And here we will use upload.array. Array is a method to store the multiple images in our database, and there is admin middleware. It means only admin can store the, only admin can add the images. And here we have add product, and product router dot get all products. It will fetch all the products and it will delete the product. Okay, this is done. Just I will copy this product router, and inside this index.js I will just duplicate this. Inside the category router we will use here product router, and here we will use here product, like this, and just copy and paste it. Use here product router and API/product, like this. Okay, this is done. So now let's do our front end. We will just need to call these APIs in our front end. Let me just close all these files, and let me close this backend. Inside our front end, inside this admin, here is add category. So we need here add category, because we will first add the category from our front end. So let me just import here Axios from our store, like this. Okay, and we will use here loading also from our store. You can see, okay, we already have loading Axios. You can see here we have loading, and navigate set loading at Axios. So this is Axios. Okay, this is done. Here you can see we have one handed submit. You can see here, just clear this, and we will use here try and catch, like this. In try we will use our data. So first we will use here set loading will be true, like this, and here we will use const data. We will destructure data, and here we will use await. So this will be async function, like this. Await Axios dot post slash API slash category slash add. Okay, then we will use here form data, and this form data will be sent to the backend, and we will just check if data dot success. So if data dot success, we just need to show here toast, then not set loading. Here we will redirect to slash admin slash all categories. Okay, like this. Let me just see the path of our. So here path is categories, not all categories. We will be redirected after adding the categories, mean admin will be redirected to the categories, not all categories. This is the path. Okay, after this we just need to, okay, this is done. So what we need to do here, we just need to use your else statement, like this, and inside this catch we will use your error dot response, data dot message, like this, and we will use your finally block, and inside this finally we will use your set loading false. Okay, this is done. So I hope you have got this point. This, when we call, you can see here this form, and on this on submit we have handle submit. This is handle submit. Okay, now when we submit our form, this data will be stored in our MongoDB database. Let me just duplicate, sorry, refresh this, and I will just do here category. So category will be, our category will be dry fruits, like this, and I will choose image. So image will be selected from, let me select image from our grocery store Frontend, and inside this src we have here assets, and here let me choose image of dry fruits. So here you can see this is the dry fruits. Let me just add this category add. When I will click on this add category, you can see failed to create category. Okay, this is happening any error. What is the problem? Cannot read the properties of undefined reading file name. Okay, we will just see what is the category, what is the problem here. Let me just see the category here problem. Let me just open the, let me just run the server again, and what we will see what is the problem here. Okay, this is our npm run server command to run the server. Okay, now let me again click on this add category, and I will just inspect my console like this, and network tab, I will just click on this add category. So in this, see, you can see here we have problem. Okay, inside this our category controller, let me just go in. You can see here we have create category, and here we will just log the image. Just log your image. We will check here image is coming or not. Image, and we will also console your name. Okay, let me clear the terminal. I will just clear terminal, and I will click on this category again. Okay, fail to create category, and here you can see we have cannot read the properties of reading file. Okay, inside this create category we have just consoling image and name. Let me console this name first, like this. Okay, now let me click on this submit again, click this create category, and again. So here you can see we have problem in cannot read the properties of reading file name. So let me see here first. This is name and image. So I will just console our farm data before sending it to the backend farm data. Like this. This is my console. I will just click on this. So here you can see we have name, and here we have file name dry fruits. Okay, so this is okay. So what we need here, we just need to pass here form headers content type. Header, we need to pass here headers. Let me just do like this. We will use here headers, and content type will be here we will use headers, and content type will be multi-part form data. Okay, the problem was this, I think. So now it will execute successfully because we are here sending the images. So to send the images we will use a multi-part form data content type. Okay, now let me just click on this again, add category button. So here you can see create category created successfully, and we are redirected to the categories. But these categories are our static categories which we were using to build our front end. If I open my here MongoDB, and this is our grocery store database. Let me just click on this reload data, and here you can see categories collection, and inside this we have this category dry fruit and image. Okay, so this is done. So to get the images we need here a function, sorry, not function, a root. So we just need to create that root in our index.js to get the images. For that this is very simple. We just need to use here app.use/uploads. This is our endpoint, and here we will use express.upload static, then upload, which is our folder name. Here you can see uploads, inside we have this image. Okay, I hope you will get this point. Okay, so this is done for our add category. So now we need to fetch all the categories. For that let me close this add category and index dot, and this in our front end we will use. Here you can see this is the all categories, and inside this now we will fetch categories for the admin. So but you can see here we already getting the categories data from our store. So let me open my store app.context, and here we have fetch categories function, you can see here. So inside this fetch categories, what we will do, we will call here our API, because first we are using here static data. Now we need to call here our API const data is equal to await xuse dot get and slash API slash category. Then we need to do here all. Okay, after that we will check if data.success like this. Then we will use here set categories, then data.categories. Okay, this is done. This is for fetching the categories, and we will just use here else statement in case of any error like this, and inside this catch block we will use like this. Okay, this categories is done. Now if I open my, here you can see we have category name which is dry fruits. Okay, but we are not able to see the image because we have stored our image in our server. So to get the image from the server we need to do some changes here. So what we need to do, inside this all categories, here you can see we have image. You can see we are mapping here categories, and inside this we have image, and we are doing that image dot item dot image. We just now need to use here backticks, and we will use here http like this localhost like this, and we will use here 4000 because our server is running on 4000, then slash uploads, then here we will use item dot image. And why we are using this, because I have already created a route for this. You can see here we have this route slash uploads, then we are using it here. You can see here this is our server, then slash uploads, then item dot image. Now it will show the image. You can see here image. Okay, this is done. Let me create one more category, and it will be, let me just first select the image, and this will be eggs. So category will be eggs. I will use here eggs. Let me create this is done. Now let me click on this refresh. So here you can see this is done. Now we need to delete this category. So for that, what we will do, from our fetch categories, this is fetch categories function, I will just paste this into our value object so we can fetch the categories on our deletion. When we delete our category, we will just call this function again and our remaining categories will be fetched. So this is our all categories, and here we will just import axios, okay, like this, and we will use here fetch categories. Now what we need to do here, we just need to here const delete category like this, and it will be async like this, and we will use a try and catch statement. Inside this try we will use const data is equal to await axios dot delete, like this we will use here, and we will use a backtick instead of quotes here, and we will use here dollar sign, then item dot id, not item dot id, we will use here id, and this id will be here. And when we call this delete category function, we need to pass id because it is taking one id as a parameter. Okay, this is done. So what we need to check, we need to check if data.success. So we will show here post data.message data.success. Like this, and we will use fetch categories function again. What it will do, it will just fetch all the categories again when we delete our category. Okay, in else statement we will use here log, sorry, we will use here post dot error data dot message, like this. Okay, and again here we will use toast it will be error dot response dot data dot message, like this. So we will just copy this delete category function, and inside this div, which is this, sorry, in not in div, this is on click, here we will just use like this delete category, and here we are passing item dot id, which is accepting the here. Okay, this is done. Let me just delete one category and what will happen. Okay, I will just click on this eggs. Let me click on this, so you can see category and images are deleted successfully, and you can see here we have just one category. Okay, this is done for the categories. Now it's time to add this product. We already have created our backend, we just need to create our front end. Let me just click this, and inside this app context we are here, you can see product data, so we are fetching product here also. Here you can see we have this fetch products. Let me just here use try catch statement, and we will call our API to fetch the products. We will use here, okay, sorry, before fetching we need to add product. So for that we will use here add product inside this admin folder, and here you can see loading, and we will use set loading, like this. We will use axios also to call our API. Okay, this is done, and this is our header submit. Make it async like this. This is our async, and we will use here delete all these, and we will use here e.prevent default. After that we will use here const form payload data, form payload, form data to send. We can see this form data to send, form payload like this, and it will be new form data like this. We are doing just because we need to send images to the backend. For that we need to here use this, and I will just accept this. Here you can see form data dot append name, form data dot name. This is our form data. Inside this we have this state. So in name, form data dot name, price, offer price, small description, long description, weight, and category. And here you can see here we have for loop. Okay, we are using these images, form data dot images. We are just mapping these images. Okay, so this is done. If you don't want like this, you can also do like this. Let me just clear for you. Here you can see we have form data dot images, then we are applying for each loop, and inside we are using file, one file, and if file is available then we will use form data dot append images, then file. Okay, this is super easy. After that we just need to use a try catch statement. This is try catch statement, and here we will use const data is equal to await execute dot post. Here we will slash API slash product slash add, and inside like this we will use headers, and it will be content type multi-part form data. Okay, this is done. After this we will use here, we will check our response. If data dot success, you can see here, if data dot success we will show this toast, and we will navigate admin to the products page. Okay, else statement we will use here toast dot error, and inside this we will use error dot response dot data dot message. Okay, this is done, and we are just referencing this handed submit on our form. You can see here this is our form. I hope you have got this point. Let me just try this. So this is our end product, and we need to create our product. So let me just first select the images for the product. We will use here corn 1. Again I will select two, second image, this is corn 2. Okay, and here we will use corn. Here I will use price of $6, offer price will be $4, description will be like this is the fresh, like this. Long description क्या है, this is the freshly corn. Okay, I am just using this description. Weight will be 600 gram, and select category will be dry fruits. Okay, if this category is not dry fruit, but we just added one category, that's why I'm selecting this. You can add more categories and select proper category from here. I am just click on this add category. Okay, I have just clicked on add category, but nothing has happened. Let me just change this text add category to. Okay, you can see here if this there is loading, then this is adding else add product. So what happened here, form data to send is not defined. Okay, form data to send, let me check where is form data to send. Control F. Okay, here we have form data to send, but we need to use here this form payload like this. Okay, this is done. Now let me try one more time this. I will just click on this add product. So here you can see product added successfully. Wow, it's super easy. Product added successfully, and in our database we will just use here, you can see products. If I click on this, you can see this is the product detail, and inside images we have two images. Okay, so let me just open my front end again. You can see here we have products data, but one thing here, this is a static data. We just need to fetch our data. So what we will do, we inside this our app context, let me just close this add product because we have done this. Okay, inside this app context, here we have fetch products. Let me just here use try and catch, and we will use a const data. You can see product all, then if data dot success, we just need here if data dot success, we will use here set products data, then data dot products. In else case, we will use here log data dot message. Okay, here we will use error dot message, and this fetch products is already in use effect, means whenever our application load, it will be this use effect will be run, and we just need to pass this fetch products because we need to delete product also. When we delete our product, we want our product will be fetched again. For that, let me just go in all products. Here we have all products, and you can see products data and currency. So this is all okay. Okay, but we will change this image because images are not showing to us. Let me just click this. Okay, it is refreshing. So here you can see we have small issue. Let me inspect this, and inside this console, okay, here we are one issue what we have, because you can see here we have item dot category, but we don't need to show this item dot category like this. We show item dot category dot name because our category is now changed to something else. Here you can see now this is done. Why we use here item dot category dot name? Because we have used populate method in our products to get products. So we will use like this item dot category, and inside category we have name of category. Okay, you can see here name of product, then category, then price, offer price, wait, and delete button. Here we will use this image. So images, how we will use, just cut this, and we will use backticks http colon then slash localhost. Instead of 5000 we will use 4000, and we will use slash uploads like this. Okay, here is the way to get the data from our get the images from our server. Now if I click, you can see here we have first image of this product. Okay, this is done. Let me add one more product, and I will use here what I just sorry, it's not, I will use here this add product. Let me select image, and I will use dry fruit I will add this product. Let me select one more image, and its name is cashews. This is the name of product, and price will be $60. Offer price will be 58, and description will be this is a fresh, and also we will use this is fresh like this. Okay, and here we will use weight will be 700 gram, and select category dry fruits. Let me just add this product is added. I will just refresh this. So here you can see this is second product. So we have successfully fetched the product. Let me just delete this product here. This is our products, and inside this what we will do, we will just use xuse and fetch product method. Just we have passed this fetch products. As we will delete our product, our remaining product will be fetched here. Okay, then we will use here const delete product. It will be a sync, and it will take one ID of the product. to be deleted, and we will use a try catch. So just use const data is equal to await axios dot delete. Okay, this is done. Then we will use if data dot success. We will use here toast, and fetch products will be called. Okay, else we will use here toast dot error, and inside this catch statement we will use error dot response dot data dot message. Now we will call this in our this on click. You can see here we have called delete product and passed item.id, mean product id to be deleted. Let me just click on this delete. Okay, it is not working. Let me just check what is the problem. The problem is toast is not defined. Okay, I just refresh this. Okay, you can see our product is, but our product is deleted, but the toast is not imported. That's why we did not show the message. Okay, this is done. If I now click, our just orders remain, and if I click just log out, so here you can see we have one issue on our front end. What is this issue? This is the issue. If I go in our components, and here you can see we have product card, and inside this we have this product card. Here we have this product, and this is product id. We just need to show images like we did in our other parts, like this. Let me show just images. Copy this image. You can see here we have src. I will just copy this and paste in our here. This is our src, not src to whole image, sorry, just src. I will just like this, and here we will use product.image because our object name is product. Okay, product.images of 0 index, and here you can see we have product.category, but we need to show here product.category.name like this. Now it will be perfect. So here now you can see problem is gone, error is gone. We have just one category and one product, and we need to show also here image. For that we will use here category. This is category component, and inside this we have this image. Instead of this we will use backticks, and here we will use this localhost 4000/upload then category.image. Now it is perfect. You can see here category, then here we have single product. If I click on this, you can see here the problem is still same. We will just copy this. Here is our image. This is our src. I will just copy this, and inside this single product detail you can see here we have this image. You can see. Okay, instead of this we will use just image. Okay, we will use just this image here, img, like this. Okay, this is done, and after that we will use your product.name, then category. Here is category. You can see here product.category.name, not just category. Okay, this is done, and okay, it is okay. Now we need here product dot price, sorry, not price, image. Here you can see main images. Okay, let me just open this, inspect, just console, and here you can see we have one problem. Okay, the problem is here. This is our all. Inspect this. Now if I click on this, so here is problem dot images. So what we need to do here, product dot images, instead of this we will use backticks, and here we will use like this our image from the server. Okay, just refresh the page again, and here we will see product dot images. Let me just, okay, here we can see here this is products data, and add to cart, add to favorite, this is product, and here you can see this is the actual issue that here we are using percent. No, we don't need this percent, we just need id like this. The problem was here. Okay, I hope you have got this point. Now let me just refresh this. Okay, this is done. So now issue is with images. So here we have product.images, let me just search images. Okay, let me see what is the problem here. Here we have use effect, and inside this item id, okay, set product will be product, and set main image will be product dot images of 0 index. Okay, then here we have, okay, here we need here id, we need to pass here id of product, and we will use here products data like this. Okay, then we will use here main images state. Okay, everything else I think is normal, good. Let me just again refresh this. I will just refresh it and click on this again. Now it is okay. You can see here we have this clickable. You can see, we can see any product here, and this is the product name, price, offer price, this is short description, add to cart, and dry fruits with is the category, and here you can see this is the large description, and below this we have related products. If I click this add to cart, you can see we have added to cart. If I click on this, you can see, if I click on this, you can see image is not showing. For that, what we will do, we just need to move in our cart.jsx, and inside this images like this, we just need backticks and http localhost, then we will 4000/upload, like this. Okay, and here everything is good. So you can see here, okay, still we are unable to see our, let me just click on this, and if we click on this, okay, this is not shown. What is the problem? This is our cart page. Here you can see we have http colon, sorry, like this. Okay, now it is visible. If I again click on and add to wish list, so it is here also not visible. What I need to do, we just need this src. I will copy this, and inside this our add to wish list. This is my wish list, and here I have this src. I will just paste this. Okay, this is done. Now it is visible in our, you can see here, this is visible. Okay, now if I open this shop and select anything here, okay, if I select dry fruit, it is not visible. Why this is not visible? Because let me show you. This is our shop.js. This is shop page, and here we are filtering our products on the basis of name. Okay, that's why it is not filtered by the category. If I click on search on car, you can see we have this car. If I search, oh sorry, see the single detail, you can see here we have single detail. Okay, this is done. Now our remaining part is this add to cart. Data will be stored in our backend, and we need to place order of user to the backend, and we'll fetch the order from our backend. Okay, now let's take just one small break. After that we will complete our this project. Okay guys, you can see I am logged in. If I click on shop and add this product in my cart, you can see product added to the cart. And if I click on this cart icon, you can see here we have one product in our cart. If I click on this proceed to checkout, so here you can see we have cart summary and we are not seeing image. So we need to fix this. What we will do, we will just move in our cart page. Here you can see we have this cart page. Okay, and here you can see we have images. Localhost 4000/upload/images. Okay, this is the image for our cart, but still we are not getting this image. Let me see what is the problem here. HTTP localhost 4000/uploads. Okay, so we just need here, let me do this correct. Okay, this is our cart summary. If I click, you can see here we have is address. We can select any address, and here we, if I click on this add new address, we can add new address. So we need to create schema for this address and order, because user can place order. But before that, here we are not getting the image. So let me see what is the problem here. Alt, if I click on this single detail page, okay, this is working fine. So let me open my detail page. This is our product detail page, and here you can see we have this src means source. I just copy this, and in our cart I will replace this source with my source here. And what we will do here, item dot images of 0 index. It means it will fetch the first image. Okay, okay, here you can see we have images, and here we are not. Okay, we are on the checkout page now. So for checkout page, you can see here we have checkout page, and here we have this image, so we don't like image this. We will use backticks here, and localhost 4000 slash uploads, then forward slash item dot images of first index. Now you can see here we have images. Okay, we have here image. This is our cart summary, and here we need to store our address, because user can store his address to deliver the address. Okay, let me come back in my VS Code, and I will just close all these files, and inside this model I will use address.model.js. model.js. This is the model for our address. Let me just copy paste address model, because I have already explained to you how we can create model and schema. So you can see here, this is our address model. This is address schema variable, then user, because every user have address, so that's why we are referencing here user model. Okay, then name, email, city, country, zip code and state. These are the fields of our schema, and timestamp true. After that we have here address model, and after that we are exporting this model. Okay, this is done. Now we need to create one more model for the order. So for that I will use order.model.js. This will be our order model. Let me just place my address order model, sorry, here. This is my order model. You can see here import mongoose from mongoose. This is order schema, and here we have user, means every user can place orders. So order will have user field, which will be used to fetch the user data for a specific order. Then here we have items. Inside item we have object inside the array. You can see here we have product, and type of product is object ID, and we are referencing this product collection. Okay, I hope you have got this point. Product collection means product model, and we have quantity of product, and price means total price of the product. Then we have address. This address is coming from here. You can see we have already done our address model, so that's why we are referencing here address model. And there is payment method. It can be cash on delivery or online. Default it will be cash on delivery, and here will be total amount. Status will be pending, processing, shipped, delivered or cancelled, and default will be pending. Okay, here we are creating a model and exporting the model. Okay, this is done. Now let me create one controller for the address. It will be address.controller.js. Okay, this is done. We will just import our address model like this, and we will use here now functions, API functions, to store our address and fetch the address. So let me just I will just import user also. Import user from user model, and this is the function to store address. You can see here export const add address and name, email, city, country, zip code, state. These are the fields of our address model. Okay, you can see here we have all fields. So we are getting this requested body, and here we have ID. So this ID will come from request.user. Okay, means only logged in user can store his address. So this is the idea of logged in user. Here we are just creating one object of our address model. Sorry, we are creating new state we are creating just variable, and we are here creating our address. And after that we are just finding the ID of specific user, means logged in user, and push the address in address field. So here we need to store the address field also in our user model. Okay, let me clear this to you. We have our user model, and inside this we will use addresses field. So let me just open my model. Here we have user model, and after password I will use this, like this. Okay, what it will be, it will store the address of a user. I hope you have got this point. We need to do this. Please keep in mind this is mandatory. Okay, this is done. After that, what we need to do, we just sending the response to the user. Okay, this is done. After that, we have one more function to get the address of user. Here you can see we have export const get user addresses, and this is the ID of logged in user, and you can see here address await address dot find and user. This user is the field in our address model, and this user will be references at logged in user. Okay, and here we are just sending response. This is done all for the address controller. Here we just need two API functions, one for to store the address and one for to get the addresses for a specific user. Let me just close this file, and here we will create a route file. So here we will use address.route address.routes.js, like this. And let me just copy and paste here our address route, because it is very easy, so we will not spend more time here. Here you can see we have express, then isAuth is imported from our isAuth middleware. Okay, it means logged in user. Okay, then we have add address get addresses. This is the controller functions. After that we have here address router, which is equal to express.router. Then we have an endpoint to store the address.router.post method will be post, and /add isAuth add address. IsAuth means only logged in user can add the address. Then we are getting the address of logged in user. You can see here get addresses. This is done. Okay, this is done. Let me just see, is there any error? Okay, our terminal is clear, we don't have any error. Let me just copy this address router, and inside this index.js we will just duplicate this product router, and I will replace this product router with the address router, and here we will use address instead of product. So this is done, and I will just duplicate this path /API/product, and after that we will use here address. Sorry. So you can see this is done. So our address module is completed successfully. Now it's time to complete our order modules. You can see here we have in models we have order model, so we need to create order controller. Let me just create controller here. It will be order.controller.js. Controller.js. This is the controller of our order. No, let me just order controller. I will just import here order model from our model file, like this. Okay, this is done, and here we have need here function to place an order. So let me just do here. Okay, I will explain this function to you. This is the ID of our logged in user. Okay, and here we are destructuring the items, address, total amount, payment method from request.body. Okay, after this, if we are not address, then we will show this error, and if we don't have any item we will show this. And here we are just formatting our items. You can see here formatted items, items.map. These items are coming from our body, items.map, and inside this we have single individual object which is item. So here product will be item underscore id, quantity will be item dot quantity, and price will be item dot offer price. Okay, so this is done, and here we have order. You can see await order bottle dot create, user will be id, and item will be formatted items like this, and this will be address, this will be total amount, and payment method will be this. So payment method will be our cash on delivery by default. Okay, this is done. After that we just need to get the orders for user. So this will be the function get user orders. It means only logged in user can see his order. This is the ID of logged in user, and here we can see we have orders and await orders dot find. This is the ID of logged in user. Then populate items dot product. Here we will fetch item name, price, and product. Populate method is used to get the data of related collections. Then populate address, it means it will fetch all the address. Okay, this is done. Then we have get all orders, it will be show to admin. Here you can see we have get all orders, const orders is equal to await order dot find. Then we have populate user, populate item dot product, and populate address. Okay, this is super easy. I hope you have got this point, and let me just apply here one more function, which is change order status. So you can see here update order status, const order id, it will be from request.parameters, and status will be request.body, and validate status is equal to pending, processes, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. Okay, beside of these status are not acceptable. You can see here we have also check invalid status. Okay, then we have orders model await order dot find by id and update. Here we will store order id, then status and new will be true. Okay, if not orders, then we will just show this response, otherwise this response. Okay, so this is done. Our order controller is successfully done. Now let me just close this controller and model file, and here we will use create new file order.controller.js. Oh sorry, it will be order.routes, not controller. Let me just rename this order.routes.js like this. Okay, order routes is done, and I will just copy and paste. I am just copy pasting because you know these how we can create our order routes controller and model. I am just explaining to you, it will save your time. Here we are just importing our auth middleware, then admin middleware, then these are the function we have just created in our order controller. You can see here we have 4 functions. After this we have order router, and you can see here order.router dot post slash place. It means this route is to place the order, and only logged in user can place order. That's why we are using here is auth, and here we have place order, then order router dot my orders is auth, and get user orders. Here we have order router dot get, then slash all is admin, then get all orders, order router dot put status order id, and is admin, it means only admin can change the status of the order. Then we have this function. Let me just open. You can see this is opening. Okay, this is done. I will just copy this, and inside our index.js we will just duplicate this order address router, and inside I will replace this address router with the order router, and here also we will use order like this, and I will just use API slash order like this. Here we will use order router. Okay, this is done. We have completed our backend of our application. You can see here nothing is remaining, just we have remained our online payment method. If you want online payment method, please comment below. I will just upload the video for online payment gateway. Let me just close all these files like this, and inside our front end you can see here we have our checkout. This is our checkout, you can see. And let me tell you, so here we have add new address. When user click on this add new address, he is just redirecting his own address, so he can store his address here. So we need to call our API here. You can see this is our add address, and we will just use here Axios in our add address. We will use Axios, okay, Axios, and we will use navigate. We are already navigate, and here we will use loading and set loading like this, okay. And here we have form data, set form data. This is done. After that, this is handle change, and inside this submit handler we need to call our API. We need to call here our API. So let me just do here set loading. First of all, we will use set loading. Set loading will be true, okay. After that, we will use const data like this, await. We will use this async await axios.post like this, okay, slash API slash address slash add. Then we will use here form data, okay. I hope you have got this. This is super easy. Then we will use if data.success like this. If data.success, we will use toast, and we will navigate to slash checkout page again like this, okay. This is done. In else, here we will use else statement, and we will use here toast like this. And here we will also use toast, and it will be error.response.data.message. So this is done. And we will use finally bullock, and inside this finally we will use set loading true, okay. And here we will use ternary operator. If loading, we will use here please wait like this. Sorry, here we will use question mark like this, okay. If I come back to my browser, and just I will use here this address. If I click on this add address, you can see unauthorized, okay. So let me just log in again with my email and password, okay. So let me just inspect what is the problem here. Okay, let me just create a new account. Here I will just create a new account, and it will be Salman. Email will be salman@gmail.com. Password will be 1 2 3 4 5. Sign up. You can see user created successfully, and here we will use Salman. Password will be 1 2 3 4 5. So you can see logged in successfully. And if I click shop and add to cart, then if I go there, then proceed to checkout, and inside this click on this add new address, and here we will use this address. If I click this add address, so this is unauthorized, okay. let me check what is the problem. In our backend, address controller, here we will use this id like this. Okay, not here, we will use this in our add address here like this. Okay, now let me just try again. Unauthorized, and here just cut from here and we will use here. Hi, we will see that our request is coming on. Okay, so you can see we don't have any hi message. It means we are not coming in our controller function. So let me just check my routes. This is our routes, and here we have address.routes, and here we have address.post is auth. So let me just use is auth again, is auth from this middleware. Okay, and let me just open index.js. This is /api/address, and if I click this, you can see here we have /api/address, but we are using here product router, but we need to choose here address router. This is the problem. That's why I think we are getting the issue. You can see here address router. Now we have done great. Now if I click on this add address, so you can see added address successfully. It means our address is stored successfully. Let me open my MongoDB Compass and I will show you the our address. So please wait for a minute. This is our MongoDB Compass. Let me open this. Okay, this is my compass. Let me connect this, and here we have grocery store. You can see this, not this. We have this grocery. Okay, and here we have addresses. If I click on this, you can, okay, this is my other database. We have this grocery store, and inside this we have this addresses, and here you can see we have address. We have just submitted this address. Okay, it means we are getting the address. Let me just create one more address, and we will use here country USA, and it will be, I will use state Washington. Okay, this is my dummy address just, and here we will use, I will use rock. Okay, and we will use any email like rock@gmail.com. Okay, if I click on this add address, our address is stored. If I open my MongoDB Compass and click on this refresh icon, so you can see we have another address. So I hope you have got this point. So what we need to do now, we need to fetch address here, and here user can select his any address to deliver the order. Okay, to receive the order, sorry. Okay, this is done. Let me just open again checkout page. So here is our checkout page, and here we will just call our API to get the address of user. We will use Axios, and here we need to do what we need to do. We need to here make some API request, but let me just do const fetch address is equal to async, like this. We will use try catch like this, and here we will use const data is equal to await axios.get slash API slash address and slash get, not all. Let me again check. Here we have just get, not all, so we will use here get. So this is our API endpoint, and we will check here if data.success. You can see here if we have data.set_success, then we will use set address, then data.address. Set address is already there, you can see here. We will just remove this default value. Okay, so this is set if address, if data.address, then we will do this, and we will check if data.address.length is greater than 0. We will create here one new state variable to select our address. Okay, let me just create one new state variable here below this address. You can see here we have const selected address, then set selected address, and it will be by default address of index 0. It means it will use the first address of our user, means our logged user will be used here, means address of our user first address, it will be by default selected. You can see this is the initial value will be the first address. Okay, so we will check here if address. After that we will check here if data.addresses, if data.addresses like this dot length is greater than 0, then we will use here set selected address will be data.address of 0 index. First index will be selected. Okay, so I hope you will get this point. Okay, this is done, and in else we will use console. Log to the data.message. Okay, sorry, we have just make one mistake. We need this if inside this, if like this, if data.success like this, and here we will use console data.message. Okay, this is done. Here we are just using this state to store our selected address. Okay, this is done, and after that we will use here inside this log like this. After that we need to use your use effect. Let me use your use effect, and this use effect will run on whenever our application load. So we will check if user is available, then only fetch the addresses, fetch address like this, and here we will pass dependency array, which is empty dependency array, and we will use here user. So let me use user from our store. Okay, this is done. You can see it is now correct. Okay, after that we will just come below, and here we have, you can see here we have address. This is our select box for address, to store the address. You can see here this is our select box. Let me just copy paste here my select box. We will just change this to dynamic select box like this. Here you can see this is our select box. Here we have some classes. This is the value is selected address. We have just created this state. You can see here we have selected address, then select selected address. Okay, it means value will be selected address, and on change will be set selected address is the target value. Okay, this is done, and here we have address.map item. Inside this we have single item, and we are using option. Key will be item.id, value will be item.id, and here we are just showing the all address, then like item.name, item.email, item.city, item.country, item.state, and item.zip code. And this address is coming from our this state, and here we are just, you can see, setting the address in our fetch address. I hope you have got this point. Let me just open my browser. Here you can see we have browser, and I will just use, you can, okay, let me just inspect this, and we will check in our console. This is our console. Here we have address.map is not a function at checkout, you can see. Okay, so let me just refresh this. It is still saying address.map is data. Okay, address.map is not a function, it says. Let me just log in. Okay, I am already logged in. If I click this shop page and add to cart, proceed to check. Okay, here you can see we are just data.address. We are setting data.address, and if I open my controller of address, and here you can see we have this. We don't have any. Here we have get user address, and here we have addresses, not address. You can see addresses. Let me just copy this, and I will just use here addresses, not address, like this, because we are sending response in addresses, not address. Now let me just check this again. Let me console address here. Like this. Okay, set address is data.addresses. Okay, let me just comment this. Okay, and here you can see we don't have any address. If I do like this, /API/get address, then get, and here you can see we have two addresses now, like this. Okay, I just removed here. From here I have used user. Okay, if I just clear this and uncomment again this, Control S. So here now you can see we can see addresses. This is first address and this is second address. Okay, we can see this is done. We can change your address, and we can add also new address from here. Okay, this is done. Now it's time. Okay, what is the problem here? It is still saying address dot map is not a function. What is the problem here? Let me just do it like this. If address is available, if data dot success, we will use this. Okay, and I will console here address. Let me just refresh this again and see what is the problem. Here we have address, but here we have nothing. Again, console.log data. Okay guys, we have got the problem. The issue was there, set address and set address. I was just using like this, it's string, but we have an array, so we need to use here empty array like this. Okay, now it is working fine. You can see we can select any address. Okay, this is done. Now we need to handle this payment method. So for that we have, you can see payment method and set payment method. You can see here payment method, set payment method, and we will just use this. You can see here we have payment method. This is the payment method, COD and online. Okay, it is done, and I will just now call my API to place an order. For that I will use here const place order is equal to async like this, and we will use try catch here, and I will use like const data is equal to await executes dot post. I will use slash API slash order slash place like this, and we will pass here our data. So our data will be like this item, and item will be cart. We will use here items, and we will pass here cart like this, and we will use here address and item will be select it will be selected address, and after that we need to use here total amount, and it will be like this. We will use here total amount, and it will be get cart total like this, and after that we have payment method. So these four data we need to send out to our backend: items, address, total amount, and we will check if data dot success. We will use here if data dot success like this. We will use here toast like this, and we will navigate to slash my orders, navigate to my orders like this. Okay, we will use else statement also, and in catch we will use this. Okay, and we need to here use we need to place just this place order our button. So I will just check here. This is our button on click. We will use here on click like this. We will use place order. Okay, this is done. Type will be submit. Let me just open, and you can see here, if I this COD, this is place order. If I click on online, this is pay now. So I will use with COD, and this is our address. If I click on this place order, you can see no items in order because we don't have any item in our cart. Let me just add this, and if I now go here, you can see we have quantity of 2 and price is $4. Total will be $8. Proceed to check. This will be my address rock, and this will be cash on delivery. You can see here we have cash on delivery. If I click on this place order, so you can see order placed successfully. Let me open my MongoDB compass. So let me just you can see here we have orders. If I click this, you can see here we have orders. This is the item array, and this is address, payment method, total amount $8, and status is pending. Okay, this is done. It means we are doing right. Now we need to fetch our data in users. You can see user can see his own data. This is the dummy data, static data. We need to fetch here original data from backend. So what we need to do, we need to just close this and also address controller, and let me open here my orders. You can see here we have my orders, and we will just use here Axios like this. We will use here Axios, and we will use here state variable. So this will be our state variable, const my orders and set my orders, and we will remove this my orders because we don't need now this was dummy data, and we now fetch our dynamic data. So we will use here const fetch my orders, like this, and we have to be async. We will use try catch like this, and here we will use const data is equal to await axios.get, and here we will use slash API slash order, then my orders slash order slash my order like this. Okay, this is our API endpoint. You can check in our routes. So we will check here if data.success, then set my orders will be data.orders like this, and in else statement we will use here console.log log the console. We will use here data.message, and I will just copy paste this inside this, and it will be error.message like this. Okay, this is done, and we will use here use effect, and you can see here we have use effect. If user is logged in, then only fetch my orders this, and we will use here user, and we need to here use effect. We will import use effect. You can see like this. Okay, now if I go below, so here you can see we have date, total amount, payment method, status. We just need small changes. I will just tell you how we can do. You can see here we have 4. I will just replace with these. You can see here we have order ID, amount, payment, status, and date. You need to change these, and here we will use grid code 5 like this. Okay, this is done, and in my orders you can see here we have UL tag, then my orders dot map, and here we need to do some changes. So I will just change this UL. Don't worry, I am going to explain you each and every point. So this is my UL. I have done bit changes, so I will just remove this. So you don't get confused. Here you can see we have UL tag, and in UL tag we have my order state. Then we are just applying map method. Inside this we have individual item, and this item is a object. Here you can see we have list li, and here we have key property. Then we have this div. This div is similar to the previous one, and here we are using p tag. Then we are just using here item id, means order id. We are just slicing. This is super easy. Then you can see here total amount. We are just using item dot total amount. This is the total amount of our item. Then we have payment method here. Then you can see we have status batch. If status is equal to pending this color, processing this color, if shipped this color, and if delivered this color, if cancelled this color will be available. Okay, this is done. After that we have this created at, it means new date. Then item dot created at dot who locals date string. Okay, this is date. If I open my, you can see this is my order. Let me just inspect what is the problem here. So here you can see we have use state not imported. Let me just use use state, because we are using here use state. Let me just here import use state. This is the use state. Okay, now you can see here we have, okay, this is done, but we are not showing the address. Why? This is my orders and we are not showing orders. Let me just here log to console. We will use here dot data, and if I check my routes, this is the order route, and here we are using my orders. You can see, okay, slash ap slash my orders. Okay, data dot orders. You can see now this is coming. This is our order ID, and here is the amount, and here is COD, cash on delivery payment method. Total amount is this, status is equal to pending, and date is equal to this. Okay, this is done. Now let me just fetch this on the admin side also. Let me just log out from here, and I will just log in as admin like this, and you will use admin123 password. Okay, this is done, and here you can see we have this orders. We need to just change this. So for that we will just use, I will just copy this state and function fetch orders, and I will just go in pages, then admin, then here you can see we have orders like this, and I will just paste here. This is our fetch orders. We will use here XUs like this, and we will use here use state, also use effect like this. Okay, we don't need here my orders because we will now use here dynamic orders. I will just remove this, and here we will use fetch orders, not my orders. Okay, and let me just change here fetch orders, and here we will use admin because this is the admin dashboard. If admin is logged in, only then this use effect will run and order will be fetched, and here we will use admin from our store like this. Okay, instead of my orders we will just use here orders. Okay, orders, then set orders like this, and I will just map this orders, not my orders. You can okay, just keep them my orders. Okay, you can understand this is the admin dashboard, so these orders are for admin, and here we will use slash API slash orders. And what is the route for this order for admin? Here the route for admin is all. This is all. Okay, this is done, and here we need to change some. So let me just change this. Here you can see we have, I will use okay, here I will use grid call 6 like this. Okay, and I will replace these div with this. Here we have name, email, address, amount, payment method and status. Okay, then here we need to change this UL tag also. Okay, so let me just do this. We actually don't need here UL tag. Okay, so let me just tell you. I will just remove this UL tag. I will just here use div tag. So here you can see we have orders, not orders. We will use my orders. Then we will use here my orders dot map. So here you can see my orders dot length is greater than 0. Then we will apply map method on my orders. And here you can see this is the order ID, which is the key. And here we are using the p tag, item.user.name, item.user.email. Then we have this address of user, and here we have total amount. Then we have here payment method. Okay, this is done. And here you can see we have the value item.status and on change. So let me just tell you this later. First we need to check here. You can see here we have option to change the address: pending, processing, shipped, delivery and cancel. Okay, so these values should be matched to our model. So if I open my model, you can see here this is our order model, and here you can see we have pending, processing, shipped, delivered, cancelled, and these are correct. Okay, let me just open. You can see here we have this all orders in our admin dashboard. This is the name of the user, this is the email, this is the address of user, and here is the total amount, and here we have payment method, and here we have status to change the status. Okay, this is done. Let me just now implement this change status functionality. So for that we will use here one state variable. So it will be const status and set status like this. We will use here use state like this. So by default it will be pending, you can know. Okay, this is done. Now we need to change here. What we need to change, we need to call here our API to change the status. So let me just do this. Actually we don't need this status state, we just need to call here our API const. We will use here update order status. Order status is equal to async like this. We will use try catch, and here we will use const data is equal to await axios.post /API /order like this, and we will use here status like this, and here we will use we will use here put method, not post, and here we will use backticks because we need to pass here ID. So we will use here ID. So ID will be from this ID and status. Okay, and this here here we will use ID like this, and after that we will use here status. So we will pass ID and status in our API, and this will be go to the backend. Okay, this is done. Now we will check if data.success. You can see if data.success, then we will use here fetch orders again. let me use here fetch orders, because it will fetch the order with the new status. Okay, then first we will show here toast like this, and here we will use else statement post.error, and here we will use error.response.data.message in our catch statement. Okay, this is done, you can see. Okay, what we need to now do, we just need to place this update order status in our select box, which is our this. You can see here we have already on change update order status. We need to pass here two things, ID and status. So this is the item dot underscore ID, and we are using here e.target.value. It means we are just passing the status. Okay, and this status where is coming, this status coming from our item. You can see here we have item, then item dot status. So this is done. I hope you have got this point. Let me just refresh this, and here you can see the now status is pending. If I just click this processing, so you can see order status updated. If I check here and refresh this, so you can see this is the processing, and if I click this to shipped, so you can see order status updated, and again if I check this, you can see this is shipped. Okay, now this our admin part is done completely. Admin can change the status and perform all necessary actions. Let me just log out this, and you can see here we have this just let me, this is our user and it is logged in. Let me click on this my orders. You can see here is the order of our logged in user. Let me just log in the user here. Our user is Salman, password is 12345. Okay, let me just open. You can see here this is order, so order is already changed. So this is done. Order status means status is already changed here. Okay, this is done. So we have completed our whole application. Congratulations to all of you, and I am giving the link of this project in the description and the assets link. You can follow this and give me a beautiful comment if you like this video. Okay, this was the project of our grocery store, which is our e-commerce store. Okay, so see you in the next project. Take care.